extraordinary stuff.
I know, yeah. You know, I was like, LCK, right? Like, how cool was it really? Have I been watching?
Needed to decide for a bit.
Yeah, I was, you know, I was kind of up in the air. I was like, the Benelux is great. Do I really want to leave? No. Fortunately, we finally made it here. I am now in Korea, very much in quarantine, and I'm super excited to be here with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be very exciting having 2 analysts for an entire year. We went through 2020, we only had 1. It was a very tired LS, tired him out so much he left. And now, thankfully, we have 2, so you and Wolf should be able to help us out. But if you guys want to get to know Chronicler, he actually has introduced himself completely already over on the Pog State, so hop over to the LCK Global YouTube channel and check that one out if you want to know more about our new Dutch color commentator. So let's get into the standings, Chronicler. Let's go over what's been happening in the LCK, and we'll do our best to catch you up. Although you have been watching all of the games and giving us a lot of information on your own anyway, so it doesn't actually matter too much, doesn't mean too much. But DRX, they're out in front, and this week is maybe it's going to be a week of upsets, but I don't think there's too many games where you're like, oh, this is contentious. There's a lot of pretty understandable outcomes in this week's games.
There shouldn't be, but what we've seen thus far from the LCK has been so much chaos and upsets and like teams being really successful at times and then being very unsuccessful at other times, because, you know, normally you'd look at T1 versus Fred Bree and you'd be like, that's a clean game, but then T1 get 2-0 Africa Freaks and Fred Breon somehow beat the world champions 2-0, so anything can happen.
Absolutely. I feel like the LCK is definitely, the tagline this season is definitely anything could happen. Although, one thing still stays the same, and that is Chovy is at the top of our POG standings. They're on your screen right now, as you can see. Khan, very, very close, and DRX, they've still got a couple of matches to play this week, and we'll see how Khan's going to do there as well. He's certainly been rocketing to the top, but no one can surmount Chovy. The guy is just too good at getting POG votes.
Yeah, if you haven't seen his Yone performance yet, that was in the POG State that was we talked about today. It's been exceptional. And see a lot of super high priority picks here. And we're gonna, after this week, we're gonna say goodbye to a lot of them, especially the ones at the bottom, particularly Olaf, because it's the last week of 11.2, and he's getting hit really hard.
Yeah, he's getting hit in the back of the head with the gore drinker, I think. That's what it sort of feels like. And they're going to use the 11.2 gore drinker to take him out. And then the 11.3 is coming in. So even if he finds the weapon again, it's still not going to be quite as good. So, yep, we're going to revel in the last potential week of having Olafs run around. I actually feel like there might be a chance that, people are still going to be picking it up, especially here in the LCK, because we just love picking the Olaf. We haven't figured out that Trundle exists yet. Thankfully, Caster did over in the LPL. That was ingenious, but that's been a counter pick for what, 1 billion years? We haven't quite got there yet, and we'll see whether this week is going to be the week of Trundle making his way back in, because a lot of our junglers, they do know how to play him, because they have in the past. We've got a lot of older gentlemen playing in the jungle. You know, Peanut, for example, Blank's over there, Clid's here. There's a lot of people that could definitely pull it out. But let's get into our first match, Chronicler, as these are the points of the match for this one. T1 versus NONGSHIM REDFORCE. And look, if you were looking at this matchup at the beginning of the season, you'd be like, oh, T1 2-0 smash. But like you say, the Africa series definitely was not that.
No, NONGSHIM REDFORCE is currently up. T1 has had such an incredibly rough start, and that's also why I think today is really interesting, because we're going to see Zeus. So we have Zeus already. This is not Zeus.
Yep.
This is Zeus. It is the, if I'm correct, Portuguese pronunciation. So any Portuguese or Brazilian fans were like, yes, that is the way. Also Latin of, Zeus, Deus, same pronunciation. And Faker is back. And
it's so fun, right?
Yeah.
This is a cool roster to see debut. Also up against Peanut, of course. It's his birthday, and he gets to go up against T1, of course, his former team as well. So look, we'll see whether he does get a good birthday present or whether this is going to be a birthday that he'd want to forget. But he has been playing very well, has old Peanut, and now he's going to be up against LM, I believe, in the jungle, although you never really know who's going to be playing for T1. Every single role other than Carrier just seems to switch on a dime.
And I think that has been like a very contentious point for T1 fans, and something that you can understand, but you're starting to get at a point where experimentation doesn't seem to work anymore whatsoever. You might say that you passed that a couple of games ago, but I think the Afrika match was really what hammered it home.
Yeah.
And then if we look at T1, this is something that I'm gonna, like, I think their laning strength has been really good, but they don't convert it. And you see like their gold up generally was really, really good. But then it crumbles the moment that they actually need to coordinate. And if you switch around this much, that shouldn't be that big of a surprise.
The interesting thing about NONGSHIM is that they're sort of the opposite. They barely ever get leads, but when they do, they win. Outside of that one time that they didn't. So sort of two different ideas coming into this series, and it's about where the consistency lies. And I think you're exactly right. T1 lanes extraordinarily well. But this is going to be your roster. Zeus there towards the top side of the map. Elam in the jungle once again. Faker, Gumayusi, and Keria. And this is... I don't know whether this is exactly the roster that everyone's been calling for, but Faker's in the mid lane and Zeus is in the top lane. So otherwise, I think everyone's going to be happy enough. That being said, if it was me that was going to make the perfect T1 roster, I'd probably still have Cuz and Teddy in there, despite what we've heard about, rumors about Faker and Cuz not necessarily meshing well together and blah, blah, blah. I still think on paper that's the roster that I like the most, but I think everyone has their own opinion, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and I think that's okay as well. Like I said, I just want to see a more consistent T1. And if you look at NONGSHIM, you already pointed it out, their stats don't necessarily look amazing, but they have been able to consistently find wins. And I say the stats don't look too amazing. The one exception to that is their bot lane. I think Doctom and Callan have been absolutely insane. And if you're not banning Aphelios or Thresh, or the both of them, or you're picking them away, don't do that, please. Try it, and it doesn't work. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, actually, the matches that we saw against KT were very disrespectful, I felt. There were people throwing around, didn't do their homework. Obviously, that Doctom is an amazing Aphelios player. He was doing it all year last year, right? It's no surprise. However, sometimes you overlook it, you think that you can take them down, and Hybrid learned the hard way that if Doctom and Kellen get Thresh and Aphelios, they're going to have a bad time. But here we go. The living legend in the mid lane. Faker is almost up to 600 games in the LCK, and he's over... if he wins here, he might be able to actually get to that 66.6, so over 2/3 of his games are victories, which is just nutty. Over that amount of games, that is just ludicrous.
And let me tell you a cool tidbit, is that the fact that Faker has been so dominant and has been such an incredibly iconic player for so long as well. I don't know how you can do it, right? And even if T1 is looking rough, which they've had periods where they've looked real rough, right? This is not the first time. Of course, at the time it was SKT. But if I think back to 2018, for example, the team just didn't look like it really ever came together.
Yeah.
And still, right? This man, it always felt like he could take the team, put them on their back, and make it work. And it's just class. There's very little players that share that space with him.
I think the only other person that deserves to be in the same conversation as far as esports as a whole is concerned, it's Flash from Brood War. He's literally the only one that can be in the conversation with Faker, I think.
I'm on board with that. I think that Flash, what he meant to StarCraft, not just as a player, but just as an icon, right? As a force of nature. I agree with you. I think Faker is the only one that really has that status. And we've seen so many people try and come up and kind of try and get there, but so far they haven't been able to.
Nope. Thankfully, we have one in League of Legends. There's one over in StarCraft as well. It's the two biggest esports here in Korea. We're covered when it comes to the absolute icons and the titans at the top. So thankfully, we get to see him play here today. Not going to be on the bench this time around, as we are in pick and ban for game number 1. And let's just see how NONGSHIM are going to deal with it and how T1 are going to deal with what is going to be a pretty scary bottom lane, although Gumayusi is really, really good. So maybe we'll see it be just a wash. We'll have to find out. Orianna and TF already being banned away. Samira taken away from Doctom, I think is very interesting, as Aphelios is going to be banned on the red side.
So that signals to me that NONGSHIM thinks that if they leave the Aphelios open, T1 is going to first pick it. which, you know, obviously Gumayusi can do, because otherwise I see that there would be no reason for NONGSHIM to ban that, provided like how good Dokdam really is. From T1 here, I'd like to see them, especially for the first match, make sure that they have some strong lanes, that they put Zeus in a comfortable position, because this is someone who literally turned 17 last Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was only a few days ago.
Yeah, he's literally like just reached his eligibility, and now there we go. There's the team over. Gotta get into the good mindset. But it's something that like you can't understate the pressure on this player. And regardless, like they all look happy, right? They all look fine as they lock in the Kai'Sa, but there's a lot of pressure on T1 here.
Oh, absolutely. As NONGSHIM are going to lock away the Xayah. Xayah into Kai'Sa has been something that we've absolutely adopted from the LPL. And there is the Udyr once again. Of course, Peanut was the man that had the yakety sax played to him at the very end of that game, having to hop over the wall a couple of times and forcing Pyosik to run back and forth. But the Udyr did win that game, and Peanuts picked it up. Have to see how it's going to go, because I feel like it does need a composition around it, and you do need to be able to play towards the Udyr's strengths to make him work. We'll see what they do have. Is Zeus going to be immediately on Gnar duty? That's really sad, but that's fine. They are going to first pick that one. We've seen Gnar have a lot more success in the later weeks rather than the earlier ones. Although I still don't think that that's actually a good pick, because that's an Ezreal.
This will be very, very on point. Yeah, there we go, T1. So this is really interesting, because what they're doing here is they're delaying the jungle pick, allowing NONGSHIM to maybe limit whatever Elam is going to be able to do. And they're putting a lot of importance in seeing what is NONGSHIM going to pick in the support lane or in the support role as well. I think that double blinding your two solo laners here as T1 says a lot about like how you want to play the game. It means that you want to secure like a strong enough jungle matchup, as well as particularly like a really good support matchup, so that you can actually play through Gumayusi. And then the Gnar pick makes a lot of sense, because, you know, you're just going to leave him, and you know he's probably going to be fine. And Zeus has played a lot of Gnar. It's one of his most played champions in solo queue, so he is definitely well-versed on the pick.
We'll see what Kerry is going to have banned towards him. I imagine support bans should be coming in here, unless they want to limit that jungle pool even further.
But what do you ban against Carrier?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. I think, you know, having the Seraphine up and available and already having decent frontline on T1 with the Gnar, Seraphine could be an option if Ellen wants to go towards a tankier jungler. And definitely would be a devastating lane to go up against here for NONGSHIM, who've already locked down a pretty strong one themselves.
I agree. I think the Seraphine does have the issue that it's very good secondary initiation, but you would be you would need a jungler that can hard engage for you, right? Because NONGSHIM already has like a backline that is so hard to get to. Xayah and Fresh, the combination of Featherstorm plus the Lantern plus the Flay and the box mean that it's incredibly hard for you to get on Dokdam. And I'm expecting T1 to already like kind of be looking at how can we deal with this, because there's a couple of ways you can either try and, you know, get a backline access somehow. Of course, the Shurima Shuffle and a Kai'Sa dive combined with Gnar is a possibility, but really depends. You see the Jarvan getting
actually
taken away
I
there.
love this. I love this, because it's exactly what you're talking about, right? Deny as much hard engage from the jungle as you can. These are the two, right, that are definitely up there. I think Hecarim does exist in that sphere as well, but I really do like the line of thinking as Dokdam now thinking about what he wants to take away for one of his solo lanes. I imagine Rich's pick might come in here, but we'll see what he is actually going to be put on.
Aatrox is open.
Yeah, scary.
This would be more likely. I would not be a huge fan of this.
No.
I think that's a really big flip that you take. This is basically to me saying, if Zeus can play the Gnar well, then you're not going to have a really good time. Like, if you make a mistake, or if Peanut pays a lot of attention to topside, then you can punish the Gnar pick, especially when he's in mini form. But that is not the matchup that I would have gone for, I think. Just slap him on. You have an amazing front-to-back teamfight already. Let's kind of lean into that as we get the Lilia here.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go down that route instead. It means that Kerry is more likely to be on something a little bit more tanky and engagey in his support position, and that is about as tanky and engagey as you can get as the Nautilus is being considered. Tanky and engagey as well is good old Leona, and we'll see which one he's actually going to decide on. 5 seconds to go before he locks that in. And that is going to be the case. So Leona and the Kai'Sa on the bottom side of the map, and that's going to allow Lilia to be in the jungle and should help out for the top lane 2v2. Not necessarily a large amount of hard engage, but they should be able to put on a fair bit of pressure there towards the top side.
And we get the Victor lock in here. So I really like NONGSHIM's team composition besides the Renekton, right? I think that if you lock in an Ornn there, all of a sudden you get like a super cohesive front-to-back team fight. You have the Victor, you have double front line. Because now I feel like their engage is going to be a lot harder. Now T1, of course, is going to engage in them. That's something that we said that might be a problem for them. Leona single-handedly solves that problem. And the backline dive that T1 has here is really, really impressive. But if I look at NONGSHIM, like, there's going to be a point at the game where no matter how far behind they are, they're going to be relevant, right? Like, this is a comp with a lot of inevitability. Even if Rich has a really rough laning phase, which recently has been a little bit of a problem,
Yeah.
I still personally feel like T1 here should have an edge, especially considering how comfortable the players that they have looked on these champions.
I think when you're talking about, yeah, the amount of skill that you have on the picks that you can see right here, not to mention the fact that Kai'Sa is busted at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
This composition does look good, but I'm glad that you did mention that there is a lot of power on the side of NONGSHIM. I think the Renekton's just it's mind-boggling, right? Imagine Gangplank. Imagine Gangplank in this position.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he hard smashes the lane and also provides peel with his cannon barrage, global pressure with the cannon barrage. Like, an incredible pick. Also, Rich is pretty good at the champion. Camille also fits quite nicely. You can run 4-1 in that case, and they have a great 4 as wave clear with the Victor, of course.
Yeah.
There are so many options that would not have been Renekton in this case. But we'll just have to see. Maybe Rich has got something up his sleeve that he wants to prove as we hop on the Rift for game number 1 and Chronicler's debut cast and Zeus' debut game. Wow, what a day of debuts.
A lot of debuts. As we see neither team really wanting to immediately go crazy here, which is nice, you know, gives you and me some time to get acquainted.
Yep, I actually just assumed that nothing was going to happen.
Yeah, that was probably the right call. I did not. Faker with a little bit of a throwback here, gone for the lethal tempo. We've recently seen more like the Comet in particular.
Yeah.
Lethal tempo, of course, a good old team fighting tool.
Yeah, it was more of that late game choice. You were talking about this the other day, actually. The fact that we've not seen quite as much lethal tempo recently. But, you know, Faker is he's definitely a veteran of the Azir. And so he may as well pick that one up for himself. Baron, by the way, is spawning in 18 minutes and 40 seconds. Not sure why we have that timer up there right now. I think everyone knows that it's 20 minutes at this point, but that's fine. Just got to make sure that we know when the Baron's coming. Maybe this is the LCK informing us that, yes, in fact, this is going to be a slow early game as the T1 rookies. Here is the LCK debut of Zeus. And, oh my goodness, 31st of January, 2004.
Yeah.
If there's anything that's going to make me feel old, it's going to be a it's going to be a birth date like that.
Yeah. That is very young. When I was 17, I would not have been ready to play a really high stakes game of League of Legends, and
I was almost 17 when he was born.
Yeah.
I was 16. I was literally 16 when he was born.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a certified boomer status.
I am absolutely a boomer. And I wear the badge with pride. As Hook is going to go wide here towards the bottom side of the map. Dr. and Kellen still just trying to take control of the lane. As you saw, the Xayah stats certainly showing why we've been seeing a lot of Xayah picked into the Kai'Sa. As Peanut just mowing through his jungle. Both of these junglers actually going pretty quickly as LM wanting to try and deny this, and Peanut has actually no idea as he kites his way in. There's the watch out Eep that he has to definitely watch out for. And this is going to be a steal. Peanut already on the back foot. This could be disastrous.
Oh, he's going to go in. Is he?
Yeah.
No, he's... Oh, maybe.
Gets the ward
Alan doesn't
down.
have smite.
Yeah, no smite available, but watch out. Eep does enough damage, apparently. Oh, no.
Oh, Alan, this is bullying.
This is not very fair at all. As you can see, Rich actually being pretty aggressive onto Zeus. I'm going to probably say Zeus a couple of times.
That's okay.
because sometimes I just read, you know, and
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
It's problematic.
So let's dive into that a little bit, because the fact that Udyr, like one of his biggest strengths is the clear speed that he has throughout every stage of the game. It's also the reason why his Phoenix speed or Phoenix stance is going to get nerfed on 11.3. And thus far, we haven't really seen teams trying to capitalize and kind of deal with that. Now, Lilia's clear speed early on is also exceptional. And thanks to the priority that Zeus and Faker had, Alan could just walk up and he knew like there's nothing that can happen. If Bay or Rich try to roam, my lane is what immediately punished them. And already, nice little start here for T1.
Yeah, LM definitely doing well. You can see bottom side certainly doing okay for NONGSHIM, which is what we came to expect. I think this is going to be a battle of, you know, T1 solo laners probably being stronger, especially in the laning phase. But NONGSHIM being able to rely on the hard carry potential of good old Doctor and Kellen as well, especially with Kellen's Thresh here. His Thresh has just been so good this season. So look out for them as the game goes on. But right now, like you say, it's a pretty good start for T1. Peanut not wanting to be outdone. He's going to take some rocks away from LM where he can. His puppy's going down, and he will take some time on his chicken camp. So this one should be a decent steal for Peanut to try and catch back up. But he's already falling a little bit behind.
Is he going to repeat it? Does he get to the brush? Oh, he doesn't.
Oh no. Ellen spots him out, but does move on away as now Bay. He's done a fair bit of damage to Faker here, as you can see, but both of them gone through all of their mana. Faker through his health bar as well. But no harm, no foul. Should be able to make it out. As Doctor is going to pull some feathers back. Gumi usually taking a bit of damage there, but not really any issues either. So have a look at how this continues to go on as Rich thinking about a back or maybe just catching this wave as Zeus is relentlessly pushing towards him.
Yeah, Renekton into Gnar, and then also, yeah, I'm gonna really follow you here, as you said earlier. Not a huge fan of it while Faker shoves in here, because it just seems like there's so many better options, and if you do go for the Renekton here, then I do want to see attention towards that. Well, like the Victor and the Zaya and Thresh are very self-sufficient. We can see how self-sufficient with Dokdam and Kalin starting off really well here. Faker goes in.
Yep, gets the flash out of Bay. Fantastic trade. And Ellen didn't even need to show himself either if he didn't want to. So high value in the mid lane as Faker's looking angry. He had a rest last week, you know. Now he's come back with a vengeance. Try and get towards that 600th game. He's hoping to end this with 599 because that means a 2-0. And he's also hoping that T1 wins those two games as well. 0-2, definitely not the way you want to go.
That is as very painful, because that is, of course, what happened last week when they played against the Freaka. And we see now a roam from Kalin here. And I feel like Peanut is pretty vengeful, Atlas. Like, he got his red stolen, and he's permanently looking. But we do see the pings going down, because they, of course, know with the vision placed in the bot side jungle and them gone for so long that something is going on. Something fishy is happening.
I don't know whether Kellen has been spotted on exactly this brush. There's a carrier about coming through. Look, should be the Rift Scuttler lockdown for Peanut. There's carrier face checks. Hook is going to miss onto Ellen though, as Kellen's in a lot of trouble. Faker doesn't have the Emperor's Divide, but they're not going to need it. That's going to be Zeus picking up first blood. Welcome to the LCK, my friend. Able to grab first blood. Faker picks up the next one, and NONGSHIM find themselves well and truly on the back foot.
And I'm fairly certain that T1 knew exactly where Kellen was, even though they had no vision of him, because the way that Carrier walked in, immediately used his W, and had like the auto reset ready. He was like, I know you're there, Kellen, and just gonna go straight on top of him. The problem there was that NONGSHIM couldn't really hard commit on that fight, because even though Rich had priority, the fact that Zeus had his Gnar bar ready meant that if you actually go for a fight like somewhere in the corridors of those jungle, you're gonna get slammed to the wall.
Yeah, it was just an inopportune move for NONGSHIM. Felt a little bit like desperation as well, where Peanut's like, well, I'm behind. I need to try and do everything that I can to try and get this back in my favor. This is going to be the Drake just delivered over to NONGSHIM. They did have priority, and of course, Kai'Sa was going for a reset, so no ability to actually contest. So that's going to be good news. Ocean's going to be the next one, and then we'll have a Cloud Soul, as per usual. I'm
certain Carrier knows. Like, look at how he moves in here. Like, he's ready. He
Yeah.
sees it coming, and then they think about going in, but there's also a little bit of miscommunication because I don't think Bay had to die there. Like, both Peanut and Rich already backed off, and then Bay just keeps like walking forward for a little bit too long. That was definitely first blood, but it could have not been a second kill as well.
And the second kill, I think, is actually really important because that puts Faker in a massively winning position in the mid lane as well. On his Azir, that's only going to get more difficult to deal with. And like you mentioned, he's got the lethal tempo, which does scale a lot better than that of the Comet variety. So scary stuff. And yep, your first pause.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad. We're not messing around, you know? We're going to make sure that, you know, we get to have some Dutch stories here, and we'll find out exactly what this pause is about. But I like to think that the players just paused so that you guys could get to know Chronicler a little bit better. As maybe you could, maybe we could go back to, you know, some of the things that we were talking about in the Pog State, and you could let everyone know who you are, because of course there's a lot of people that are just tuning in. They're like, who the heck is this guy?
Yeah. What, you know, where did they pick him up?
Yeah.
So everyone, I'm Chronicler. I'm a Dutch I'm a Dutch caster, and I had to throw it out there. Very Dutch.
Yeah, no, I like it.
You might not hear it, but it's definitely there. I mean, at times you'll probably hear it, and I've been part of the ERL system for quite a while now. I've done a lot of games, and I'm really happy to be here because I've been an LCK. Everyone that you ask, I've been an LCK fan for very, very long, and I've always annoyed my friends with saying, no, the LCK is the best region, even when, you know, for 2 years they were not. And then when they were the best region, my friends were all rooting for Europe, and they were like, can you not? That would be very nice. But you know, that never really helped me back. And I've been both a play-by-play and a colorcaster in the Dutch and Belgian League. I've done EU Masters. I've done the UKLC, what is now the NLC, so the UK scene.
Yep.
And now I'm here.
Yeah, and we're very excited to have you here as well. Looking forward to what you're going to bring. And I think it's really cool as well because I feel like you've got a little bit more of an in-depth game style of commentary, whereas Wolf over the other side is definitely a lot more storyline and narrative driven. So it'll add some really cool light and shade, I think. And I'm very excited about what this team can get done. Because we had to say goodbye to the Valdanalyst, but I think that it's going to be okay because we have Chronicler here finally. That doesn't mean we say goodbye to Valdez, by the way, everyone. Valdez is still here. He's just a play-by-play, yes. as per usual.
There was some confusion around that when he tweeted. He was like,
yeah,
the Valdanalyst is gone. And everyone was really worried because it's like, wait, is Valdez leaving?
He's gone forever. We're never going to have Valdez. There's only supposed to be 3 commentators in the LCK at any one time.
There can only be 3, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's been for quite some time, you know? Yeah. We had 2018 especially. That was the year of Papa, who was just casting every single game, which he absolutely shouldn't have done because that was just too much. Absolutely too much. And then, thankfully, we had Papa and LS. But then it was just LS, and then, you know, it was just Wolf for the beginning of this year, and thankfully now we actually have a 4-person casting team, which is one of the things that I would have expected to often happen, but it just hasn't.
You
so
would,
much.
right? Yeah. It seems like it should be easy to have like 4 people that want to talk about video games.
Yeah, right. Speaking of video games, the video games have been delayed for a little bit because our friend Zayas over here is having some frame rate issues. So I think he's settling in very, very well. I think as soon as you're, you know, complaining about your computer screwing up, like that's when you know you've crossed the threshold into being a true gamer. So we're hoping to make sure that we get this all sorted. You can see referees, everyone there, even got a guy on the phone. So maybe that's a conference call. So there might even be 17 people working on this one problem right now. So don't worry. We are sparing no expense when it comes to getting this one sorted and getting back into the game as soon as possible.
I gotta be honest.
Otherwise, yeah, it's taking some
time. Usually when I have like frame rate problems or ping problems, then I feed really hard, and Zayas just got like the first blood in the first game that he ever played on the LCK stage. And
I normally feed really hard and then don't actually make any issue of it and just say, oh no, I got frame rate problems. That's why I'm feeding. Sorry guys.
Or a bad jungler, right? That's a classic.
I actually hate it when my computer's working just fine because then I've got nothing to blame other than myself.
And you're
being
kind
terrible.
of confronted with your own mediocrity. Like who wants that?
It's a real problem. No one wants to be forced to be self-aware. That's absolutely the worst thing. Imagine that, having to come to terms with the fact that you're not the best player of League of Legends ever.
That you're not
Hang
perfect.
Hang on a second. This is I think we've solved solo queue. We've figured out the problem. We understand why.
Maybe
if everyone's the best, no one's the best, Chronicler.
Maybe that's how everyone feels, and that's why people get really mean to each other in chat. It's looking good, by the way. I see headsets going on.
Yes, I think we might be getting back into it. How's your experience been so far? Have you played any solo queue? I know we've played a few games together, but have you experienced what it's like playing League of Legends in Korea as opposed to over in Europe?
Yeah, so the big thing for me was that, of course, I'm unranked, right? So like you get thrown into like kind of mixed lobbies. Mechanically, I can genuinely say that I was super impressed. Like every game is Yone, Katarina, and or Yasuo. But we're gonna put a pin in that because I feel like the level of gameplay that we're gonna be watching here is a little more relevant.
Yeah, probably a little bit higher.
I mean, don't stretch it, right? Like, it's only Fakers. Like he hasn't played 600 games yet.
No, that's true. That's true. This is only a 597 gamer right now.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, not impressed. Not yet.
But as you were pointing out before we got into the pause, the kill going to Faker is indeed very relevant. Even though this lineup will have an insane amount of damage, just through the virtue of their champions, I do feel like Faker, over the course of his career, has consistently shown that every resource that you give him, he kind of uses multiplicatively. So, low resources means good Faker, and then high resources can mean really, really good Faker. So, very happy with that. We'll also accelerate his item spike, and Azir, of course, especially with the lethal tempo build, very reliant as Zeus goes in here.
Yeah, he's looking for Rich right now. Good ward in that brush to make sure that Rich can't soak any of that damage. He loses half of his health bar for free,
and
as the wave is going to be pushing into him, so the Renekton's not going to lose out on too much.
That little dodge, the Call the Meek as well. Like, that makes me happy. Also signed to Rich, but I don't know, man.
I don't know
about the Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know about the Renekton anyway. I don't think it wouldn't matter who he was playing against, to be perfectly honest. I don't really like that decision. Reminds me a little bit of DRX's drafts recently, which have been like, just pick bad top lane matchups and do nothing about it. And it just hasn't really been working. So I'm hoping that this sees the punishment that it deserves. And we're going to see that decision not made. Good playback there, but Kellen's still dead. Ellen comes in, steals that one away. And Doctor, he's just going to walk this one out. Does still have Featherstorm, so he's not dying anytime soon. But still 3-0 now for T1. This is looking clean.
It really is, and this is something that we've seen T1 do before. Well, for me, the big test is going to be is how well can they now accelerate this lead and kind of keep it together, because that has been their problem, right? Even though Doctum's still sitting on a 20 CS lead, the continuous pushing does have a price if you're not warding diligently. Peanut was in the general area, but with the hard engage of Leone, you really gotta kind of take into account that you're gonna die very, very quickly.
Yes. Well, Faker over here loses his control ward, but otherwise he's going to be A-okay. Peanut moves his way in. He's got a far too cooler skin. Like, I don't like this one very much.
You want Goofy.
Yeah, I know. Where is it? As, okay. Faker just going to get the flash before even using the Emperor's Divide. Which means Bay's basically dead whenever Faker wants. And like you were saying, like, Faker with resources, that's real scary. Faker with agency that you can't do anything about, that's terrifying. And now he's got turret plates as well. Oh god. This is definitely a series for Faker to have his 600th game opportunity. As Zeus possibly in trouble here as Peanut's trying to lock him down. The Narbar coming on through. Really good game sense from Zeus to make sure that he can get towards Faker, who flashes.
Oh no!
Zeus is still alive, and they're asleep. It's a double kill for the Lilia. And pack it up, boys. We're going to game 2, T1, 1-0. All right.
Oh, what an absolute tragedy for NONGSHIM REDFORCE. They try to make the play on Zeus there, but oh, the teleport advantage utilized so well. Zeus also with the presence of mind to kite back into the rest of his team. This is as bad as it gets, honestly, though. And look here, there's no vision. There's no support.
Oh, so sick.
Yeah. Okay, so you know what we were saying earlier about T1, you know, keeping it together so far?
100%.
You know, I really appreciate that they showed this kind of level of gameplay on my debut game. It was really nice of them. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think someone obviously, you know, messaged over to, you know, our mate Joe Mar, and we were like, hey man, so it's Chronicles' first game. Can we just like, can we get Faker back out? Can Zeus debut as well, please? That'd be really cool. Like, I think he deserves this. And yeah, and Joe was just like, yeah, no, that sounds great, man.
Of course, yeah. You know.
Definitely wasn't what happened, by the way.
Absolutely not.
I think it's probably more of a professional decision, but
I'd say so, yeah.
Yep. Anyway, we'll see whether this does mean that it's curtains, because of course it's not. I went a little bit overboard there, but it is still a 3,000 gold lead with Tier 1's composition scaling very, very well, like you say. And it's a Lilia completely destroying an Udyr in the jungle. As Peanut's trying to catch himself back up with a gank towards the bottom side that Gumayusi and Keria seem to have absolutely no interest in. As Faker's roaming down as well. That's going to be the stun from Keria. Peanut taking a bit of damage from that Void Seeker. The hook's going to go wide, and this is just a free Drake over to T1.
Yeah, I'm actually happy that NONGSHIM don't like try to commit harder there, because Bay can't move, right? Like, he's locked in the lane, he can't do anything because of, well, thank you, Faker. Because of that, like if he's even an inch more forward, he dies. If Keria roams, he dies. And the item spikes that have already been hit, with Faker hitting his Sultan boots as well as Leandry's, means that trying to fight into that requires you to have like such a good angle, and you just don't. Right, like if you maybe had something that could hard engage or something that could reliably get something done there, if Keria or Guma makes a mistake and they get caught, then you can try to look for the play. But NONGSHIM look for it, they recognize, okay, T1's not making an error, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, and look, at this state of the game as well, you can understand why they're playing a little bit more reserved, because this is certainly going to be a game that they're going to have to try and pick up the pieces of, and whether they can even do that is going to be a worry. And I love that when we were talking about this game earlier on, we were like, the bottom lane for NONGSHIM are really good. The rest of the map has to try and meet them at that level, and that's exactly what we're seeing, right? We're seeing what the problems are for NONGSHIM, and the problems are not Doctarm. Doctarm is super good, but unfortunately, the rest of his teammates just not really standing up there with him. Outside of, you know, the CS being okay. The 5 kills, really bad news, but, you know, at least Rich is within touching distance. Bay was also ahead in farm before he went for that reset. So that's definitely good news. But these turret plates and, you know, the amount of control that T1 has had, that's where it gets scary.
And that's the main thing that I want to see as, oh, LM. Oh, you're making a lot of people very happy there, as he's picked up the Moonstone. Probably going to go into Zhonya's next. I don't even know if he'll go for the Moon stuff as well, but because first you got to get the Zhonya's right. But with how much gold they've been able to pick up thus far, they're probably fine. But what I want to see from T1 now is actually keep discipline and keep converting these leads, because this has happened before, but T1 has then had the tendency to like make very questionable plays. Thus far, does not look like they're doing that at all. They're pushing the envelope constantly as Keria goes in.
Whoa, the big old flash forward as there's the Gravity Storm. Does do decently, but the stun down, and that is a very, very dead Bay. The Watch Out Eat doesn't necessarily work, but thankfully Solar Flare stuns for about 3 trillion years. And so that is definitely a dead Victor. On the bottom side of the map, though, Doctarm is able to push through and grab himself that outer turret. Gumayusi just sitting here, waiting to pick up this wave. Let's see whether he's actually going to go aggressive. Absolutely not, because that is a very strong Xayah towards the bottom side.
And already the map control for T1 is insane, right? Because Zeus can just proxy farm the wave there. Rich has no choice but to back, because one of two things happens. Either you try to contest and you don't have any vision, you just saw LM and Keria there, and then you probably die, so he just has to take the back. Nothing you can really do, and it already feels like this is the T1 that people have expected since the start of the split, right? Like, you see these names, and this is kind of what we've been looking for.
Yeah, and this is what we saw actually in the first week, right? There was a lot of people that were getting excited about this squad as Zeus just clears out the wave with his ultimate. I like that. You know, just go in. It's on a very short
Get the
cooldown.
creepies.
Yeah, throw them red dots away and then go back home. As we're going to see this once again. This is just classic carrier. Just he's going in, guys. It's just what he does.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about this, but I think we all saw what happened. Like,
Yeah, right.
like, Bay is there, and unfortunately there was a ton of hard engage. And losing control of the map with this composition from NONGSHIM is a really big problem, because yes, the wave clear is really good, but because they only have they have pick potential, right, in the form of a hook, and that's pretty much it, right? Like, that's kind of a problem, considering the amount of mobility and power and hard engage that is available from T1. And NONGSHIM are still inevitably going to reach a point where engaging on them from T1's perspective is going to be really, really hard, right? Because the kiteback potential, trying to fight into a choke against Victor Zaya in the late game, is never going to work. But what T1 is doing right now is snowballing the rest of the map to an extent that even if you do take a bad team fight, which, considering T1's track record thus far, might still happen, even though right now it doesn't look that likely, you're still fine.
Okay. You know, just taking a lot of free damage. It's going to be okay. Has a lantern. As another Solar Flare lands, Dr. has to Featherstorm, Flash, Cleanse, everything. All of the buttons now on cooldown. And we're moving towards a Mountain Drake that's going to be up in 10 seconds time. And the Zaya, she ain't fighting.
No. And that's also, you know, your Flash gone. And it's so hard for NONGSHIM, because now you're just leading objective left and right. You're really getting out-tempoed, and Zeus can just make plays like this and not get punished. Because, again, they have no vision, right? Like, never mind. They're the control ward there. But still, even that's even worse. Even with the vision, they can't really do anything. They can't really get anything going. And Faker can just solo the Drake. And you were kind of saying it in Just Atlas, but this does feel like the type of game where as NONGSHIM just like, well then.
What's happening in game number 2? Oh,
yeah.
Guys, imagine if we had Gangplank in this game. Maybe it would have been better.
You know, I know how everyone loves to rag on Renekton, and I don't even like it. I don't think it was a good pick, but I don't think the Renekton here was the pick. I think I'd like to flip it around. I think T1 is a team that seemingly, at least for this game, is looking much more like the team that we expected. They're making incredibly proactive plays. They're using their early game priority in a way to kind of hold Peanut down. And yes, he's Udyr, he's still 20 farm up. But the lack of early agency that NONGSHIM had has snowballed so incredibly quickly into mid and bot lane. Out is down, 2 Drakes already given up, Rift Herald's given up, and just a general lack of control, constant bleeding of objectives and summoners, and NONGSHIM just can't really do anything.
We'll see where they can turn it. Of course, they do have, like you say, decent kiteback potential, things like that. Dr. still exists. It's a 4,000 gold lead, nothing insurmountable, but I just feel like this is a T1 that is looking so much cleaner, and it feels like, I don't know, this is one of those games where they're just trying to tell everyone, like, hey, stop being mean. Yes, we lost to Afrika, but I think Afrika were overperforming in that series. That was not necessarily, you know, T1 looking absolutely terrible and then a bad team beating them. It was Afrika just looking stronger than they have all season long, in my personal opinion.
Yeah,
Dread especially, right?
Yeah,
like, he played very, very well.
Yeah.
But this is a very different roster from T1, and maybe this is more like what we're going to see as the year goes on, because there has been a decent amount of experimentation, and spring season is certainly a time where you can do that.
And T1 in general, they look super good. They're constantly playing forward, they're constantly pushing. But this is the part of the game where this is the real litmus test for me, right? Because this is where T1 previously kind of fell apart or overextended, went for a play that didn't work out. Because now the obvious objectives are gone. So besides the top lane turret that inevitably is going to fall very rapidly, you now have 2 options as T1. You can try and make aggressive plays by really choking out the jungle and denying more and more resources. Rich, you are not allowed to do that, my man.
Well, I mean, he does have a turret, theoretically, but let's see whether that does anything at all, as the tower's going to go down, and they're not going to go after the Renekton. So it looks like it's the objective play rather than the crocodile play. And Bay's down here towards the bottom side, actually getting some decent damage on the inner turret as Peanut comes around, looks for carrier. And there's the Solar Flare going completely wide.
2 teleports available.
Let's see whether they actually go for anything. It looks like the answer is going to be no, as the bowling ball just flies on past. Not looking like a strike at this stage.
I feel
T1
like
moving up.
Yeah, I feel like T1 could have punished Rich there, but the teleport was available from Bay, and they didn't have full control of the jungle. So maybe they're like, you know, don't necessarily need to push it here, and considering their track record in recent games, so I can't blame them, as Peanut is a very, very, very fast bear slash tiger slash, you know, Phoenix.
Man, bear, tiger, Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. No goofy skin though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. We can't use all of our fun names.
Keep coming back to that. Yeah, I mean, that's the real reason why I watch the LCK, in my personal experience at least. You know, League of Legends is fun and all, but...
I don't know what Peanut's doing. He's just sort of hanging around being frustrating.
Just clearing waves.
Yeah, proxy farming.
Yeah.
Wanting to make sure he gets to his items as quickly as possible. Don't blame him.
They have no, like, T1 has no vision on the top side of the map, right? So that looks really troll, because it looks like you can hard engage, but T1 are not going to risk it. But it does look very funny if you know where everyone is on the map.
Yep.
Game has slowed it down a little bit, and this is to me T1 just saying, like, guys, we're going to play this, no flips, no outs, just play for Mountain Soul and keep it at that.
Oh, Carrier, he doesn't want that at all as he gets flayed back. Eclipse is going to go off as the teleport does come through. Bay in the backline quite nicely, but Rich immediately has to get out, and Faker does a lot of damage at Conquering Sands. Terrifying is, oh, that was not the time to Blade Caller. Docdom does manage to flash out, but in goes Gumayushi, and Elam's going to take a nap underneath this turret. Does go golden. That should try and keep him alive, but he's still going to be dead. And that is another engage. The re-engage towards the top side. Bay's going to go down immediately. Peanut now running for the hills. The Crocodile going to be in trouble. And the sleep finally does come down. I actually thought Elam used that before, but not actually going to get baited by the stopwatch, and had it for exactly when he needed it. And this could just be Baron for T1.
Oh, most definitely. And I want to see a replay there, because Docdom cleansed. And I don't know if I missed that he cleansed something else, or if he was too early on the cleanse on the Leona ultimate, because that is not something you can really afford. And T1, this continuous pressure, this constant forcing of the summoners, has been working out so well for them. Even though this looks kind of suspect at the beginning, because they go in here, Carrier feels forced to flash just to make sure that T1 doesn't have to fight into them. But then this engage coming in here, look at that.
Yeah, and it was weird. It was like he pressed Blade Caller instead of Featherstorm. Almost like it was an odd mistake. But anyway, Helen gets taken down, and basically the beginning of that fight was the fight.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, it was immediately over, because that's your main damage source. Victor's way too far forward as a result, because you have no pressure whatsoever. You've given up the Soul Point Drake, so now the next one that T1 get is basically very bad news. And also Baron. And now we're getting closer and closer to the point in the game where even if you are the biggest NONGSHIM fan, you're like, this game is probably not going to be it. Because if you look at the item spikes, right, like, yes, Rich has the Gold Drink Hysteric. That's really good. But so does Zeus, and he has also a Branduin's Omen. And that's like just a...
2 levels ahead. It's a level 16 Gnar.
Yeah. So, and that's like the feeling that you get in every single lane, right? Like, it's not bad. Zeus?
Yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble here as he does get Mega Gnar. There is the Gnar back. It's going to get rid of 3 of them for now. We'll see whether he can move fast enough. They're going to bring an extra person as Asterix does go off. In he goes once again. That's the double one. The sleep comes down. Zeus is unkillable in this game. What the hell was that? Almost the triple kill there as the Empress Divide gets rid of Rich. He flashes on back in. He wants to try and take down Faker, but he just doesn't have enough damage. It's a double kill for the Azir in the end, and this may just be the game.
Can you get a more perfect introduction to the LCK? What a debut coming out here from Zeus, because that looked like everyone would have forgiven him if he died there, right? Like, it's happened. It happens.
Yeah, of course.
It's your first game. It's fine. But instead, he turns it around, and T1 is looking a lot better today, Atlas.
I think so too. I think they're onto something with this particular roster as in goes Faker, looking for a bit of damage there onto Kellen. He's free food. Peanut's going to be the same thing. Sort of like the bag of peanuts that you get when you're on the aeroplane and they bring you over a glass of water or something like that. Not exactly the performance that you wanted to see out of NONGSHIM REDFORCE, but for T1 fans, this is absolutely a sigh of relief. And for those of us that have been waiting for Zeus to debut, this is exactly what we wanted out of this very hyped up top laner for T1.
And I think that a lot of people were already going to be happy if Zeus came in, he had an okay performance, right? Like if you went just completely even, mediocre, give Kana some room to breathe as well, because Kana's obviously had a really rough split, not looking like his form of the past year at all. But then to come in like this and absolutely smash it in a lane that, okay, I'm going to say, you know, he got the blind pick, and then NONGSHIM didn't capitalize, and yeah, that was unfortunate. But like I said, the Renekton, I think it's an easily solvable mistake. But what is really the key point and the takeaway for me here is that T1, they played proactive. They were constantly making plays from minute 3, right? Like that deep invade, and then this play from Zeus.
Oh, just incredible stuff. Let's have a look at it again. Break it down for us, Chronicler.
Because this is the point where, like, I was thinking in my head, you know, it happens. It's fine, Zeus. We get caught in the side lane. It happens to the best of us. But even though he uses the Mega Knot, and here comes the Randuin's in as well, he goes for this immense re-engage, and he is so incredibly tanky. The immediate follow-up that comes in from Gumeyushi, and just the amount of gold that's in the pockets here for T1, and Zeus can just sit there and be, okay, you know?
Oh my god, and he survives as well.
That is a tilter. That is a straight up tilter. And that's where the item advantage comes in, right? That's where the continuous, super proactive play from T1 gets rewarded. Because this also feels like the kind of fight T1 would have taken, even if they weren't as far up. And maybe in a different universe, that's where it goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
That's where, like, all of a sudden he gets turned around. But instead, they look amazing. He does the most damage in the game, Atlas. This is his first LCK game ever.
This is nutty. And look, he had a great lane, he had a great start, you know, everything did work out for Zeus, but you know, they relied on him to push that victory forward, and he absolutely did so. A 26-minute victory here for T1. And after losing a game to a Freak of Freaks and then having that performance, damn, that's exactly what you want to see. You better put in your POG vote, my friend. And I was sure that it was going to be Ellen, but maybe after that Zeus has to get it. It's this is a tough one. I'm glad I don't have to vote anymore.
I'm not gonna. I mean, no, yeah.
This is a tough one for your first game, my friend.
It's a really rough one, but you got to give it to the debut, right? It's too good.
Yep. I don't think anyone can blame you for that one. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2. Let's see if T1 can do it again.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was not hard.
가비 여기 나도 죽나? 할 수 있어? 일단 빼볼게. 어때? 살만해? 살만하다. 봐주자. 빨리 미돈 드롭 쫄게. 나 5초 기다려. 5초. 다 나가거든. 천천히 깨져봐. 쏠라리 날아와봐. 나 살았네. 야. 왼쪽. 내가 봐봐. 전화 있어. 이용. 한번 끝난다. 가자. 이거 우디를 플래시
할만하다?
옛날만 할만해. 내가 우디를 막 할게. 그냥 뛰면은 라인만
맞아.
뜨는 것만 생각해.
아무메 나도 아무메
스타워 치면 끝나.
끝나 나온다 때리면 열려
때리면 열리는 거야. 무조건 해야 돼 지금 상대.
안돼
그지 그만 나와야지.
아니 무시해
그지
때리면 열려
그지 때리면 열려. 그지
열어버려
그지 그만 나와야 돼.
잡아 어디로
그지 그만 나와야지. 그지
Look for another. He's like, oh, I didn't get the penta last time. Coming for it this time. Look at the damage.
He gets a lot of damage here as Ruler will get stunned up as USS. There's the Emperor's Divide you were looking for. Will Killer Instinct right into the backline, flashes over, and this is why he held on to it. They wanted to get it 2 versus 4.
Now in the front line, Kana desperately trying to get the follow-up engage, but won't be able to. Everyone's so low. Health bars here on the side of Liv Sandbox. They want to get that engage, but Teddy's still very healthy. Is that wall gonna knock up Leo here? He's gonna have to be the damage, but it is not enough. They're being kited down here in the little alcove, and that is gonna be the ace for T1. They play out that very precarious situation extremely well.
Now Lehen's going to go in. A lot of damage there onto Rich towards the backside as Red Health Bar is going extraordinarily low. Bang! Once again tries to be a hero, but he's not going to be able to fly. He's going to pick up that mantle. Goes golden in exactly the right time as it's a triple kill for the Olaf somehow. Make it a quadra. He was first pick for a reason, Valdez. It was genius all along. That was fantastically played, but Brendan Volley's still going to do a fair bit of work as Beryl goes for the engage, but he gets completely interrupted. Life now trying to run out of this one. Four-man Naru to the wall as Rascal finds a four-man wallop afterwards, gets congratulated with that first blood. And
NONGSHIM is just frontlining. As Doran, not sure about that charge, but a lot of damage coming out from the Azir. The follow-up from Doran, not good enough. As the Featherstorm finally does come out, but here comes Hybrid, finally has his moment to shine. And is there enough damage to take him out? I don't think so. This has been the problem. Yucal unbelievably low, but it just does not matter. He's got double stopwatch as he always does, and Hybrid is just too much of a threat. This is going to be a pentakill, no doubt, for the Kai'Sa, unless Rich gets the kill. Never mind.
Zeus got
He was trying so hard, and Zeus was like, yeah, you got this covered, right?
대상 발견. 사람 보냈고. 둘 처치 완료. 이제 셋이다. 네 명. 잡았다. 이제 다.
Welcome back everybody for the first match of February, and T1 takes on NONGSHIM REDFORCE, and today's analyst desk will be joined by Subin-Yoon, Midori, and Kuro. And this is Susan with the translation. It's been 4 weeks already, almost halfway there to the end of the regular split. But first, let's take a look at T1's roster and their draft. Zeus making his debut here in the LCK, and they are now looking to find a comeback of their momentum. Both teams, they have a very strong stats coming out down on the bottom lane, so they had a lot of early lock-in for the marksman champions. And T1 was really smart answering NONGSHIM's rotation, especially around Udyr. Udyr is a champion that requires a lot of lane priority. So as soon as they saw Udyr locked in, they actually just instantly locked down Gnar and Azir, champions that can also get some priority in the laning phase for the most of the matchups. And NONGSHIM kind of target banned J4 and Pantheon, which was not really that effective to win this game. I think NONGSHIM made a very poor decision with the first 3 picks. So Udyr is kind of champion. They actually have to play around the lane control. I think NONGSHIM, after that Xayah pick, they should have locked in either Azir or Gnar, especially because they banned out Twisted Fate. I think Azir was becoming more and more important in this pick and ban. So Gnar or Azir could have been a much better answer for R2 pick for NONGSHIM. And Kura, Victor specialist, is pretty sure that this draft was not the perfect comp for Victor to pop off. Let's say we can switch the name tags or the team tags for both teams. Maybe this could have been a little bit different if they were able to get more lane priority around Udyr, but still, we want to point out that T1 really made a nice decision, guaranteeing that lane priority in the early picks for the solo laners. Now let's move on to this replay. We had a lot of roam coming out from the support player, and Kellen got rid of that control ward, but he got spotted by the other ward. So T1 was fully aware of the rotation coming out from Thresh. Liliad also, with this information, he meticulously makes a move, and a lot of pings go down onto this Thresh. So Leona goes in, and Zeus also controlled the Gnar bar really well in order to participate this upcoming team fight. So T1 scored double kill with this early skirmish. I think T1 is showing an improved teamwork on today's match. T1 was having a lot of heads up for the potential play coming out from the opponents, and the map rotation was really on point. T1 was performing really poorly in the previous match, but it's really impressive to see that they are coming back with a redeemed performance, and they were able to tidy up some of their issues. And that was the first kill going over to Zeus in his debut game. And let's take a look at the counter again coming out from T1 with the voice comms of the players. He was making a call. I think they're ganking top. Can you guys give me a backup? Can you guys watch me? So Lim and Faker are like, we're watching, we're coming. And just nice. And clean double kill picked up by the 3 players on the side of T1. Very controlled and concise calls coming back and forth, and we wanted to find out who made this kind of proactive calls, because Azir, prior to this kill, actually he was able to win the mind game and force the flash out of Victor, so they were able to use their Herald and gain a huge agenda around the top side of the map. So we wanted to find out like who made a call in order to rotate top, and it was Zeus actually who asked for backup. And Korean commentator actually really complimented that Zeus doesn't really look like a rookie player because he looks so confident and also comfortable at the same time in his first match of a professional career. T1 this time around, they were able to transpire their lead into a game victory, but the POG votes looked pretty tricky, so let's check it out. And Carrion will pick it up on the Leona pick. First POG of the split, interesting. I think Leona, even though this is not the best matchup into Thresh, but Carrion knew how to kind of capitalize the lead whenever he gained one. And I think he was a centerpiece that allowed T1 to open up more space during fights. And he looked super confident with his move, the way he landed his skills, the way he kind of went in aggressively with Flash. Kira is really good at making some of the kills. He's always making bold decisions and making it actually worth. However, this game as well, mid laner also hold a very solid priority, which also connected to LM's jungle priority. So I think all of the players were playing really well, but we can definitely say Kyria was the playmaker on the side of T1 in game number 1. But a very controversial vote going over to this POG, but Zeus was also really close to picking up that POG, but Kyria locks it down with 4 votes into his pocket. Now it's time to move on to game number 2, T1 versus NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the extraordinary translation, as per usual. And welcome back to the caster desk, or what would be a caster desk if we were sitting at a caster desk. We are otherwise still just at home. I am still Atlas. This is still Chronicler. And let's get into game number 2. It is going to be a substitution. Gumayushi out. Teddy is in. Oh my god. Okay, I'm actually really excited about this because this is getting towards my ideal T1 roster. I know we all have different opinions, but I still think that Teddy's reliability is almost second to none when it comes to any player in the LCK. So very excited to see what this means. What do you think about it, Chronicler?
When I was still allowed to be biased for people, I was a Teddy fanboy. Now, of course, I've completely shed that, you know. I am now 100% impartial. All jokes aside...
Oh yeah, me too. Yep.
Yeah, all jokes aside, I think what's really interesting to me is that currently T1's weakness is that they have too many players, right? They have a 10-man roster, and it looks incohesive. But what if, by the end of spring, by the end of the year, their strength becomes that they have 10 players? That they can actually pull switches like this off in high-profile best-of-5s? Like, if you actually get to that, like, dream state, that's insane, right? And I think that that's what T1 is trying to do thus far. Clearly hasn't really worked out. But I would also encourage everyone to, I think that what we're seeing here, yet again, is T1, I think, is going to commit to this rotary style of play.
I actually really like it because I think that you can utilize different players on different sides of the map. When it comes to the draft, I think you can utilize a player that has a more shallow champion pool theoretically on the blue side, right? Because you get priority picks and you can try and play around that. And you can force different mind games onto your opposition, which means that they have to continually rethink how they handle these drafts. So I agree with you. I think that if you can do it effectively, it's very powerful. However, we haven't necessarily seen it work in the past, right? Like Afrika is the perfect example of it just not working because they tried to play their 10-man roster and it just, you know, it went from mediocre to mediocre every time it got switched around, and it felt like the cohesiveness, like you were talking about, just wasn't there. But we are well and truly into the pick and ban right now as Kalista, Na, and Azir all banned away from NONGSHIM, not allowing those priority first picks on these solo lanes to come through, and the Talia and Olaf both taken away. So once again, a bit of a jungle focus when we saw the bans go elsewhere last time around.
Expecting a Thresh or a Phalios ban here. If you don't as T1, then I would like to see them pick it away, because I think that regardless what the first pick is going to be here, because I don't think NONGSHIM is going to first pick. Oh, well, never mind. I was like,
I think they sort of have to, right?
You do, but it's NONGSHIM, and I kind of figured that they would just go, actually, we don't care, we want Doctum on Aphelios. Because now you're giving Aphelios Thrasher over, which I think T1 can lock in here without being really afraid of anything in particular.
I mean, Teddy is also one of our best Xayah players.
That is true.
At the same time, so they might just go for the matchup choice. But you're right. I mean, the sky's the limit, really, for what they want to do. And you can see that they're taking a bit of time to deliberate on what this pick's going to be. Udyr going to be the first lock-in, actually, as Elam's going to take that one away for himself. This is very curious, because Fina could just do the same thing to Elam that Elam did to him in Game 1.
I do agree, but I think a lot of that also came from the sub-bar lanes that were picked by NONGSHIM. The Renekton in particular, but also the Victor in the Azir early doesn't really have control of the lane. And if you do have winning lanes, then Udyr can do a lot more. And I think a TF would be a good one. Depends, of course, on the matchup that you get, because there are some matchups that into TF can get that prio early, but post 6, Udyr will be able to move around the map with impunity, right? And will be able to be backed up very easily, and that's why you can really kind of accelerate. And picks like Udyr, they need that early game to go well if they want to achieve like that kind of snowball. And in Nidalee pick here,
yeah, I mean, Renekton coming a mile away.
This is, again, I think if this is the first game and NONGSHIM go for this, I'm completely okay with it. But considering how the first game went, I'm not convinced that they can actually pull this off, right? Like, I'm not convinced they can pull off the Renekton Nidalee, exploit that power, like topside power, to the way that you need to if you really want to get any leverage out of these picks.
Well, we'll see what they do. I think this Xayah pick is exactly what they needed to do. You didn't want Teddy's champion pool to be too pinched, and Kai'Sa is just way too strong if you don't get a decent answer. So Xayah, of course, very understandable. And now we might see supports on the chopping block, but I imagine NONGSHIM probably want to take away some of these counter picks into the Renekton, make sure that Zeus is as uncomfortable as possible, because I think targeting a rookie, especially, you know, when he's, what, 17 and 4 days old?
Yeah.
You know, it's certainly a place where you could potentially find weakness. Didn't see it in game number 1, but could be an opportunity here in game number 2 as the Leona to be taken away. And this is sort of what we're expecting out of T1, making sure that Teddy and Keria have the best possible lane for themselves.
Also kind of setting up a Rakan pick, right? Like banning away some of the Rakan counters preemptively so you can force that out. That is a very classic Renekton pick that's or counter that's banned there. Goodbye, we say to the Quinn. Even though, I mean, we keep coming back to this, right? But like the Quinn, it feels like such a knife's edge matchup against the Renekton, even though it's technically favored. But if you look at Zeus's form in that first game, I'm actually pretty happy that NONGSHIM don't take the risk. I would not mind another topside ban here. Because, as already mentioned, if you do get a good matchup here, because this is, of course, the power of the Renekton, right? Like, he locks away. There's a lot of picks that you can't take into him. You can, of course, always put Zeus on the Ornn, but that does mean that you're forfeiting a lot of control over your lane. There is Rakan ban, because, as we said, that was kind of what they were signaling towards, and I don't really think that you want to give the Lovers duo to Teddy and Keria, because we already saw in the map move, if you didn't see that yet, you really should. The amount of spacing and like team fight prowess that Teddy has. Because Gumayushi, yes, his laning is amazing, even though last game he had a rough one. This, though, I'd be a big fan of this.
I'm already in love with this player. Zeus, Waterlord.
Even better.
This certainly does manage to crush lane as well. It's not bad. I actually would have loved Camille, just because Twisted Fate Camille, such a good combo. Camille lanes relatively well into the Renekton. Can get a little bit rough.
Yeah.
You certainly outscale pretty hard.
I agree.
But I think Jace is fine. You can still put on a lot of pressure, and it does give them a lot more poke around objectives at the same time.
I think with the Camille, the problem is that, like, in a vacuum, that matchup is pretty volatile, because Renekton with his Empowered W can really make your life miserable if you try to go for the short trades that Camille likes to do with Grasp and a Shield. And then I think Zeus can pilot that okay, but then if Peanut visits the top lane and you get ahead as Renekton, like, that's not playable. And I think the Jace is going to be able to, yet again, is going to draw a lot of pressure. But I feel like T1 and Zeus in particular, after that first game, I don't mind him drawing pressure. Like, throw all the pressure his way. That's completely fine. And this is really interesting, because now all of a sudden there technically is flex potential here, because this Set and Renekton duo, I'm expecting it to be Set mid, Renekton top, but you can in theory flex it around.
Yeah, this is a very interesting one. This is making sure that Peanut is going to be the carry, right? Doctorm can build a lot of magic damage as well, so if you're looking at damage variance and being like, too much AD, it's not actually the case, really, because Peanut's going to be doing a lot of damage. We've seen his Nidalee before, and he is 100% a hard carry when it comes to this pickup, has been for years, in fact. As the Kaiser as well will be doing about 60-40 or something like that, AD to AP damage. So this is a really interesting situation, and we'll have to see where the draft is going to sort of shake out. As you're expecting Set mid and the Renekton top does make a lot of sense, and that's likely what we're going to see.
However, NONGSHIM basically, there's two modes that you can play this. Either you snowball the early game, which, you know, is doable. You do have a lot of power in the setup that you have definitely with both your mid and your top lane. Your Rel makes it really, really easy for your Kaiser to, like, dive in deep and still get out safe. It's kind of mode 2 is just dive deep, right? Set Renekton into the back line, throw a Rel, attract and repel on top of it. But you're playing into Xayah fresh, and you're playing into a comp with a lot of kite back in the form of the Jace, the Twisted Fate, a lot of side lane control. This comp can also, I think the problem with the comp that you have here is that if you go for side lanes, you're facing into a TF. That's a nightmare, right? And if you go into team fights, you're a dive comp into one of the strongest anti-dive AD carries combined with a fresh. That's not great.
No, I'm a little bit perplexed as to this set pick. Seems to be something that Bay is happy to take into Faker's Twisted Fate, and the way I sort of watched this draft was just a battle for who can get priority early, right? Because that's what's going to help LM hold on to his relevance. I think that the Jace pick, for that reason, was a lot better, right? I was calling for things like the Gangplank, things like the Camille, but they come online a little bit later. You don't necessarily, like, smash the lane at level 5, for example. Level 2 Gangplank is terrifying, but...
Oh, level 1 Gangplank is...
Yeah, and level 1, of course.
You saw the lock-in tournament, right? You saw what happened to Fudge. Poor guinea pig.
But this is it's I'm not sold on the set pick mid, and we'll just have to see whether Bay has the correct answers as this match moves forward, because, you know, Renekton Nidalee does do a lot if they actually get the pressure towards the top side, and Jace isn't extraordinarily safe up there either, and he's going to be shoving most likely.
Yeah, for Jace it's more about deterring, right? Like, if you actually get dove, you're in a rough spot. But Rich should not be able to do that unless Peanut helps him, right? Like in Renekton, I don't really expect Rich to be able to take control of the wave and through that find like a big stack of minions, crash it into the turret, and then dive that way. Because in the early game, you're not going to get it done. Maybe if you get like a good gank off, so there needs to be so much diversion of attention to this top side, but that makes it fairly predictable, and it's not like the bot side for T1 needs help. Now, if you look at T1's comp, there is, of course, somewhat of a lack of hard engage, right? Like, it's not a perfect comp, but overall, it feels way more well-rounded to me.
Yep, we had a little bit of a delay getting in there, guys, but it has all been sorted out, and here we are for game number 2. Onto the Rift, and let's see how it is going to go. I like that you bring up that there isn't a super large amount of protection for Teddy, but I think that it's going to be T1. If they're going to win this game, they're probably going to have initiative around this map, right? Like, that's just how a Twisted Fate composition works. And so I don't think that that's all that relevant. But we'll just have to see how it actually works out as we get into it. As Docdom does have the coveted Kai'Sa pick. And is already putting on a bit of pressure here, as you can see. Set making his way forward as well. But it looks like we are probably just going to have a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Looks like a red buff start here for Elam as well. We'll end up on the bottom side of the map. And Zeus will now likely be playing a little bit more weak side as far as the top lane is concerned. So we'll see how he does in a different circumstance against Rich.
I'm actually happy to see Elam start bot side, specifically of what I said earlier. I feel like you know the attention is going to be on Zeus, right? Like you know that's
immediately move back down there, right?
Expect Peanut. Maybe he's going to go for a full topside clear and then into some pressure, but this comes down to what I said earlier. Zeus is going to have control. Zeus is going to be pushing. Then the question is, can Elam either cover for him, or can Zeus still farm to level 6, and at that point it becomes a completely different ball game because of the power of that TF.
Well, Crashdown comes in, Carrier, just demonstrating the power of the Flay to deny that one. And so far, things pretty cool, calm, and collected here on the bottom side of the map. Docdom and Kellen having a decent time, but, you know, their laning has been very, very good. It's something to be expected here, as we'll see how Teddy handles it. With, his turn on the Xayah.
I love this pathing from Elam. He skips his wolf camp there, and I think it's because he preemptively wants to be on his top side earlier, because I think after what you did to Peanut last game, there's a fair expectation that he's going to try to do the exact same thing to you and kind of catch you off guard. And, you know, if you skip your wolf camp and you're there earlier, then there's not that much he can do. As we see, that's a high win rate, Faker.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the Twisted Fate. Of course, is an absolute legacy pick for Faker. Was certainly one of the picks that was in very high demand when SKT were just winning absolutely everything. Don't just ignore the fact that Faker just missed a cannon. I know that hurt a lot of people, but still, 83% win rate ain't bad at all. And
you were already talking about the set mid pick a little bit. I'm expecting this to be another mid set or a tank set, as we see the trading coming through. And here you see Elam covering just in case that Peanut does path the top side, right? Because I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they knew what Peanut was. So just making sure that Zeus can push out this lane, not get punished, and be completely okay. But tank set was like repeatedly nerfed, right? Like they were very explicit. Like we want set to be kind of a semi-aggressive bruiser. We don't want him to build just full tank and then still blow people up with Haymaker. And that's the reason why he fell off initially. Now he will still have really good sustain, but it's a case of see it before I believe it. And Bay really's got to make some moves here in the mid game to convince me here.
And we actually do have the proper skin. So LM, he knows exactly what's going on. He was hanging out as Hobbs for a little bit there. And
very fortunate.
Yeah, we'll just have to go through and hopefully we're going to be focusing on the Udyr as often as possible, because definitely not Udyr. 100% the best skin.
Look at Peanut.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is the gank that we wanted. Flash comes out immediately as I was trying to turn it here onto Peanut a little bit, but it's going to take a bit of free damage. So very nicely done by NONGSHIM. And this is what we wanted from them, right? Actually utilize your Renekton Nidalee combo and put pressure on in the early game. And this could actually help try to put down this Udyr that we've seen punished in the last match, right? And has been exposed a little bit.
And this is where I think Peanut went over to like this specific part of the wall where there were no wards, because there is of course quite some vision set up, as Elam is it's going to be here, but not going to really do a lot. Doesn't really matter. You can clear his top side. This is step one, right? Like forcing the flash, that's good. But Rich also doesn't have a flash, which means that like his all-in potential at 6 is not as good as it would normally be, say if he did have the flash advantage. And we're now approaching level 6. So that does mean that NONGSHIM, they actually need to punish the fact that Jace is flashless, right? Because otherwise it doesn't really change the matchup. Zeus is still gonna be just fine. And in a little bit, I think a couple of means, looking at the Faker's XP bar, it's gonna hit 6. And then it becomes a lot harder to set up dives across the map.
And Faker is still just trying to punish as best he can. You can see Teddy and Carrier having a decent time down here on the bottom side. As Kellen seems to be perpetually at 50% health, but he's going to chug through some of these potions and should be okay. And Zeus will gather that lane control back again, as you were mentioning. With the fact that it was a trade of flashes, certainly good news for the Jace, or at least not as bad as it could have been. As this is sort of how it goes for mid-set. You just soak as much damage as possible, use your health bar as a resource, but unfortunately, it hasn't necessarily looked too much like a counter pick. It's not like, you know, picking Kassadin into the Curse of Fate or anything like that, as finally a phase breaker comes in. And Bay is going to be able to trade back quite decently, but you can see Faker now, with those wild cards getting boosted up, certainly able to take care of these minion waves very comfortably. And Elm utilizes the extra power that they do have with all of that wave clear and takes down a Drake.
Yeah, this is also, of course, the power of Voodoo, as Teddy's probably going to flash.
Yeah, is he going to make it? No, he's not. That's going to be first blood going over to Peanut. Right place, right time, and I'm not sure what Teddy was doing. Unfortunate time to go for a ward, I think. As the hook comes down onto Peanut, that's going to be Blast Cone utilized, and Elm's just like, nah, not going to be here. It's going to Hobbs his way out. And we'll see whether they can actually lock down this blue buff. A lot of extra power here, and NONGSHIM going to continue pushing the envelope.
Yeah, filter's ready.
Yeah, Bay is rotating over as well, though. And you saw the Void Seeker. There was a Kai'Sa with Killer Instinct on hand. And so NONGSHIM just going to take away the blue. So this is a much better start here for this team already. 100 gold in the lead, not too much, but still way better than last game where they really did start getting pummeled early.
I don't think Doctum could have immediately joined with Killer Instinct, because he doesn't have it yet. That seems, you know, like that'd probably be good if you want to make a play around that. That said, I was kind of expecting you to, you know.
No, mate. No, that was all you.
Yeah.
I was expecting a little bit more. I don't know.
No, I was trying to joke around with you, but you can't see my. That's the problem with me being in my little quarantine room, right? Like I was trying to make a joke, and instead it looks like I'm just telling you, Atlas, you're not paying attention. What are you doing? And I would never do that.
Well, it was because there was a missed cannon, and so like I was dying a little bit inside, and so I wasn't actually focusing. As we're gonna have a look at Teddy dying again. I don't know why we needed to see that another time. It was just a little bit sad. As Zeus over here, just continuing to put pressure on. It's working. It's working so far. And I'm gonna stop looking at these cannon minions and try my best to pay more attention. I apologize, Chronicler.
They keep betraying. No, this is on me. I should not try to make fun of you in my second cast ever. That's just rude. I
just don't even hear it anymore. You know, if you try and make fun of me, that's why my self-confidence is so high, because I just don't hear negative feedback.
Yeah.
It's not a thing. Does mean that taking feedback quite difficult if I can't hear it.
Yeah.
But you know.
But you also don't know that you're missing it, right? So you're fine.
Yeah, exactly. Ignorance is bliss, my friend. Ignorance is bliss. Zeus gonna watch this teleport come forward, and Rich going to avoid the damage from the Empowered Shock Blast. Not bad at all, but still, that is a teleport on cooldown. Zeus has about an 18 CS advantage, and he's gonna go home as well.
I'm now starting to get to the point where I'm like, NONGSHIM, guys, I don't think that the early snowball strategy has really worked out, right? I say, you know, Peanut, good for you. Go for that Rift Herald. Go for those objectives, because that's really what you need. If you don't get the, what I was going to build up to, if you don't find the early snowball, you need objectives, because you need to be able to set up flanks, you need to be able to actually dive that T1 backline, because otherwise your fights are going to be very, very hard. You have a team that's great for it, but you do need to be in a position where T1 is actually forced to fight with you, because if T1 is already somewhere, and they have full vision, they have full setup, you're going to have a problem.
Well, here's the return, and Zeus, unfortunately, has his flashback up. So a little bit too late here as Peanut just going to back away, understands that this wave is going to be pushing towards safety for the Jace. There's a stun that it does come in, but Rich still taking a lot of damage there. To the skies comes in. Elm in a great position as Faker looking for a Destiny Bay. Wants to get the interrupt, and he does so. Faker not going to make it up there. And now T1, they're looking to back away. Bay's going to take the inside track, though. It will be a 3 versus 2 as they get into the alcove. It's not where you want to be as Zeus goes down. Peanut grabs another kill. Facebreaker onto Elm, and he has to run for the hills. He does so, gets to safety. The flash out from Peanut. Good hook is going to land onto Bay, but he's pretty tanky right now. And T1 have to walk away with a dead Jace.
And really, really well done. You saw T1. They were expecting that TFL to come through. That's why they were posturing forward. They could have at any point in that engagement said, okay, guys, we're just going to back off, right? Like, they were fine. They could have just gotten out. Instead, they got greedy. And I guess there we do see the value. Bay just immediately hits that ghost, hits the smash, and then Faker is standing there like, guys, I'm still coming, but it's going to take a while. And I think they should have sacked Zeus, excuse me, and just leave it at that, because I don't think everyone has to die there.
No, and I think it was, it was the right move. I liked Carrier landing that hook, but unfortunately it was onto Bay, not onto Peanut, who did have to flash, so there might be some follow-up opportunities, but this is a game certainly going much better for NONGSHIM. Teddy, though, he's going to be pushing in his turn on the Xayah this time around. Dr. Feeling that pain as this laning phase has worked out very well for Xayah in almost every one of these matchups. As Teddy will take yet another plate.
Yeah, so
and
this
Ellum
is
over here, hobbsing this guy down.
Yeah, so this is my problem. Yes, you got 2 kills. That's very nice. But T1 is about to pick up the second Drake of the game. And because of the back timers that you hate as NONGSHIM, there's no way ever that you're contesting this. And those dragons are really, really important, right? T1 is going to pick up either a Mount or an Infernal. Will be an Infernal. I really appreciate you giving me non-Cloud Drakes.
Yeah, I mean, I had to work really, really hard today to try and get there, but I'm glad you appreciate it, because it was a lot of effort. You're going to see this one more time.
So you see, they are going in so deep here with the expectation that Faker will be there. And this is where I feel like Ellum could have just gotten out. Instead, they try and salvage the situation here, which I think is really greedy because a ghosted up Bay is always going to be way earlier. Now, Ellum does get out, but 2 more flashes are invested. And I think the moment that cancel comes through, you just try to get out as soon as you can.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate that Faker had to use his flash as well, but he's got an unsealed spellbook, so now he's sitting on an Ignite and a Ghost, and so still has enough Summoner spells to be okay. Carrier over here just wandering very, very quickly through the mid lane as Bay pushes this one out and continues to put pressure on. You can see Faker's still winning as far as the gold is concerned, largely to do with being Twisted Fate and also having a CS advantage. But let's just see how this this mid game is going to unfold as we get there. Plates will be down in 1 minute's time, and already there's been a lot of control towards the bottom side when it comes to pushing the wave, but we haven't seen the CS gap really amount to much.
And as you say, I feel like neither team is really running away with the lead here, but in my opinion, that will favor T1. If they play the same kind of clean game style that they were able to find in the first game, obviously they're not snowballing this time, they're not as in control. As we see a nice hook there.
Yeah, Box actually comes down as well. Don't know whether Carrier necessarily needed to invest that one. As Ellum, he's going to come around. See whether Tibbers mode is going to be in full effect. As Teddy might be able to take this turret actually, as Zeus is here. Rich rotates down and Peanut's going to continue his assault on the jungle. There's the showstopper though, as Zeus immediately having to flash away, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Faker, he thought about it, but then he was like, nope, that guy's dead. And unfortunately, it's the opposite experience here for Zeus in game number 2. 0-2 now, as opposed to his phenomenal Gnar game.
I wonder if... I think that Bay was standing on a ward. I'm not entirely sure why Zeus was so far up, considering that, the moment that Sat gets on top of you, you're very, very, very dead.
Yeah.
T1 do pick up the first turret block though, and that's going to really keep them relevant in this game, but it's a much shakier game. With the TF, you kind of want to be always making the plays, right? Setting up the tempo. In terms of objectives, that has gone well. They gave the Rift Tower, but they got the 2 Drakes, so T1 is still in a fine spot this game, but giving over more and more kills over to Peanut is actually kind of a problem, because as you already pointed out in GENㅅLCK, Peanut is the sole AP source. He went for the Night Harvest here, also would not have minded Luden's Echoes, which is a tech that I've heard can also have some value every now and then, and is he not on... Yeah, he's on a ward.
Yeah. Just not really what you want, as I think... No, there's not a ward there right now. But still, just capitalization there, as Bay just seems to be like clearing waves and entering the river, right? And he's been able to capitalize on it so many times. So he's going to go back. We'll see whether it's going to be first mythic completed here for the set, as LM thinking about interrupting, but unfortunately turns into a chicken, doesn't find too much joy, as Voidseeker will connect. Killer Instinct not going to be opted in for there by Dr. That was close though.
He could have,
Definitely
if he
close.
wanted to, but I don't mind that he didn't. The thing is, though, even though these skirmishes are going kind of rough, I say, as T1 goes in deep here.
Yeah, and Bay's actually going to say thank you for it, as there's the crash down from Kellen. A lot of flashes as Carrier and Teddy try to get out of there, but Rich turns up into the backline. Teddy immediately is eliminated. Elm now running for the hills as the Void Seeker comes in, and that's going to be it. Docdarm picks it up with the Killer Instinct. He may actually die from this one. Immediate cleanse. That was pretty Captain Jack. Liked it a lot. As he supercharges to try and get himself out of the way. Faker's Ignite not going to be enough. As now Rich finds himself underneath the turret. Faker goes golden. Hook is going to go wide, and the crash down will spell the death of the Twisted Fate. And NONGSHIM have woken up.
The tempo and skirmishing gameplay from NONGSHIM is so clean there, and as I was saying before, Peanut is the sole AP source. You do not want to itemize against it. If you look at the opponents, you see the plated steel caps, you see the CDR boots, but there's nothing that they really want to build against Peanut. They don't want to itemize Amar, meaning that he basically does true damage. And this is so greedy from T1 here. It's not necessary for all to make this play, and they've been pretty laid back up until this point. And then here it just all goes wrong, and the fact that they keep trying to like kind of force gives me the idea that they think they're in a much better spot in this game than they really are, because this is still fine. But then again, this is the second time that T1 has done this. Faker goes in so deep trying to get this kill, and then he dies yet again.
The sidestep was beautiful from Docdarm as well. Just ever so slightly avoiding the wildcards, as the hook was a bit unfortunate. But I think the capitalization from NONGSHIM was fantastic, and already like the set mid has got the value that they needed it to. Like, this is the crazy thing. This is where I, was raising my eyebrows in the draft. Like, what is this set actually going to be able to provide? But Bay has been playing it very, very nicely and turning a lot of what T1's been trying to do against them. As once again, Bay's going to find Faker. The Stride Break is going to slow him down, and then Bay grabs the kill with the Showstopper. 7-0 now. This is like just opposite day from game number 1. It feels like maybe it's blue side power, but I don't think so. I think this is just NONGSHIM realizing how they needed to play against this composition, and maybe this Udyr being a little bit more of a trap than the priority pick that it's been so far this series.
Yeah, and Faker pulling the red card there, the crucial moment, it's just all kind of going wrong for T1. Now, I want to two things. First of all, NONGSHIM are playing incredibly well, as you're saying. I'm really impressed with how they've been able to utilize the Stride Breaker set. Of course, didn't go tank when Stride Breaker item is super, super good because it fixes your biggest issue. And Bay's ghosts have been super, super impressive. Constantly making a play. Every single time he's popped that ghost, someone has died.
Yeah.
On the other side of the coin, T1 are only 1k gold behind. They still have 2 Drakes. This is not an over and shut game, but how NONGSHIM are finding these constant high tempo plays and skirmishes is really impressive to me.
And especially when the next Drakes are going to be these Infernals as well. If they stack up 4 of them with the fact that they've now built so much map control, this is where things get really, really scary. As Shirley, she's going to get taken down by Peanut, who's just quietly sitting at 304 now, 100% kill contribution on his very, very powerful Nidalee. And I'm thinking that maybe he should just play it every single game. As Bay gets the Facebreaker onto Ellen. There are a lot of members of T1 in this area, but it looks like, oh, Teddy actually is able to lock down that red buff. Like it a lot, as Faker's splitting on the bottom side. Playing side lanes, certainly a thing that this composition can do. Of course, you see Twisted Fate, you think side lanes, but NONGSHIM certainly still in a very good position. Just over 1,000 gold, like you mentioned earlier, not the end of the world for T1. And especially looking at the items that have been picked up, Teddy's in a good spot as Faker makes it back to the mid lane. See, they look like they're grouping for something, but there's not too much in this area.
I wouldn't mind them just grouping in general, even though, like, as you say, they have a comp that's very strong off in the side lane. I think in terms of lane assignments, though, I don't think Zeus is going to have a great time against either Rich or Bay. Might be wrong on the Renekton matchup, but I feel like Bay is just going to very quickly run him down. Not have a problem getting on top of him. Now building towards what looking to be like a dead man's blade. And just stacking more and more move speed, right? And if you avoid these high tempo plays when NONGSHIM blow up one member and then go after one by one the rest of your team, you might still be okay. As we already said, T1 can play this slow. They have a front line in the form of Udyr, they have a lot of poke available, and they have Teddy, who in team fights should smash it, both from the champion perspective and also steady, right? Like that's his strength, that's what he does, that's what he's provided for T1. But that does require T1 to be on top of their game. They need to have vision. They need to know where NONGSHIM is coming from, because if they get caught, if one of them is not in the right place at the right time, NONGSHIM have like a steamroll comp that just runs over you in a matter of seconds through the mobility and through the absurd amount of damage coming out from Peanut.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing them try to capitalize on it. The Baron has spawned about a minute ago. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get to it just yet. But already you can see there are wards going down around the area as T1 do push out this mid lane. Gradually getting some control back as Faker pretty deep now, looking for Doctarm. Does grab him there as the rapid fire cannon has been completed, so you can do that from pretty safe range. Zeus down here on the bottom side continuing to just split as effectively as he can. Faker comes in, gold card, great timing, but the dice does come back. Not quite enough to lock down Rich there, but he's not going to be able to get back to this lane, and maybe an opportunity to get themselves a turret. Base splitting on the top side as well. This could just be a trade, if anything, unless T1 can win this 3v3 that is now going to be a 4v3 as Faker rotates over.
Oh, look at Bay. He's going to come in from the flank. They don't have vision of him.
Yeah, this is really dangerous. Voidseeker does come down. Teddy, Featherstorm very, very early as Bay comes on in. There's the flash. Looking for Teddy right now. Carrier is going to be taken down. Teddy finds himself in relative safety, and Bay has to use the showstopper. Not on the Xayah, which is absolutely the target that he was looking for. Blast Cone gets Faker to safety. Zeus is a little bit behind enemy lines, but he should be okay for the moment. As, oh no, I think they spotted him. There's the Voidseeker as well as Doctarm. Going to cancel the back, and Zeus is going to have to go for a run, I think. As Peanut, he's coming over, everyone collapsing onto Zeus, who's just like, nah, I'm getting this. We'll see whether he can actually, I don't know.
Drake is spawning, like, they need to not go on him. It's 25 seconds, you can't give it this save point.
Well, I mean, he does buy a lot of time, like you say. It's going to be Teddy going for a reset off the back end of this, though, and 15 seconds is enough time for NONGSHIM to move over into position on this Infernal. So a little bit unfortunate for the Jace, and no real capitalization is going to eventuate either.
And now we're starting to get to a point where T1 seemingly are just going to sack objectives to try and hit crucial spikes. I think they're looking for a 3-item spike on Teddy, possibly also a next item on Zeus. And even though this feels like a very even game, T1 have not found a single kill yet. And that is not necessarily insurmountable, but I feel like they're getting frustrated, they're playing frustrated, right? We saw Faker go for like these over-aggressive plays repeatedly. And again, this is a T1. Yes, their first game was exceptional, but they've been here before. They have been one game up, looking very dominant, and it's gone wrong plenty of times. So I think this is T1 fighting against themselves to say, as Rich is found.
Yep, gold card is going to come in, but Faker doesn't have a lot of damage right now, and Rich is pretty tanky. There's the Dominus. Gold card comes in. Carrier and Teddy are going to be in position. Peanut looking to try and turn up. There's the flash forward. Stun comes down onto Teddy. Immediately he has to Featherstorm. Gets into melee range with Rich, but will survive for the moment. Not enough to grab the kill. Faker goes in, gets baited by Rich. He does go down. Not even sure what that was, as at least Faker is rewarded with the first kill for T1. But it's still going to be a trade, 1-for-1. And that Drake still went over to NONGSHIM after all was said and done. So NONGSHIM still in great control of this game, despite what the gold says.
I think it was the wild card from Faker there in the end that landed him that kill. And let's look again. Here, there's no vision for T1, right? They're setting up this full fight. I'm not sure what that ult from Teddy was sideways. And then literally the fact that Day is there means that you can't disengage as T1. You're forced into this position where your backline is not they're not even getting dove. Like, they're already in. Bay literally immediately has backline access. And then this is kind of a attempt from T1 to salvage the situation and maybe pick up a kill, maybe get a shutdown, right? Maybe take away some pressure. But Rich's stalling here is exceptional, and the damage from Peanut is insane. And this is something that I was skeptical of this Nedley pick, right? But Peanut has been picking up so much kill and goals. I think it's the final wild cards here. Oh yeah, our observers are smurfing. Again, look at the map, look at Bay.
Oh no! Back in live once again. The stun is fantastic though. That's going to deny the flank as T1 still running away. But that's by the skin of their teeth. They're able to get out. So this is This is what they're going to have to do over and over again to stop Bay from just demanding whichever fight he wants.
Man, NONGSHIM with the Brawler comp, like, I love how they keep doing this, but this is also on T1. T1, stop pushing so far up the mid lane without having good control of your jungle. You need to make sure that this can't happen again. Why is Bay allowed to consistently run onto Teddy? That is not a thing. That should not be a thing. Please make sure it doesn't happen again, because that's how you're gonna lose this game, right? Because if Bay doesn't find that backline access, Teddy doesn't immediately go to like half health, and this is also something where Peanut has a lot of say in, because Peanut is 4-0-6, he has a Void Staff, and there's virtually no MR. Is there literally no MR? There might be on the side of T1, so his spears feel real bad, meaning that one spear, Teddy's out of the fight, and one spear plus Bay is instant loss of a team fight. And Teddy can't play the game, and you know he still has a bounty because he's 2 on 88 CS because it's Teddy, and they've been
he's Teddy, yep.
funneling a lot. Oh, Teddy!
Oh no! What? He just kills him! Doctor's just dead, and he makes it to safety. This is exactly what we're talking about. The Teddy effect is always gonna be there. Oh no! Doctor just didn't know. He just didn't know.
Literally, as I say, Teddy can't play the video game. Teddy plays the video game. Unbelievable!
Right, he does.
Finds the kill. Well, I mean, yeah, what did you say about that? That is just straight up outplayed from Teddy here. Now T1, they still need to be respectful. I don't think they can take this Baron, specifically because of the power of Peanut, right? And this is a problem that T1 will still have, even if they do find a pick. They don't have hard engage, and they're not winning the poke war right now.
No, and they wanted to win the poke war, right? That's why things like this Jace exist. The wildcards from Faker as well as... Let's have a look at this one more time. The supercharger comes in and Docdarm gets hit by, 3 autos and a feather, I think.
Yeah. And Teddy just uses the feather stone and says, see ya, goodbye. Thank you for the kill. Really appreciated.
Oh my goodness. And now his bounty goes up to 350. That's a 1-2 and 1 Xayah as well. Not exactly fed in any way. As these spears, I mean, Kerry can take 2 of those and then he's dead. As they're going to have to start really avoiding them. It feels like Peanut is like Zoe levels of destruction right now.
Oh, definitely.
And that's very scary.
But T1 does know what's happening. There comes the engage.
Yep, the crash down comes forward. This is a great engage out from NONGSHIM as Docdarm grabs the kill onto Faker, but does have to make his way out of the fight. Teddy at full health as he dashes his way to the side. Elim now getting himself into position. The haymaker from Bay, not enough to deter Teddy right now, who just walks past him. That's going to be enough autos. Elim actually grabs the kill, and now T1 can push forward. Rich will get stunned up, and look at the damage from this Xayah. Rich gets on top of him, but he still had Featherstorm, so Teddy easily able to lock down that kill. And NONGSHIM, they have to kill this Xayah instantly, otherwise these fights get so much harder.
And we see some split calls here. I would love for them to go to Drake. I don't think Peanut is still alive. Don't go for this. He's 2 levels up. He's still a Nidalee that's going to spare you. And they decide to go for the safe play and go for the Drake. And this is what we've been talking about this entire time. Yes, T1 doesn't have great engage, but that doesn't matter when you can play team fights as well as this. Faker gets blown up at the start of this fight because Callan goes in really, really deep here. And yes, he finds Faker, but we don't care about Faker. Faker doesn't matter in this scenario. It's all about the man Teddy. And here we see Keria and Ellen doing such a stellar job combined with Teddy's use of Gale Force, as well as just his sheer kiteback potential to make this play work somehow, even despite the fact that this was effectively a 4 versus 5 for T1.
Yeah, he's just untouched, able to avoid all of the spears. Rich eventually gets on top of him and then gets the bad news that the ulti was still available. So really well played. This is the Teddy in the late game that we were talking about. Sometimes, you know, it feels good when the narratives pay off. It certainly does work out. It's still by no means a huge advantage for T1 or anything like that. 1,000 gold at 30 minutes means approximately nothing. We've still got a game on our hands, but this is 4 items on Teddy. Just completes the rapid fire cannon. He has Infinity Edge as well. This Xayah is terrifying.
Oh, Teddy. And actually,
big numbers.
Yeah, Zayu's also doing a surprise. Faker has literally 0 damage, and that looks really mean, right? But honestly, it doesn't really matter as long as you draw attention. And Faker did draw out the hard engage from Callan there. If Callan gets that on top of Teddy, that teamfight can look entirely different. Of course, still not the greatest game, but there's still value. I say is that Teddy smells another target.
Yeah, he's running real fast to try and lock this guy down. The rest of NONGSHIM do turn up, and T1 will respect it. Is now just clearing out all of the vision around the Baron. And Zeus just going to push this top lane. Faker, Destiny almost available once again. As he does find a decent little stun there onto Kellen, who takes half of his health bar. Peanut just executes Zeus. I'd like to see that one again. I think that was probably a spear landing, and then Jace was dead.
That's not okay.
Yeah. He does have teleport, but he has teleport in 36 seconds. The Baron is going down fast. There's the Destiny to make sure that they have vision. Bay not going to be able to find the flank for free as Ellum wants to try and take this one, but he is behind 2 levels like you were talking about. Stun comes in. There's the Magnet Storm crash down as Kellen gets a really good engage. Teddy finds himself again in a great position as Doctorm gets behind him, but he's not able to execute. Keria does fall down. Peanut grabs another kill, but still 5 members of NONGSHIM are closing in on T1. Faker and Ellum are going to have to try and protect Teddy. Can the Fountain Laser actually make it work? Good stun is going to land, and he will fall down. Rich grabs the kill. That is Ellum immediately falling afterwards. Zeus wants to try and be a hero, but he's not going to be able to. It's a double kill for Doctorm. This will be the Baron, and NONGSHIM take a huge advantage.
And Zeus, this time the pressure does get to him. It starts off with him getting picked. That forces T1 into an immediate awkward position where NONGSHIM, they don't care. They're immediately going to go for that Baron. And then it becomes so much harder to play out the subsequent fight as this feels, because this is okay, right? This is fine. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
Lichbane Nidalee does fair bit of damage.
And here we see the mastery from T1 in how they set up this team fight, with Teddy being able to really last hit is not enough to overtake the extra men that they have. Doctorm going in aggressively there creates so much space for the rest of his team, because with Kai'Sa there, Teddy can't play, right? If Teddy gets up a couple of extra orders there, it might look differently. Then NONGSHIM, just wait for your cooldowns, take it slow, go in with the Attract and Repel as well as the Renekton stun, and you can just clean it up freely. Now, this teleport was channeled when this was looking much better. Teddy!
What the heck? He just comes in and executes. Now they're looking for another one. Rich gonna get stunned up as Ellen's just gonna boop him. They do manage to get him onto the box, but he's very tanky, and Keria takes a lot of damage, but T1 have still won this fight, even if Rich gets out of here as Kellen dives on forward. The Magnet Storm is activated, but unfortunately, he's just gonna go down, and T1, they put the pressure right back on again, as now they're pinging the base of NONGSHIM.
And this is the problem with T1 composition. You don't really have engage, but they found a solution to that problem, and that is Teddy kills Doctorm.
Assassin Teddy. That's the game plan.
And it sounds like a joke, but they've done this 2-3 times in a row now. Like, it's legitimately just Teddy sees an opening and he murders someone, and then they can fight. But both teams have this same problem, right? And that's why we see this game take so long, and neither team is really able to find a definitive lead, because it's really hard for both these teams to actually push an advantage, right? It needs to be centered around an objective. And Peanut is ready. He's looking for the steal. 3 levels up.
Oh,
Can't 50-50 this.
17 Nidalee. Yeah, hops on over, but it's Teddy that locks down the Drake, the Infernal Soul for T1, right under the nose of the kitty cat. That is not the 50-50 you should have taken. That was still a risky play from T1, but it paid off in the end, and I guess you can't fault it.
We're not going to do results-based analysis here. That was not the play. I do not approve.
No, not at all.
But it works out, and that's the main thing here. Because now T1 has the Infernal Soul, and if you thought Teddy assassinated people quick previously, he's now a 4-item Xayah with an Infernal Soul. So it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is real scary.
What a game. It's 16-7, but it's so close.
And it's still a 4,000 gold lead for NONGSHIM, right? They're setting up the Death Brush, but they get Destinied. As there's the empowered back. Rich is like, oh, nope, I'm out of here.
See ya.
He does make it to safety.
Do you think Rich said, see you later, alligator? Because it's kind of weird, because, you know, he's the alligator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see whether we get the inner wild crocodile. Is Peanut gonna get taken? Sorry, yeah. Taking that to about half health as Teddy feather storms. Can he actually get into position? Oh, the face breaker is so good out of Bay. Faker's gonna go down, and Bay gets right on top of the rest of the members of T1. And I have a feeling this is just it. That's the ace, and that's gonna be the game. NONGSHIM will bring us to Faker's 600th.
I don't know if they have the wave. There's only a single mean. I think they should be able to tank the turret here. Yeah, never mind. They can take the turret. They're fine. Unbelievable. Yet again, it's the flank that comes in. Continuously, NONGSHIM have been able to find these flanks again and again and again. And this time it pays off. As you said, an insane phase break coming from Babe. It's rich with the teleport that really secures it. And T1, you need to start sweeping your jungle better when you move up, because you can't keep doing this.
And they just seen them on their Destiny as well. They sort of knew what the plan was, right? It's like, let's get him behind, let's murder Teddy before he can do anything. And look, for those of you that are like, oh, they subbed out Gumayusi and they put in Teddy, that was the problem. We can focus on something else, I think, because I think it was just a really, really well-executed game plan from NONGSHIM in precise moments that wasn't necessarily enough to net them a victory. Like you were saying, there were engage issues on both sides, but T1 weren't able to find the snowball their comp wanted. They weren't able to utilize the Udyr very effectively throughout that game either. And look at this, man. Like, his shoulders just weren't quite strong enough for this game. But still, Teddy was Teddy. And in a lot of those moments.
I think that if you draft an Ornir, you win this game 100% of the time, and it's such a cop-out, right? But what we saw here is something that it takes a long time for a top laner to get acquainted with this level of scrutiny that you're going to be under, because as a top lane, there's going to be games where you're going to get ganked again and again, and Zeus never really recovered. Obviously, this is again an amazing flank, and then, oh, it doesn't get better than that.
Oh, the timing on that face breaker was just beautiful.
And Atlas, now I'm worried, because even with how good T1 were in game number 1, they've been up 1-0 so many times, and now they're looking at a 1-1 again.
Yeah, it just it feels like the thing. As they're, look, I think they'd still be in first place if we were best of ones, because they pretty consistently win that first game. As, oh my god, Peanut's damage, that is repugnant. He dominated that game from start to finish. He was 100% kill contribution, I believe, at like 30 minutes into the game. Like, Peanut, like, that was a masterclass in how to decimate the jungle. And look at the damage out of the Udyr. Like,
but that is like, I can forgive the damage from the Udyr, because as we've seen time and time again, the Udyr is just, that's not what you're picking for, right? You're picking for the objectives, the tempo. But Peanut, I was kind of on the fence, but he convinced me.
I mean, he had to do that level of damage, right? But if it works out, it works out. It was beautifully done by NONGSHIM. We're going to go to a game number 3, but not before a short break. We'll see you after.
아까 탔다.
잘해보자.
잡았어. 야 제이스 라인 못 보는데.
미드웨이브 지키기만 끝나? 미드웨이브 한 마리만.
진짜 끝났다. 이거.
내가
하면 돼. 나이스. 개잘 들어갔다. 진짜 미안해.
아 상관없어. 이겼다. 라판도 이기자.
아니 저 사람
너무 떨려.
좀 세다.
오늘 왕호형 팽이니까 이겨야 돼.
아 이게 손이 왜 이렇게 떨리지?
나
그거 제우스 만났어.
이렇게.
내가
REDFORCE managed to even out the series with his victory of game number 2, and Teddy subbed in for T1, and Faker was able to pick Twisted Fate, one of his signature card. And Seth was coming in from NONGSHIM as an answer to TF, and we're really having a lot of question mark over to this pick, but he was able to prove why NONGSHIM went for this Seth in the mid. Seth is not a champion that can exert a lot of pressure in lane, and he's really good at mid and late game team fight, but Twisted Fate is really strong in lane, also he can do a lot of work in the side lane, so we were also not sure about this Seth pick, but this Seth, Bay was able to actually pull off fantastic team fights ability all throughout the game. And let's see how the game got unfolded actually. There was a skirmish happening around the top lane, and then we saw Bay actually rotating towards top and flipping over TF with his ultimate, and NONGSHIM was able to win that fight. And this is what we have been emphasizing about NONGSHIM. They are really good team fighters, and they were able to actually capitalize their strengths in this game. Well, T1's comp a little bit relies on TF's scaling advantages, so NONGSHIM was able to actually shut down the power coming out from this Twisted Fate pick, and NONGSHIM was able to win multiple team fights, especially in the decisive moments. NONGSHIM was about the kills, and T1 was about the farms, and NONGSHIM's kills actually was able to outnumber the farms of T1. Let's take a look at this current fight that broke out about 31-minute mark of the game. They had all eyes on Xayah. That was the plan, the only plan from NONGSHIM REDFORCE. This was not a bad team fight for T1 to take, but NONGSHIM was able to pull off a better engagement. Jace was one of the main damage carrier on the side of T1's comp, but because he got caught out in the beginning of this fight, T1 was not able to overcome this outnumbered matchup. Well, killing Xayah is not their goal. Actually, NONGSHIM just have to zone out Xayah by just diving onto the AD carry, and that really happened in this team fight. You could see that Xayah got completely zoned out. He was using his Feather Storm defensively because he had to survive all the engagement coming out from NONGSHIM REDFORCE. However, Teddy was able to pull off some of the flashy moves, but we had this game-ending team fight that started off with Teddy's overstep. NONGSHIM actually was looking for a setup for a TP flank with Renekton. We can see the pings are going down onto the enemy red camp. And then Teddy actually gale forces forward as soon as Renekton actually used his TP, and it was a little bit of a misplay coming out from T1 because they had all of this information of the enemy location with this Twisted Fate ultimate, but that overstep actually costed this game from T1. So we had some proactive and clutch performance or kills coming out from that combo from Xayah with Gale Force, but that was a bit too risky at the point of the game, and one misstep forward can actually worth a whole game, especially when it comes down to the marksman. And the POG will go over to Peanut on Nidalee. Had a phenomenal game on this champion, putting the most damage on both sides of the teams in this game. I think Nidalee is a champion that actually has been underrated in the recent match, and Kenyon was able to pick up a win on this pick, but a lot of people are actually saying that Nidalee doesn't really have a priority in this current meta, but Peanut was able to actually show the people that he locked in this champion for a reason. We also thought that this comp is not the best one for Nidalee to come in, but we could see a hyper carry performance coming out from this Nidalee pick. At the end of the voice comment, actually Peanut said he's so nervous that his hands are shaking, but we couldn't really tell based on his performance. His performance was really clean as a whistle. No one would have actually expected that one combo would come out from that Nidalee onto Jace. They also did a fantastic job, actually showing the best value of this set pick. Let's move on to game number 3, and we have some of the points to watch. And this game will be Faker's 600th game here in the LCK, the first players to hit this milestone. And also, Peanut is having his birthday today, so Peanut was able to pick up this POG as a celebration. Let's check out whether he's gonna get the dub in the end.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the translation of the analyst desk. And yes, will it be happy birthday, Peanut, or will it be happy 600th game, Faker? That's going to be the question, as once again, we are going to bring it to your attention, the 600 games for Faker, the most in the LCK ever. Of course, one of our longest standing players, of course, you know, the longest standing player here in the LCK, but there's no one really close to him. These days, Deft is sitting at 480, which is, you know, you can do that math. That's 120 extra games for Faker, who has just been here for so long.
It's literally a living legend, right? Like, this is the type of play. You mentioned Flash beforehand. You don't get a lot of these type of players in your sport or in your esport, whichever you prefer. I mean, you're watching LCK, so it's probably esport. But, you know, for my sport aficionados out there, as we do get the sub in here, and Teddy played out of his mind. I think that the composition that they had did not really allow him to do well, and he still did well, right? Like his pick potential, which I don't think is a thing you should have as Xayah, but he did somehow.
Yeah, he's an assassin.
Yeah, should have been so good. This is to me saying T1, listen, we want lane pressure. Because I think that Gumayusi is not nearly as good as Teddy when it comes to team fights, when it comes to like finding the openings, but Gumayusi and Keria, their laning is way more oppressive. And
I think also
yeah.
Teddy's Xayah is just really, really good, right?
Oh yeah.
And so his red side is a little bit more powerful than that of Gumayusi. But if you want to just first pick a Kai'Sa and then go that way, then certainly is going to be an opportunity for Gumayusi just to find some comfort and be able to win that way. So I think it's more about like, when they play red side, they want to have sort of a weak side bottom lane. And unfortunately, it didn't work in the last game, right? Because they weren't able to get that control top side that they were looking for. However, you could see in the game plan that they were looking there, right? Like the first Destiny goes into the top lane, they try and lock that one down. And then in the meantime, Carrier and Teddy are just trying to hold down the fort, right? And they did so very, very well. They took their turret down first, you know, they were able to get so many more plates. So definitely we're not saying that this is a substitution for the reason of, oh, Teddy was underperforming or something. That's absolutely not what's happening here. I think this is T1 trying to strategically use their larger roster. And that this is what we've been calling for, right? This is exactly how you can capitalize on having so many great players on your team. And it's by putting them in at exactly the time when they can perform. So let's see whether Gumayusi's going to be the answer, as the Nidalee is going to be banned away first from Peanut. Just a bit of a nod there to the birthday boy. And Talia is, of course, going to be the answer.
And yeah, talking about performance, we got to circle back to Bay for a little bit, because he barely didn't get the POG vote. I think Peanut definitely deserved it as well. But I was unsure about the set, right? I could see the potential for setting up the Nidalee. And, you know, you don't really lose lane as set. You just kind of, like, you can get behind in CS, but you never get crushed just because of, like, your resilience, especially with Fleet. But the way that Bay was able to deny that first, and the second, and the third Destiny play snowballed so quickly. His consistent flanks that he was able to find was so pivotal to the victory of NONGSHIM. So I want to give him some extra credit there, because Bay is a player that's also had some super subpar games, right? Like, that were really rough. So it's really good to see that NONGSHIM, I think, really found themselves up with that skirmishing style. And the fact that the Renekton's now banned out, Nidalee from Peanut is not being given over anymore, are very clear signs. But NONGSHIM do ban away, and I love this, the 2 blind picks that T1 went for. And I'm very happy about that, because you already know, if they get those comfort picks, we're in trouble.
Well, speaking of comfort, Fake is going to have it delivered here with the Orianna. Now where do NONGSHIM go? Because there are no 80 carry bans at all. Kai'Sa is available. They are going to lock that in as Peanut once again, the blind Udyr. Oh, I don't know about it. don't know about it at all. Is LM thinking about taking the Olaf for a walk for one of the last times here? As, of course, 11-3, not going to be exactly the most fantastic for the Viking.
And I actually really like the Olaf, specifically because you already have the Orianna. Olaf needs an enabler, right? He needs something that can actually allow him to utilize that DRX Gold Drinker combo that is so... I think it's the strongest 2-item power spike that we have in 11.2. Like, I don't think anything even comes close. Maybe Moon Stuff does, but Moon Stuff is like... It's more soft power, right? Like, it's very efficient, but think about all the times you think you kill someone and then they go Gold Drink a DRX and you're like, well, never mind. That I guess not. And I love the draft from 2-1 up until this point because I want to see a good matchup for Zeus, right? He's still a new guy. We saw in the first game that even though he had a stellar first game as a top laner in competitive, it's gonna take you a while to learn how to truly play weak side. He did not do super well, and I really hope that we're gonna see him on something a bit more stable, right? Not a pick like Jace where if you fall behind, you basically have no value.
Yeah, exactly. I think the rest of this is looking real interesting as there's Kellen locking in the Seraphine. This is such an oppressive lane towards the bottom side, and it was already face up that it was going to be that Leona support, and this is something that Seraphine can definitely abuse there on the bottom side, especially when paired with the Kai'Sa. This is really scary, especially when Dr. and Kellen have been playing so well. This could be another opportunity for, you know, Peanut to have a better time as well. You don't exactly have a lot of, I guess, team utility, but you do have your W coming out from the Seraphine, which can be very powerful. And that could help Peanut, you know, at least have a little bit more power in this game. As Samira is, of course, going to be banned away as well. And we'll see what other AD carry they're going to remove from Gumayusi to make sure he's as uncomfortable as possible.
I think that Seraphine, as you already pointed out, is a really big problem because Seraphine, I think, is super broken. Like, I think she's way undervalued and she's really strong. LCK has been picking them up more and more, but it's not like she's high prior yet. But the problem with Seraphine is that if you try to straight up engage, your Olaf's going to be fine because he's got Ragnarok, but everyone else is going to get screwed, right? The power of your ultimate is so oppressive when it comes to straight up engaging. So now as T1, I think you need to find a way to pivot, right? There's two ways you can do. Either you can double down on the dive, which I think might work, but it's really risky, where you say, we're going to pick a super aggressive AD carry, right? And we're just going to stomp the lane, and then it doesn't matter. Or you go for something with more range, but then you're looking at, you know, things like the MF, things like the Jhin, maybe. That's a little bit more either utility-based. I think a Senna could also work in that regard, right? Where you don't need to be in the thick of the fight. Because straight up, hard engaging into a Seraphine is going to feel real bad.
Yeah, that's really tough.
It just limits so much.
Well, Bay's going back to what looks like comfort here as the Syndra will be locked in. A lot of orbs in the mid lane. This is a matchup that I know everyone is basically tired of watching. As maybe you can hear some weird slapping sounds. My cat is actually just smacking the microphone with his tail right now. So I apologize for that. That's not lack of pop filter. That is too much cat.
Is there such a thing? I mean, besides the cat slapping you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, you know, there's a time and a place, but I'd say no.
Yeah.
No. We have to make sacrifices to have such joy in our lives, right? As the Gragas going to be locked away here. I like this from T1. Zeus, we'll see how he does with this one. As Carrier thinking about what he wants to grab for Gumayusi. Of course, he can go with the regular Vayne if he wants to, but could be dicey into this composition.
Oh, yes.
And this is more fun.
Oh, do it. Do it. Lock it in, Guma.
No. Oh, God, I loved the Tristana so much. And then my first thought came true, and I'm not as happy with it. Oh, no.
I think the Vayne is fine, provided that you can create space for Guma. But I don't think Vayne's win rate is particularly good. But first, back to the Gragas pick. Gragas, one, provides a lot. It's a great blind pick. And I said before, I want Zeus with a pick where he can just be okay, right? Like, he knows I can play neutralizer, I can be fine. I don't need to carry, I don't need to make big plays. And I think a player who just turned 17 and is playing the third game in a super pivotal best of 5, yes please, or best of 3, sorry, please give him something comfortable. This Vayne pick though, it's a big risk because I think you're not gonna have a lot of space. You're gonna have Scatter the Weak, you're gonna have an Udyr, you're gonna have the Ornn engage, and you're gonna have Kalen here with the Seraphine, and you need to stay away from all of that. And that's not really Gumayusi's power, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think it's a very dangerous pick. The reason I loved the Tristana is that, you know, your level 2, level 3 power is so high that you can just all in onto the Seraphine and try and win that way, right? Yeah. Especially if you've got LM jungling bot side. But this is more like we're going to scale alongside you and go for the like Vayne is better than Space Vayne in the late game type situation. But I just don't know whether this is the type of comp that you can really play that into, especially with the Ornn coming in, Syndra there with all of that long range, so many orbs that you have to be dodging.
That's like that's a lot of water, Guma. Oh my.
Damn, that's a massive jug.
That's so big.
But if you're gonna carry, you're gonna need to be well hydrated. So take that as a bit of a pointer. Those in chat, I know you and I, Chronicler, we've been drinking a lot of water, but you guys stay hydrated. You know, you got to remember that.
Everyone at home, grab a quick drink. You know, some water, some tea, just before the game starts. Now
we've got a bit of a client issue, unfortunately, guys. Bay struggling to get into this one, so we're gonna take a little bit of a timeout. But that's okay. That's okay. Got to make sure that everything's all sorted and in order for our players.
Now, I agree with you. Like I said already, right in the draft, like ST one of you pivot here and you go for the Tristana, or you go for something that at least can dive, that can play aggressive. I'd love it. However, it's also the case where if that backfires, you are very
it is
sad.
Risk reward. Very
you are very sad. And I think Guma could pull it off, right? But it's also one of those situations where if you do lose, it's bad, right? Like if your early laning phase doesn't go well, Tristana's mid game is still not the greatest. It's always been a weakness of her if you don't get going. And I think that though I prefer the team comp from NONGSHIM, I don't necessarily think that NONGSHIM's strongest point is like straight up 5v5 team fights, right? I think that we saw last game, they excel in tempo play, they excel in skirmishing and like finding uneven situations. Think of all the rich highlights that we've ever seen, right? That's not a straight up 5v5, that's like a brawl scattered around everywhere.
I'm looking forward to seeing how it's actually going to play out, because I think that the win conditions on both sides make some sense. I feel like it is going to be a little bit harder for T1 to accurately find theirs. That being said, when it does work, then it can be very, very good. We are going to be resuming very soon, guys. So thanks for your patience. We'll be getting back into this series as best we can, as we are going to show you Chronicler once again. This is what his face looks like. I know you haven't seen it too much today, but you're going to have to get used to it because he's going to be here for the rest of the year.
That is, I'm very excited. And you know, in like a couple of weeks, I'm also allowed to actually go outside and meet you. That will be great.
I know. It's actually really weird, right? Because you're here in the country, but it doesn't feel like you're here yet.
No.
Because like we've been hanging out in Discord this whole time, and like, you know, generally, you know, catching up as best we can with the distance in mind. And now we have to do the same thing. It's like the ping is a little bit better, but like that's the only advantage that we get because you're stuck in quarantine. Because we have to make sure that we're safe. You know, these times are certainly not ones to be taken lightly. So I am definitely very much getting looking forward to finally hanging out and
likewise,
you know, being able to celebrate after a successful week of the LCK.
Yeah.
But you will also get a bit of a week off because, of course, it is going to be the Lunar New Year, and that means that the LCK takes a week off. So you're gonna be able to chill, get yourself settled. We'll be able to start looking for a place, you know, all this sort of stuff. And I think it's cool that you sort of come, you get your first week, to, you know, figure out the LCK side of things, and then you get a week to figure out your life. You know, it works out quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I might need more than a life to figure out my entire life, more than a week. But that's okay.
I wasn't going for like that sort of depth.
We're gonna guys. Yeah. It's a very short break, but we're gonna get really real with you.
Just for a deep.
No, I'm kidding. All jokes aside, it's been stellar thus far, and everyone has been super welcoming. I mean, you know, haven't really gotten all of my jokes, and that kind of hurts me, but that's okay. We can move
Damn,
past
you're never gonna let that one go, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, God.
But yeah, it's been amazing, and I've been an incredibly long time fan of the LCK, so it's still fairly surreal. Although I have to say, the fact that I'm like my little quarantine room where I've sat here all day, right? Like, I think it's really gonna hit me once we actually get to LoL Park, you know, circumstances allowing, because right now it doesn't feel that different, which I guess is also like makes sense in a way, but I want to see LoL Park. Like, I want to be there.
Yeah, no, I understand. It'll be a little bit sad because I don't think we'll have an audience straight away. But it's going to be like the ease-in process, right? Where like you start off, you get the quarantine cast, and then maybe we'll move to LoL Park in the future, but it'll be empty. And then maybe if we get even better, then there'll be a few fans. And then maybe if it all gets sorted out and we're all going to be completely free of all of this lockdown and quarantine situation, then you'll have the full-fledged experience. But it's definitely going to be an ease-in process. Don't necessarily know how long it's going to take, but I think it works. As we are going to be hopping into the game, guys. So without further ado, let's have a look at these compositions once again, as it is going to be the Olaf into the Udyr. Udyr has been pretty awful so far today. He's lost every single game that he's had, but it's Peanut's birthday, and let's see whether he can turn things around after his hard carry Nidalee pop off in game 2.
I really like to see either of these teams take a win. It's weird, right? Like, I think if T1 loses this one as well, that just breaks a team, right? Like, there's so much pressure on these guys. You were so dominant in game number 1, and it feels like a similar process that Damwon went through, where after losing to Bro, they just looked so lost, right? They had so little confidence, and then Showmaker had, what was it, like an 11-0 Zoe game? It's like, oh yeah,
11-0-11.
Yeah,
it was a pretty good scoreline.
Actually, you know what? We can just do that. Why did we not do that before? And I think T1, they need that game. And I think game 1, I thought that was that game, but it was not that game. Game 2 was definitely not that game. And if they lose this game, then I don't know if there will ever be at that game. So for T1, this is, I think, like a much more important game than for NONGSHIM, who, you know, they're chilling in the middle of the pack, and they don't have nearly as many expectations, so they're probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I think they're feeling fine. And you actually saw on the face of these players as well, Peanut was having a bit of a laugh before we got in. You know, there's I think it's a more relaxed atmosphere, but there is perpetually all of the pressure possible on T1. So let's see how they cope as Faker back on his famous Orianna. His Azir, his Twisted Fate, and his Orianna. We're sort of like stepping through the history books of some of the champions that Faker has had some of his best moments on of all time. Orianna definitely one of them. There was that 4-man shockwave that I think everyone can remember. And we'll just have to see whether he's going to be that pivotal here in this game as well. As this is the lane that I think is going to be the most difficult by a country mile. As Kellen should just have so much control of this lane.
But
this is how you win the lane.
Yes.
You just don't play it and you pause.
That's the trick. I really appreciate, like, yes, we're playing Faker's 600th game. Yes, it's Peanut's birthday, right? And then they still, you know, they still get a pause so we can talk a little bit more. I think that's really nice of them. Like, they didn't have to do that.
It's LM getting a little bit of echo in voice comms, so we're just going to try and sort that one out as best we can, and we should be back into this one pretty quick smart. When it comes to audio issues, generally they're the ones that do get sorted out faster than a lot of our others, as hopefully it will be done and dusted as soon as possible. So yeah, Faker, 600 games, basically a 66.6% win rate as well. And he's going to need a 66.6% win rate in this series if they want to get out alive. That's basically how it works.
That quick maths, really. I always shy away from it on cast. Because, like, you know that one time you're going to make a huge, super simple mistake and it's going to just haunt you forever.
I've made enough of them that I'm pretty immune.
It doesn't matter anymore
at this point.
It's the opposite. Like, it's the DDoS tactic where you just swarm with mistakes, and then they can't pick a single one.
Don't say that word, by the way. That's a Monk W. We aren't saying that one. We aren't saying that one. As it's so rough. It's so rough here for T1 because if the T1 2 meme continues, I just don't know. It's so hard. But then you look on the other side of the rift, right? And this is a NONGSHIM REDFORCE that also had a lot more expectation at the beginning of the season and then had some bad games. And now we're like, oh, middle of the pack team, blah, blah, blah. But they want to prove that this is a team that can tango with the top, right? Like, this is Peanut coming back to Korea as well. This is the team that he wants to try and push forward. This is, you know, players like Rich and Doctarm that have had some amazing moments in the LCK, but also some low lows and wanting to try and find that consistency. And if they do have another great game here in Game 3, then we want to be able to focus on, you know, NONGSHIM really being able to turn it around and having a good showing. But I think there's going to be a lot in the back of people's minds saying that T1, they run out of steam way too early, you know?
And it's something that it's a feedback loop, right? Like, because the first time it happens, you're like, it's fine. And then the second time it happens, you're, that's unfortunate. But like by time 3 and 4, if you win that first game, you're feeling fresh. But then the moment the second game starts going sour, like the moment that you start doubting yourself is the moment where like your plays are not going to work out anymore, right? League of Legends is not a game where you get space and room for hesitation.
Yeah.
You need to be on top of your game at any point, at any time, because if you're not, then your opponent is like, that's the thing. Everyone is really, really good in the LCK, right? Like, they might look bad compared to the actual greatest players in the world, but you can assure you that even players on like that are having a more rough time. I say as T1 is currently 8th.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's very little space that you have, and every like bit of hesitation that you have is too much. And these players are still human. Going 1-2, well, is it like 3-4 times this split? It's got to eat at you.
No, absolutely. It's really, really rough. And not being able to win like the pivotal moments is, you know, something that Gen.G, for example, suffered from a lot last year. Yeah. Because a lot of the fans, you know, like you see them being dominant in a regular season match and you're like, oh, but what does this mean when we get to playoffs? You know, what does this mean when the pressure actually is at the highest? And what we saw was it meant that they fall out, right? Like the same thing happens for Worlds. Like Gen.G looked unstoppable in the group stage, and then they get into the knockout stage, and it's, you know, the old Gen.G that we were used to, not really performing to the level that we know a lot of these players can actually get towards, right? As looks like we're making sure that everybody's headset isn't actually providing any feedback or anything like that, so we have to sort of do a bit of extra work here, guys. A few apologies, as everyone on the NONGSHIM side looking like they're in complete control. Maybe they could have a ramen break, something like that. Maybe this is time to call for another care package.
I mean,
I never got one. I know, Wolf got one. They could send you one, right?
Now they can.
As a little...
I'm stuck.
Yeah, you're here now.
All the food I get is ordered anyway. I would not mind a care package.
You actually deserve a care package more than any of us. And I'm just salty about it. I just wish I could have. I saw the care package that Wolf got and it looked super cool. So much delicious NONGSHIM stuff. But I digress. Peanut on your screen, looking like he's fidgeting a lot, but still very vocal and looking pretty happy here on his birthday. Obviously got a lot of presents as well. Peanut has about the most fans of a Korean player outside of, you know, Faker perhaps, but certainly a lot of fans for Peanut.
I get it. You know,
rain down with the gifts.
It's adorable.
He's a cute boy, absolutely. But let's see whether he's going to be as dominant on the Rift as he was in Game 2. That Nidalee performance was 100% Feels birthday man, but the Yuta performance beforehand was Feels bad man, unfortunately.
Yeah. It can go a couple of ways, and that's the thing with this game. I also feel like this game, unlike the other two, there is as clear a path forward for either team. Right, I feel like it's really, really going to be dependent on how the lanes go, because I don't think either team is like... I think if you'd give it to one of the teams, it'd probably be NONGSHIM that have like a little bit more pressure, right, through like this setup, like the Scat of the Week. But then on the other end, you have like a Leona. Like it's hard for me to really call where the early action is going to be. It does look like... hopefully
yeah, I think we're back in
the game.
I could see it as Faker's meditating, and now he's woken up again. All right, no, no, we're just making sure that we're resting. Okay, now we can see it. Now we're back in, and that's the playing the game Faker that we wanted. And here we go. Finally back onto the Rift. We've had a lot of pauses, Chronically. You've definitely run the LCK gauntlet already. As we are still level 1. It's 2 minutes in, and now we have to get back into the mindset of actually commentating League of Legends.
Yeah, I have many a tale of very long pauses. So this is honestly more my comfort zone than League, right? I don't know. Yeah,
this is what we needed. This is what we needed. That's why I got the job as well, because I came from the LPL when it was casted out of Australia, and we spent, I think, more time paused than actually playing the game, and we had a lot of games to get through.
Yeah.
So I completely agree that is the skill set that you really need to get the most down when it comes to the LCK. Is Gumayushi struggling a little bit to get all of these minions underneath the turret, as a good stun comes out from Bay there onto Faker, but the trades looking like they're working out quite well for T1's man in the mid lane.
It's Syndra Orianna, right? Like, there's not that much to say about this matchup. We've seen it a million times. Nothing should happen unless there's like very aggressive jungle attention. But yeah, the bot lane is, the early game is kind of rough because as carrier, like, you should not really be allowed to get on top of Kalin and Dokdam, and then you're a double ranged matchup into a mixed matchup, and then you can't take control of the wave. Ah, there we go. This is what I was waiting for. I knew this was coming.
I feel like maybe we epically cursed it by having the conversation about pauses, as Ellen just doesn't seem to be able to get his microphone settings worked out at all. Maybe he needs to mute the in-game voice chat and hasn't done that, because if you remember to our games last night, I forgot and I almost blew up everyone's ears by having Atlas times 7 and just peeking all over the place. So maybe that's the issue.
The real problem is, I've started learning Korean because, you know, I'd really like to, but I am not currently able to speak Korean whatsoever. I can read it a little bit, but that's about it. Don't understand a lot. And, you know, normally you can turn off auto-joining things, and that's really easy normally in League, as are a lot of things and a lot of settings. But, as you very well know, my client is in Korean. It's a bit of a problem.
As is mine, my friend. Don't worry. It does make life difficult. I've learned a bit of Korean over my time, but I've spent a lot of my time learning Korean League of Legends rather than the language. So, yeah, it is definitely a difficult time.
Now, I'm going to assume that Alan does, in fact, read and speak Korean, so it's probably a more difficult problem than that. I think that's a safe assumption to make, right?
I'd assume also that, you know, all of this tech support that he has surrounding him as well probably knows a bit also. So I think that that's not going to be the issue. I think we just haven't quite figured out exactly where the main problem's coming from. And I hate this, man. I want to be able to get into this and actually see how these lanes are going to go, because like having, you know, 1 minute worth of play and then a pause for 15 minutes and then back to 1 minute, that's not how I want this to go.
No. But, you know, honestly, I'd rather have, like, a longer pause now and then have the full game than have, like, 10 minutes more and then another pause. So, you know, let's be hopeful. Tech crew all working very hard, all the players just sitting, chilling. And this is, of course, at some point, like, as a player, you're going to lose your focus. And I think that's where it gets really, really hard, because you need to find it back once you get back in the game. And you know what, Atlas? If it gets if the pause really keeps going, and if we're really struggling, I can just pull out the old Dutch accent, and then
that's true. And we can also play some Hangman as well.
Yeah,
you know,
everything becomes more bearable. We can spot ghosts in the background.
Yeah, although I think that was Fred at Brion. I think that was their house.
But who knows, right?
I mean, he does get around.
Yeah.
You know? He's not in quarantine. The ghost could be anywhere.
Maybe it's a bit of a Casper situation, you know? He's just looking to make friends, and gamers are very friendly, passionate about League of Legends.
But are you going to trust a ghost straight away? You know, that's the question.
I
guess, you know, Ghost has been a pretty nice guy in the LCK so far, so maybe here in the LCK we should trust ghosts straight away. Not entirely sure. But, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely taking some time. His carrier, it looks like it's getting to him as well. You can see, like, he's like, guys, I just need to get into the game, otherwise I'm going to fall asleep.
Yeah, I think this is something that if you haven't competed at a high level of anything, really, it's like, it might be hard to understand, but there's like kind of a zone that you need to get into, right? If you really want to get the most out of your practice, out of your performance, and maintaining that level of focus is grueling.
Yeah.
Like it's so hard, and I always really like looking at players and like seeing how they cope with these kind of situations. And I'm not sold yet. I don't trust this yet.
Yeah, I don't trust this either. As here's our brief interlude of video game before we go back to League of Paws. I hope you guys enjoy it. We're going to check out some early laning phase between Gragas and Ornn. And come on, observers, is this really the best use of our very limited amount of time on Summoner's Rift? I'm not sure. But so far, we've stayed in the game for almost a minute. And that's really good news.
Most definitely is, and we do see immediately, as we said, Dogdom and Kalin gonna have the edge early on in this lane. I think post 6 it gets a lot better once you actually get some all-in potential, though the exhaust is also gonna kind of make that a lot harder. And look at this, Dogdom and Kalin know we want to perma-shot this lane, we want to harass, we want to get pressure, and with that vision, you're allowed to.
Oh, absolutely. And Ellen, if he does move any further forward, I don't think he's actually been on vision just yet, as of course the wards have been pinged out, so Ellen knows where not to stand. But a turret plate already down at 4.5 minutes is kind of what we were expecting. You know, Vayne Leona not going to have the greatest of times into Seraphine and the Kai'Sa. But it's about how they transition and get themselves a little bit more, as we've got a back through here from Gumayusi, who just wants to stay a little bit more relevant when it comes to the items. And Carrier at least was able to deliver one of the CS before he gets back, as they just want to keep this lane at exactly this position for as long as possible.
Yeah, the problem is I think that the freeze is going to get very easily broken, and as Guma and Carrier, the main power in that freeze is if you actually have all-in potential. So now it looks like they're slow stacking this wave and possibly want to turn that into some pressure on the objective. But it's not possible because, you know, Udyr is Udyr. This is one of the main reasons why we see him. Peanut's pathing has been so well planned that he can just run in it and pick up a free first Drake. And
yeah,
that is a good start.
Absolutely. Next one going to be the Ocean, as Cloud Soul might happen here, I'm sorry. But it could be a Mountain Soul as well. That would be better. Especially because we've got some big boys on the top side. But yeah, it's probably going to be a Cloud, isn't it? That's just one of those things. Good boop there from Zeus. Zeus, sorry, who takes himself a turret shot in the process, but still going to be winning out for now. As you were saying, this stack of the wave does come in, and they are now going to at least have a little bit more control. Dogdom going to be able to pull ahead in the farm, however.
And the downside to having like a Vayne in that lane is that Vayne early on, I think her 1v1 potential is still really good if she ever does find herself against like Dogdom or Kalin. Although of course you need to be aware of the isolated Q coming out from the Kai'Sa. But the combination of Vayne and, or particularly the Vayne, is not going to have enough power to dive a Kai'Sa and a Seraphine, especially not with all their summoners up, right? And you don't really have any threat. So you can slow push this wave, but there's no objective. And you don't really have as much all-in threat, because I don't think you win the all-in just through the sheer power of Seraphine. And like post 6, it can be completely different. Or if Alum is able to find some way, but thus far the defensive play from NONGSHIM has been exceptional. And I'm kind of getting worried because I don't think T1 necessarily has to do anything in his early game for their composition. But T1 just have not looked the same if they don't have a lead early.
Yeah, right. As Kellen not going to find that beat drop at all. That's okay. Gumayusi's still not winning out on any of these trades. You're not going to really see it happen. And this is T1 doing their very best just to bide their time, pick up whatever farm that they can, play as safe as possible. To be expected, but still doesn't feel the greatest. Watching Dogdom just get a larger and larger lead, just passively, based on what has been picked, as the beat's going to be dropped one more time, and Gumayusi just continuing to take free damage as a pickaxe, but nothing else to his name.
And that's where you see the power of those nodes, right? Like an extended trade, Seraphine can spam a couple of spells and hit you with an empowered and like extended range auto. And it just feels so bad. So incredibly bad. Now Peanut's going to show up here. He will be in full vision. And this is the immediate moment for Allen. Might go for a dive here. I do feel like it's a little bit risky.
Yeah, beat drop comes in. That's going to be the tumble. Gets them out of the way. Only level 5, so no solar flares as the teleports come on in. Keria trying to get as much CC as possible and actually gets the first blood. It's a disastrous Rich just delivered under the turret. Gumayusi grabs a kill, and it's all going wrong for NONGSHIM. They get 1 kill onto Keria, but it still looks really good. The ulti comes down, but Gumayusi locks down the kill. It's a double for the Vayne. And now Faker rotates in, looks to try and lock down Doctarm where he can. The Seraphine trying to run as Faker's already moving over to try and kill her as he takes down the Kai'Sa. And now Kellen's going to be dead as well. That's a big old thumbs up for Zeus. A double kill for the man in the mid lane. And Elam's just farming mid, trying to do what he can, and it's a disaster for NONGSHIM.
NONGSHIM, why? Why would you don't need to dive them there. You're already building such a big lead in this bot lane. And I don't... Yes, okay, I get it. They're not 6 yet, but this is not it. Like, there's teleports available. You're going here for a dive without any, like, immediate lockdown. You don't have your Seraphine ultimate yet. You're standing in a minion wave, so Kai'Sa does less damage, and then everything else just kind of snowballs from there. Zeus' control of the Gragas here is exceptional. If you look at this body slam as well, Gumayusi making great use of the stealth, and then the fact that they overcommit this much is just... That should never happen.
We're going for it again as Keria doesn't have Aftershock anymore. He's likely to die here as the beat gets dropped, and that is going to be Leona doing the same. So NONGSHIM do get themselves more here on the bottom side, but Gumayusi's still going to be able to pick up a lot of this CS by the looks of things. Elam's going to get face checked, and not going to be able to find that E either.
So the repeat gank is really good, but at this point the damage is already done. There are 2 people on T1 that you don't want fed. You don't want them to hit their early power spikes. One is the player who's currently playing his 600th game ever, and the other one is one of the most promising ADC rookies that we've seen in the LCK in a really long time. They're gonna get to their spikes much faster, and a 1-item spike means that Vayne in team fights will still need a little bit of time, but in the 1v1 in the side lane, right when Keria's roaming, turns into an absolute menace, and then you have Fake on his Orianna. So neither of those things are good for NONGSHIM.
Oh yeah, this is a disaster. His turret plates over to Faker. He had double buffs. Red buff is going to wear off, but this is still just dominance. And we talk about this so often in these control mage matchups. Mid lane control is just so powerful, and they down to about 300 as a shockwave just to soften up the Syndra. That forces a reset. That gets a free Drake over to T1, and it's once again just really good early control of the map, and we need to see this continue from this team because the lead is not enough to be considered game over or anything like that. Of course, it's 11 minutes, so that's never going to happen. So we need to see this continue, and there's the Cloud Soul that I promised to you earlier on. And look, they're going to be moving a bit faster. They're going to have some CDR on their ultimates. That's good news. As Bay is going to turn back up. He doesn't have a flash, remember. Scatter the Weak is good, but there's a Ragnarok, and that is going to be a very dead Syndra. Faker comes over for the support, and this is just... This is some pretty Olaf gaming, absolutely.
You will not be missed. 11.3. Gumayusi needs to be really respectful here. I think he's
Yep, there's the ulti. Kellen finds it. No, not able to get the extra spell as Keria does turn up. And it looks like with Olaf coming down,
wow,
Gumayusi is going to be able to even get the minion wave as well. Voitsic, oh god, I was scared. Okay, in he goes. Doctarm gets the cleanse and will be able to keep himself alive. Yeah, just a little bit greedy there from Gumayusi, unfortunately. As now Rich, trying to stop Zeus from dirty farming underneath this turret, just calls in the Ornhorn, and the Ram says no. It's not going to be a kill or anything like that, as Rich makes it back to his turret to safety.
Oh, Faker proccing the phase rush there as well, so that... Because he's aware that Peanut is there, right? Like, this is peak Faker, right? Like, gets a lead and immediately multiplies it to the utmost extent. And I think this is something where we got to draw the comparison to a player like Closer, who mechanically is really strong. But first, let's see how Bay gets blown up here. And it's just... You can't do anything. There's no counterplay to this.
Yeah. That's it's called getting Olaf'd. It's like gameplay versus gameplay is what it kind of feels like a little bit. As, yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, not exactly much to it on that bottom side.
I think that they could have both sidestepped. It's logical that that Keria goes for the catch there, right? Because you don't want to run the risk that, like, you're not in sync, and then Guma gets hit and you die. But I think you can both sidestep there. I'm not entirely sure, but looked like it might have been. And then you can't have the follow-up Killer Instinct, still the cleanse get used, so possibility for a 2v2 kill later on, because currently those two ultimates are down, so if Carrier wants to go for that, they can, but they don't have bot side vision, so it's a little harder. But all in all, it's a 1k gold lead, and it's good, but as you already pointed out, this is anyone's game.
Oh, precisely. And Rich is going to be able to add ornaments to everyone. You know, the scaling on the side of NONGSHIM is no joke either. And while you look at Vayne, Orianna, things like this that do scale very, very well, it's still an Olaf, you know, who's not necessarily going to have the greatest time. It's going to be better than usual because he does have Orianna to help enable him as this game goes on. And we saw what Dread did, you know, quadra kills and stuff in the late game. Olaf, obviously, late game powerhouse, as you know, as Ellum turning back up towards the top side here and wants to try and augment Zeus's already decent time in this lane, despite what the farm may look like. But 0-0-4, definitely a good start here. And they're looking for the dive. Rich going down relatively low, doesn't quite have the Ornhorn available as the teleport is going to be drawn out, and Bay is going to continue to sack that lane even further. He's already lost his turret. Real dangerous times as Gumushi not going to be caught shopping. And Peanut looking to try and stop them here. Did walk over vision. And Ellum's going to use that in order to lock down Shirley.
And that's the second time, right? Ellum sees Peanut on the bot side, like, yep, give me that. It's on top of the ward as well. Ellum doesn't care. And we've talked a lot about the side of T1, right? Like their spikes, like how far ahead their key carries are. Fortunately for NONGSHIM, and it's the reason why, in combination with like the front line and setup that they have, they're still in a really good spot. Same can be said for Dokdam, right? Dokdam, we've already seen his stats are really, really good. I think many would call him one of, if not the highlight of this NONGSHIM roster.
Oh, 100%.
And him being 4-1 already means that his blow potential is also insane, which means I think that the fights that are going to break out here might actually be insanely volatile, and it just depends which carry gets caught out of position. Now, they both have both summoners, right? They both have really good repositioning, Vayne in the form of a tumble, and the stealth that you get from Final Hour. Dokdam more aggressively with the Killer Instinct, although it can, of course, be used somewhat defensively. But I think it's just going to be down to execution. I don't think either team has a really strong edge here. So it's going to be who gets to the good, like the plays where they need to be first. And I don't think Peanut's allowed to walk there.
I don't think so either. He's going to bear himself away. So he does, I believe, still have Chem Tank, so he does run pretty fast. As Zeus turns up, looks like this fight for the Cloud Drake is what both teams are looking for.
Thank you.
We might have that river ramp. We might have the river ramp. No, you're welcome. I already said that it was going to happen. We deserved one in the first game, but unfortunately it was denied. So we had to wait until game number 3. As the Cloud does go over to Peanut. Zeus now being found by Rich, who does have a decent horn angle. As Faker finds Peanut on the backside. There's going to be the tower taken down, though, as Shirley gets a lot of work done. As they have really driven all the way up this mid lane. The K-Ram is no joke. Flash forward, gets the flash out of Bay immediately. And that is actually going to be very valuable as T1 move further forward. But now Ellum may be in trouble. Has Ragnarok, of course. Offers a fair bit of damage back onto Peanut and doesn't actually have to press his R button. And so T1 just walk out, stage left. Things going to be fine.
And that's worthwhile trade. I think both teams are kind of happy with that. As NONGSHIM, you can say it's fine. You know, we got an advantage in the Drake War. We're scaling up well. We don't really need to force something there. As T1, you can say, okay, we've created a lot of mid-zone control. We have a lot more freedom to go. And I actually think that that flash forced out by Bay is going to make... I'm not entirely sure if the timing is right, but it could be that T1 is able to like capitalize on that for the next dragon. Because Syndra's stationary, right? So like the moment you don't have flash, you also don't have Guild Force. Neither AD carries went for that, by the way. Or went just full damage, which makes sense with the top laners that you have. But basically, it means if you get hit by something, you're dead. There's a lot to get hit by. You know, there's Gragas, there's Shockwave, there's Carrier. It's just a lot of stuff.
Oh, so, no. Sorry, once again, the cannon.
It really, every time, right? It really gets to you.
Yeah, this is...
It wears you down.
It's a hard part of our lives, right? And oftentimes, we see all of the cannons being collected, but sometimes things just go wrong. And that was one of those times, unfortunately. The other thing that we have to talk about is the Ornn effect, right? He is going to be making sure Dokdam is just giga huge in the late game. And that's going to be really scary. Moonstone already completed here for Kellen. And That will certainly help Peanut as well. You know, like he's going to be pressing his W. Peanut's going to be a lot more happy. And he's going to be able to get in and out, and have himself replenished. So this is an Udyr and an Olaf that are, you know, capable of getting things done in the later stage. Just because of who they have around them in order to support. So both of these compositions...
Pretty interesting. That's a teleport force.
Damn.
I don't think that was necessary.
Well, Peanut not going to get slowed down just yet. Chemtank comes through as he's trying to fight Zeus here, but he's pretty tanky right now. Going to flash himself out. Cathian Rain definitely showing us that Dr. Arm is scary, but Killer Instinct now on cooldown.
Yeah, that was a weird sequence of events. I think the teleport is fine if you immediately pull the trigger, right? If you do see an opportunity there for a jungle fight. Now it feels a little bit awkward. Zeus will have a lot of less offensive power, but I don't think his role in this matchup is to be offensive, right? Like, you engage, and then you body slam defensively on anyone that tries to get close to GENㅅLCK. And I don't think it matters as much, but still kind of a weird teleport there, because it didn't really feel like T1 was pushing super aggressively or like going for a big objective. So yeah, all in all, NONGSHIM doesn't want to take the risk, just playing it safe. And as you said, Ornn gonna be giving out some Whim, Fallen Sacrifice. You know, love that item name. It's also one of the very few that I know, because the new Ornn item upgrades are they're very literary. I quite like it. It's very very prosaic, right? But it's also hard to remember.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. You know, some of them.
I mean, for you, you
really
need to know them.
Yeah, and we also don't have any Gale Force, and my favorite one that's real is the Typhoon. I think Typhoon's fantastic. Yeah. Super cool. But like Ceaseless Hunger, hate it. Not a big fan.
I like Dayside from Divine Sunderer. I think that one's
cool. That is cool. That
one's badass.
That's also just a cool word, right?
Yeah.
It's very badass. So I guess, you know, there's a couple that I wouldn't say that they're all the best. We can come up
not all hits, but that's okay. You know,
yeah.
I'll always win.
We got the supercharged Chemtank coming through though. That's going to be fun. Because the only way to get better than the turbo is a supercharge, right? Isn't that how that works? I think
that's a good question. I don't actually know the correct order of like going from turbo to super. I guess you go to like what, hyper after that?
I don't know. This is something that we can debate at another time. Right now, we do have another K-Ram as Peanut looking for a flanking position as we've got a lot of jockeying happening as these mid waves are getting wiped out. Looks like T1 has a bit more control there. There's Carrier and Elm just trying to stick on the front line. Zeus doing the same thing. Faker on the backside. Yeah, keep your eye on that one. See whether the shockwave is going to be pivotal, as this is going to be our fight. NONGSHIM do have Cloud Soul point after this one if they do manage to lock this one down. Even levels on our junglers. Let's see who's going to win this poke war. The orbs coming on in. You can see Bay just trying to get as many of them on the ground as possible. Make sure that Scatter the Weak is as scary as it can be. Throwing through as many as he can. There are so many buttons being pressed, and now Rich pulls the trigger. That's a triple knock-up, and in goes the charm as well. But T1, they keep themselves in it. Shockwave only lands onto Peanut, who soaks a lot of damage and will be taken down. Now Gumayushi trying to take the fight into his own hands, and Bay gets back to the rest of his team. It is going to be Dragon traded for an Udyr, and I think that might be okay for either side. Both of them just going to back away.
I thought for a second that T1 was going to make the move on Baron there. They might try to guide this Wraith in.
Oh my god, just gets chunked. The teleport to come forward as well from T1. Now Doctor going to have to get out. Yeah, exactly. They're looking for this one as Zeus body slams over, gets the slow into Doctor. Immediately that gets cleansed. Kellen's going to get slowed down. In goes Carrier. Finds Doctor on the backside, who has to Killer Instinct and Flash to get himself out. Faker flashes forward, tries to find Doctor. Doesn't quite have enough damage. And it looks like NONGSHIM are going to get themselves out of this one. But man, this is getting real dicey real fast on both sides.
And this is what we were saying before. It's all about what space can you create for you two carries, right? Dokdam in that fight, not able to do as much as Gumayushi. And the fact that they sacrifice his Udyr doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. He's got the Drake, as long as that backline is safe. Zeus tries to cancel here, is not actually able to, but there's not enough follow-up damage, because here we see that NONGSHIM is kind of split between actually finding T1 and damaging the Dragon. And as soon as Peanut goes down, kind of feels like T1, they can't really do anything here. They force a couple of summoners, but then this play from Fake is so smart because you don't expect them to be there, right? It looks like the entirety of T1 went into the mid wave. They could look for a push there. That's what they did last time. And instead, everything gets blown. And this makes subsequent fights so much harder here for the entirety of NONGSHIM REDFORCE because without summoners, your Kai'Sa is going to be a sit and duck. And the fact that Faker goes for this as well, I love it. But that flash is really valuable.
Yeah, well, we're going to look for it once again as there's the Shockwave. Doesn't do too much as Peanut's able to soak a lot of that damage. That's the Ornhorn from Rich on the backside. Keria looking to try and make his way out as this Olaf is massive. Peanut will be taken down. Zeus here, another brick wall that NONGSHIM have to get through. And it looks like they're running out of resources in order to do so. And you saw, this is what happens. Doctarm doesn't have his summoner spells, and it means he cannot get into these fights as effectively.
There is no smite.
Yeah. Peanut's dead. This Baron starting to go down pretty quickly. This will be a 4v5. We'll see whether Baron is going to work out for NONGSHIM as there are low health bars. Gumayushi's he's at full as now Rich gets body slammed. Doesn't have the Ornhorn, remember, as they will be just taking down this Baron. It's the Olaf able to lock it down, and Rich just too far forward. Unfortunate for the top laner of NONGSHIM, and they couldn't pull the trigger. They didn't have enough triggers to pull.
And it looked like such a good fight for NONGSHIM at the start because they funneled T1 into a choke point, and then Rich pulls the trigger with the Ornhorn. But I want to see, when the replay, how is T1 able to actually make this work? Because I think at this point, I don't mind that you go for a fight here, right? Like T1 is all funneled in there, and Zeus is not at the fight yet. But I think they underestimated the amount of damage that can be done, and Kalin isn't really in this fight. Then Zeus with the flank basically forces the entirety of NONGSHIM to immediately back off. And now Udyr is dead, and you're now at a point where your Vayne can get through this Baron so incredibly fast. You don't have your big ultimates anymore, you can't hard engage, no smite. And yeah, then the subsequent follow-up from T1 is simply too much. I think they could have re-engaged there, but they don't risk it. They try and play it safe, and as T1 in this position, I really commend them for that. Because
yeah, this is real scary.
It is.
Big shout out to Zeus as well, because I sort of called out Rich. I was focusing on the Baron and whether that was going to be secured successfully, but the cast was very, very nice. Waits for the Searing Charge, waits for, you know, the Bellows Breath to make sure that Rich can't avoid the cask, and then guarantees that that one will push Rich back and gets even more for T1. As now the Baron pushes in, and this gold lead is extending ever further, close to 6,000 now the lead for T1, a 3,000 Baron power play, and they still have a minute and a half left. They split pushing on the top side of the map, but T1, they're trying to break open the base, and you can see this inhibitor turret is still limping from before.
Alan?
Yep, Alan's just doing some limit testing here, seeing how many turret shots that he can take and shrug off. And I think the number is quite large, by the way. As, now Bay's going to have to come back, because yeah, this push is continuing. Nexus turrets are now under fire. As the rest of NONGSHIM, they will be respected. Bay not going to actually come home just yet, looking to take a blue buff first. And Zeus is so tanky that he's not scared of Peanut one bit. 3,000 health now on the Gragas. Not bad at all.
And this is a really nice trap, because I think here as NONGSHIM, it's such a risky play to push it out there, and they're not going to go for it, which I think is the really solid call. You don't have to. The inhibitor is already down. And this Drake means nothing to you as NONGSHIM, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't give T1 anything, and you are not going to risk your game over a Cloud Soul. That is not the play, unless, you know, especially not with this composition. And what I've been seeing so far is that NONGSHIM don't really seem to be on the same page when they go for these engages, and I feel like Doctarm should be able to leverage more than he does. But T1, unlike what we've seen from T1 in previous days, so this is a big swap from what we've seen from them before, really seem to be able to know what to do in these team fights, right? Like Keria and Zeus find the exact amount of damage that they need to tank. Elam is a great frontline fat that's augmented by the Orianna, and the entire purpose of that is either Faker hits a shockwave and 100 to 0 someone, or you create space for Guma. And Gumayushi is now at a point, he's hit 3 items. He will free tap everyone that isn't Rich, probably Peanut as well.
Yeah.
And it's getting really hard for NONGSHIM, because I said already, they're a skirmishing team. I think that's when they look the best. And these front-to-back team fights, they don't seem as comfortable.
Well, Rich needs to start doling out these Ornn upgrades as well. Hasn't quite been able to get too many. He's level 14, so can give them away. And now he's backing. Should be able to deliver them for the next fight. as T1 push down this top inner turret, the last inner turret on the map. Certainly the textbook play, as there is still a lot of vision around here for NONGSHIM. But T1 are starting to remove it. And Peanut will find carrier. That's a belly boop onto the Udyr, as this tower is going to be the focus. Very tanky as Elm, doesn't care about being stunned up or anything like that, and still has the Ragnarok at his disposal. And NONGSHIM now trying to defend this inhibitor turret. The bottom lane is, I think, stacking up for T1. Should start pushing back, but isn't necessarily a point of pressure just yet, and they'll have to rely on that mid lane being, you know, the secondary pressure point as they try and siege this one out.
They don't have Baron buff anymore, and the waves aren't like super synced up, so as you're saying, like it's just an inhibitor wave, which Dogdom can clear really easily, and Dogdom not being in the fight isn't that big a deal because he has killer instinct. So T1 just decided better of it, just get some resource suck from the jungle, and I think this is going to be a slow-paced game. I think T1 is going to play this for, like, you know, how sometimes you can make plays and you're like, yeah, this is a 70-30. Don't think T1's going to do that here. This is a pivotal game for their spirit, and if this one gets turned around on you, or in like a pretty commanding lead, right, you have a really good front-to-back teamfight composition, you don't need to force anything. If you lose this one, it will be bad. It will be really, really bad for your mental and for the state of the team.
No, precisely. We do have that Megalodon Slayer in. Dogdom has put that one together for himself. So thankfully, Rich has started to dole out some of these items, so the gold lead's going to mean less and less as the game goes on. As Peanut, possibly caught in the wrong position, takes a blast cone but gets body slam for it. Slowed down there is now Gumayusi looking to get on top of him. Killer Instinct comes in as Dogdom moves out of the way, cleanses. The barrel goes completely wide, but Peanut still going to be taken down. Now Elm finds himself in the front line. Carrier trying to be a hero as Dogdom will be taken down on the back end. Rich trying to flash away as Gumayusi takes position on the front line. Elm gets rid of the Seraphine in like 1 or 2 axes. She is so squishy. Bay's going to get slowed down, and I think that this is going to be the game. It's a great stopwatch from Bay, but unfortunately he's dead as an afterthought. Rich finds the fountain, but he's not going to get anything done there, and I think T1 may have got the monkey off their back. They might be able to take down a game 3 in what feels like forever. They will do it. Their eyes set now on these Nexus turrets.
The 600th game of the living legend in the mid lane, Faker. A justified win for T1 here after what can only be described as a series that was so binary in their performance, right? Like game 1, game 3, and look at these players, right? Like,
yeah, man.
If we're already feeling the relief as Gumayusi gets to his gigantic, because he's got to be dehydrated after that vape performance. But
yeah, no, true.
It's a single misstep from Peanut there, but I feel like this went wrong for NONGSHIM REDFORCE way earlier, right? I feel like they weren't as comfortable as T1 in setting up these engages. They were afraid to pull the trigger at times, and it showed in every subsequent team fight. I don't think comp-wise it was necessarily unwinnable, but at that point in time, right, T1 had a 7k gold lead. And in the final team fight, someone like Zeus, for example, all he had to do, which he did exceptionally, was just zone Dogdom. Dogdom out of the fight. They don't have the consistent damage, right? It's an Udyr who does nothing, and a Syndra is like 1 rotation burst.
Yeah, no, there just wasn't enough, and it felt like the snowball team fight was somewhat of an inevitability. Unfortunately, Rich had some mispositions in that game as well. It wasn't necessarily the top tier on that can come out in some of these clutch moments, but I think this was T1 deconstructing the game really beautifully and playing around pressure that they built themselves, right? And this is what you expect out of a roster with so much veterancy and so many intelligent players that are still young guns, right? Like Carrier has shown some really, really smart, if not aggressive plays in the past, but you pair that, with the wealth of knowledge that Faker will provide, and it's a congratulations for him. 600 games in the LCK. He has about a 66.6% win rate, and he has that in this particular moment as well. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and that'll get you across the line. And winning a game 3 for this team, I think, is even more important, right? Because they've shown that they haven't necessarily been able to do so, and they've finally done it. They got the monkey off their back. They're not the T1-2 that so many people have been spamming. This is the game 3 victory and taking home this series, which is exactly what you need if you are this team. Shout out to NONGSHIM though. They really played well. So I think that they overperformed in a lot of their other compared to a lot of their other performances.
I wholeheartedly agree. I feel with NONGSHIM, they look their best when they are able to at some point grab the tempo of a game and just like beat your opponent down. Right? Like they're very quick and agile. You saw in the game earlier. Like I think those Renekton Nidalee compositions are just perfect for them. But here, you don't need to do this with this composition. There's no need for you to go for dives this greedy. And I feel like this is also the point in the game where every subsequent play you're gonna have this in your head, right? And everything becomes harder because Faker and Guma both have 2 kills.
Yeah. And yeah, sure, Dr. Arm gets himself to like what? He was 4-1 after this and the next play. But it just wasn't enough, right? Like you give the Vayne that you've been putting down so much a couple of kills, and they feel fantastic, and Faker gets to take over his lane.
And which he did exceptionally as well. I already told about how I feel like Faker is a player with a multiplier. He doesn't need resources, but when you give it to them, if he's on form, which I think tonight he definitely was, he's able to really leverage it fairly quickly. And yeah, I think for T1, it's an incredibly important game. I think you need this one to salvage your mental after what has been a very rough split so far. And the good things about T1 was still here. The bad things, not so much. I think game 2 was a little bit more rough. I think they could have won that one as well had they played a little bit more reserved. But all in all, good performance. From NONGSHIM, I want to see more of those aggressive comps, right? Even if the Nidalee and the Renekton get banned away, try to find something else because that's when they look the best.
I also think that, you know, Bay showed that he does have this fantastic flanking mentality, right?
Oh,
this team fight prowess on the set that we saw earlier. But he's been sitting on control mages almost this entire time. It's not the playstyle that you look for with that one. So we are going to have a listen in to T1 in their game-winning play towards the end as Zeus just completely zoned Octam. Yeah, he has a party cask, but he's allowed a celebration, I think.
It doesn't matter, right? Like, even if you miss your body slam, it's completely fine. Because as long as he's not in the fight, Guma can do what he wants.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
And Faker is stoic as always.
Yeah. Stone cold. As you like to see it.
And Zeus, I love that big smile. Such a young player, born 2004, 31st of January. It was his birthday a little while ago. Unfortunately for Peanut, it's his birthday today, but was unable to come away with the win. And this is your post-game graph. Some pretty understandable numbers. Unfortunate for Peanut to not do too much, but as an Udyr, it's very difficult if you fall behind at any point to be able to make that one work. And you saw NONGSHIM, they tried to set up for that, you know, that gold lead that would be just linear and move towards their victory. And you can see as soon as it makes that switch, that's that dive on the bottom side, which unfortunately really set the tone for this game.
And you know, Udyr's win rate in this this series, it's not good. It is.
It is 0%.
Yeah.
Not super great.
I think that the Udyr, it has value, but you need to get aggressive lanes. You need to be confident. You can get prior. You can actually leverage it. Because we saw them do it with the first Drake in this game, right? Like they were able to actually find it. But then beyond that, I feel like you need to be really comfortable in the champion. And I feel a lot of players just don't really know what to do once it gets to late and mid-game team fights.
No, you're right. And we're going to have the analyst desk break it down. We'll also have ourselves an interview. So here is G-Sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Faker was able to celebrate his historic 600th game here in the LCK with a win. First, let's take a look at the draft. T1, this time around, they locked in their AD carry champion in the very last pick, and that was Vayne. So with the Syndra lock-in, it was obvious that Syndra was, Seraphine was rotating down to the support role. Vayne does have a rough time into Seraphine during the laning phase, but T1 was able to overcome this kind of weakness. So yeah, once again realized that draft doesn't really impact the result of the game, but still, what they pull off in game matters more. Orianna can play really well in the laning phase and team fight, but on top of that, she has a really nice synergy that creates with Olaf pick in the jungle. So instead of banning out Orianna when teams are locking in Olaf, maybe they should also consider just locking in this Orianna-Olaf duo. And this pick coming out from T1, especially in the mid lane, it's kind of a message over to NONGSHIM and forcing them not to pick Udyr, but NONGSHIM still stick to this Udyr pick and they were not able to make the best value out of this jungle champion. We want to point out that T1's comp has a really huge poke damage onto the NONGSHIM comp, so they actually can zone out the opponent players before they actually try to dive on. Let's take a look at this failed bottom dive attempt coming out from NONGSHIM. Because they were so caught up with that tri-brush ward, they actually missed out on the fact that there was also another ward to the behind. And Udyr always makes a clear sign that he's diving onto the opponent because of these stance changes. So T1 was well and ready in order to take this fight and actually re-engage and get away with a huge win. And the engagement coming out from NONGSHIM was not also on point because actually Peanut was taking too much turret aggro. I think we are not seeing the best teamwork possible coming out from NONGSHIM, and also maybe the players are not actually that used to this new kind of comp that they are trying. Syndra also was really late with the TP, so she also got actually outplayed by the Orianna, who just walked down to join this fight in the end. And that also guaranteed a lot of gold going over to the carry laners on the side of T1. So Vayne, even though this was having a hard time in the laning phase, she was able to overcome this kind of problem with that bonus kills. And let's take a look at the final team fight where T1 is able to solidify their lead. NONGSHIM was actually looking for a pick in order to turn the table around, but T1 was way too ahead to get caught out by the NONGSHIM players. Peanut was looking for some picks, so he was running around in the jungle, but T1 was already too fed, so he got caught out. And T1 easily picked up multiple kills after this fight. So we also want to point out that T1's comp has a really strong teamfight ability, but at the same time, their sustained damage is also really huge. Well, prior to this play, T1 was able to get ahead with the Baron play as well. And T1 was always there when Udyr was looking for some setup, so we want to give a shout out over to T1 players making up some better setup than the opponents. T1 was able to overcome the loss in game number 2, and let's take a look at the player of the game. It's going to be Faker, the man of game number 600 here in the LCK. First POG of the split, going over to this superstar in the LCK. Very interesting. First POG on his 600th game in the domestic league. We also want to take a look at the gold difference instead of the other damage stats, because Faker was able to get ahead of the opponents. So Syndra was just eliminated in this game. She was not doing any work on her side. On the other hand, Faker was exerting so much pressure all around the map. NONGSHIM was not able to find the angle to actually engage because of that Orianna orb. Faker, because he was having the flash, he was taking a very safe spot in the backline and doing massive damage and helping out his teammates to kind of dive onto the opponent as well. And Keria was able to pick up some of the POG as well, and also Zeus, who is having a successful debut here in the LCK. Let's move over to the POG interview with the T1 players, Keria and Faker. Congratulations on your win. Thank you.
캐리아 선수 반응 속도 어마어마합니다. 역시 어린 피지컬.
Some clappy clap coming out from the T1 players to celebrate the win. T1 was able to actually cut their bad momentum. So Carrier, how are you feeling?
연패 중이었나요?
Were we on a losing streak?
오늘 무조건 이겨야 된다고 생각했는데.
Well, anyways, I thought this was a must-win game for us, so it's a big relief that we were able to make it happen. And Faker, the first player in the LCK to play 600 games, and you were also able to pick up the POG in that milestone game. How are you feeling?
굉장히 연패를 하면서
We were on a losing streak,
분위기가 그렇게 좋진
so
않았는데
we were not having a high morale. But with this win that ends the losing streak, I think we are a little bit relieved. T1, even though was in a losing streak, they kept having some bad performance. I guess the players are also paying attention to it and caring about it. And Faker, once again, congratulations on your new record. How are you feeling about that?
600전이라는 게 일단 제가 최초라는 것이 생각보다
I'm
의외였고요.
a little bit surprised that I am the first one to hit 600 games in the LCK. I will keep working hard. The history of the LCK, man of the LCK itself, Faker.
대부분의 부분에서. 네.
자, 캐리아 선수께 질문해볼게요.
Back to Carrier.
그러니까 엔트리의 변화가 있긴
T1
했지만 오늘은 전반적으로 팀워크가 굉장히
showed
잘
better
맞는다, 이런
performance,
얘기를
even though, yeah, we did see a new roster coming out.
피드백이
So,
어떤 게좀
what kind
있었을까요?
of feedback did you guys go through after losing some of the series?
경기 끝나고 이제
After the
그건
matches,
뭐였고,
well, I'm not sure about it, but yesterday after the
연습하면서
scrim
되게
or during the scrim,
질 좋은 피드백을 많이
we were able to actually have a very productive feedback. So I think that was also reflected in today's match.
아무래도 선수 엔트리라든지 여러 가지 문제가 있다 보니까 선수들 이렇게 속 시원하게 말씀해 주시는
Yeah, there are a lot of things going on inside of T1. I guess, you know, all the roster changes. But would you guys give us a hint about the directions that T1 is looking for? And any process that's going on in T1 to help fans understand the situation on the side of your team?
흔들리고 있었던 상황이었는데
Yeah, indeed, we were having some shaky time as a
팀원들이
team.
잘못된 방향을 바라보는 게 중요하니까
And it's really important that we are looking at the same point.
새로운
And we
감독님을
have to
토대로 한 저희
rely and trust
방향성에
each
대해서
other.
많이 통일하려고 하고
So we are trying to find a unified answer about the thing that we are trying to look for from our new coaching staffs, you know, new head coach. And Zeus made his debut in the LCK. Did you give him any advice?
우재가 첫 경기 할 때
When he was playing the first game,
생각보다 잘 플레이가 안 됐다고
he said he
하더라고요.
was not able to play up to his expectation.
저는 어차피 상대도 많이 긴장을 할 거니까
But I told him the opponents will be nervous as well, so I told him we shouldn't be too nervous about it. Don't worry about it.
그러게요. 네. 그러면 그 제우스 선수 관련 이야기 나온 김에 저희가 그
Speaking
선수들
of
마지막
Zeus,
보이스 저희도 들었거든요.
In the end of the game number 3,
제우스에게
Carrier
몇
actually,
천개의 타이틀을
you called
물려주려고
Zeus
하는 게
the
아닌가.
most talented
네, 이런
rookie
생각이
in history,
들었습니다.
a title that you used to have. Are you now carrying it over to him?
팀에 우재 제우스 선수랑 오너 선수가
I think Zeus and Honor on our team.
하는데 저번에 장난으로 막
We were like talking about
오너 선수한테 스프링 영 플레이어 자기 거니까 탐내지 말라
the
했거든요.
things that, like, I'm gonna be the young player of the spring split. So I told them like so I told him that the most talented player or the rookie in history are supposed to get the young player award.
상대적으로 데뷔한 지 얼마 안 된 선수들끼리 이런 얘기하는 거
Faker,
보고 있으면
what do you think about the rookies
선수들끼리
having some discussion about the young player award?
귀엽죠.
It's cute.
귀엽죠. 공감합니다.
감사합니다.
네.
Agreed.
저희 게임 얘기
From
좀
Kuro.
해야 될것 같은데.
But let's get back to the
레오나로
game.
오늘 이제 캐리아 선수는
The
POG를
Carrier.
받으셨고 3세트
You got the
승리를
POG on
가져왔는데
Leona.
두 경기 다
And
어떻게 보면 라인전에서
also won game
레오나가
number
강점
3.
있는 픽이라기에는 좀
But
힘든
Leona
부분이 있었던 것
actually
같거든요.
ran
쓰레쉬전들도
into
그렇고,
some of the
세라핀전들도
hard
그렇고.
points
라인전
during the
굳이
laning phase,
그런
especially
단점이 있더라도 나중에
against
더
Thresh.
만들 수 있는 좀 자신감
But
있는
were you
픽이었는지
confident that you can
어떤 게
overcome
좋았는지
those kind of
궁금합니다.
weakness in the later phase of the game?
일단 뱀픽 과정에서
During the
저희가
pick and bans.
좀 이니시가 필요하다 판단했고
We thought we need more initiation tools to complete our comp. And our coaching staff told me Leona looks like the best pick, so I was able to lock it in with confidence, and I was able to show great
원딜에
performance.
대해서 특히 3세트 원딜이 많은 분들 궁금해하실 때 그거 좀 저희가 질문해 볼까요?
네.
그렇죠.
We were curious about your lane partner that's locked in Game 3 as well, Vayne.
3경기에 그 트리스타나를 띄워놨다가
But we saw Tristana hover, and then you guys actually rotated to Vayne, which is not a good pick into Seraphine. What was the plan in that pick? Is that over to me?
같은 바텀이니까.
좋지. 그 라인전은 많이 힘들어도
Yeah, definitely Vayne had some tough time during the laning phase, but they had Udyr, and also we were expecting some tank champions to come in for the last pick, so we tried to just scale well with the Vayne pick, and we were looking for some late game chunk damage.
오리아나를 가장 먼저 가져갔는데
Because Vayne was locked in so late, we saw Orianna getting picked in the very early phase.
일단 팀적으로 원하는
As a team,
픽이기도 하고
that was the pick that we wanted.
전체적인 일단 오리아나를 해서
And
서포터가 좀 더 편하게 해줄
I
수
wanted
있다는
to kind of open more space for my support player with this Orianna pick.
하셨나요?
Do you agree, Kyria? Yes, I was super comfortable thanks to the Orianna.
생활을 진짜 네, 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다. 그러면 그 T1이 좀 특이한 지금
We have a very
알고 있는데 1세트
awkward record going with T1, or maybe some surprising record, or maybe we can call it a jinx because T1 always almost like win game number 1. They kept losing game number 2. Why do you think that is happening?
아무래도 2세트의 망령에 쓰인 게
I
아닌가.
think we are cursed by the haunted ghost of game number 2.
앞으로 좀 착하게 살아야 될 것
I
같아요.
think we have to
제가 봤을 때
behave nicer in order to lift up the curse.
많이
유머
기다리는
감각을
것 같아요.
맞습니다.
네.
하고 싶은 게 아닌가.
착하게 사셔야 됩니다. 옛날 너무
And
많이
totally
나와서
agreed by Kuro because he got bullied by Faker
최근에는 많이
in the old
나오면
days.
이제 보기 좋습니다.
But now, as old players in the scene, he's now supporting Faker.
그러면 여기서 이제 저를 만나시니까 어떠신가요?
How do you feel seeing me on the desk here?
정말 반갑습니다.
Nice to see you.
아유, 감사합니다.
별로 안 친하신 걸로.
Thank you.
네, 앞으로도 네, 두 분이 뵐 일이
예.
Hope to see more of the synergy created by Faker and Kuro.
해볼까요?
But now, let's wrap up the interview. You guys will be facing up against Brion in the upcoming Saturday. How are you going to prepare for that?
이제 더 열심히 준비해서
We have to work
앞으로
harder.
연승하고
I
해보겠습니다.
want to
화이팅!
push this momentum forward and extend our winning streak.
약간 그 페이커의 각오의 뭐라고 할까요? 뭐 마력이라고 할까요? 그런 게
And
뭐
Faker,
과거에
you know,
이제
there was
연습
some
관련해서
of the
이야기를
iconic
했었거든요.
message you made
팬분들 입장에서는
that
기적을 맛봤던 것도
in the
있습니다.
past you said you were gonna get
앞으로 우리 뭐
like
해내겠다
13 win streak,
이런
19 win streak,
얘기도
and you guys really made it happen. So
400번째 승리라고.
how are we gonna prepare for that upcoming match? And I heard if you win that upcoming match, that's gonna be your 400th victory here in the LCK.
네, 지금 아직은 팀적으로 많이 부족한 부분이 많지만
There are a lot of
많이
things to work on as a
개선해서
team, but we will make sure to get rid of
더 좋은
those
모습
bumps on the
보여드리고
road,
싶고요.
and I hope we can come back stronger in the
결국에
upcoming
네,
match.
결과적으로 작년에 못했던 롤드컵까지
And
최대한 잘 달려보도록
in the long-term perspective, I wish we can make it to Worlds, which we were not able to accomplish last year. And about the 400th victory, I really want to get it.
앞으로도 계속해서 LCK 역사를 함께
Wish you the best of luck,
나눠주기를 저희도
Faker, and also Kyria on the side of T1. And also wish you the best of luck in your upcoming career. And this will be the end of the interview with Kyria Faker on the side of T1. And back to our casters. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 오늘
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the interview and the analyst desk. And Chronicler, congratulations for your first series commentary as well. You did a fantastic job, if I do say so myself. Yeah, 100%. I think that we just don't have Chronicler.
There we go.
Because,
no,
he was
thank
muted.
you.
This is perfect. I've done that so many times. You needed to really, you needed to
rite of
get a
passage.
dose of the medicine. You know, absolutely. And he just said some adorable stuff about, you know, there being some nice feedback and him being awkward. And as we saw, based on our standings, T1 do get to equal 7th with NONGSHIM after that. Still a lot of work to do. But ladies and gentlemen, there is still another series coming up. So we've got about a 30-minute break, and then we'll have another one for you. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2021 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by the Chronicler. It doesn't start with the. I just wanted to experiment for a little bit there. Try something new. How you doing, my friend? How was your first series?
That was a treat. You know, I immediately went to 3 games, got to cast the 600th game of Faker. That's a huge honor. That was really good. You were
also,
okay.
We got a lot of pauses as well, which is cool.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the appeal, right? Like that's what we really work for. As little gameplay as possible. That's my
precisely. We had actually a lot of downtime during that series, so that means that we're starting this one off at 9 p.m. But look, it's going to be a banger as we've got Gen.G versus DRX taking to the stage. And Gen.G have some surprises for us as well. I mean, you've been used to seeing Flawless taking the stage for them. Not going to be the case. Clid is going to be back in, as well as a new face in the mid lane as well, which is going to be very, very cool. However, DRX have had some weird up and downs. Rascal versus Kingen is a really interesting one, sort of casting my mind back to old, you know, DRX versus KT days with that particular matchup. And yeah, the last point, the Gen.G players competing for a spot in the starting lineup. It's like Gen.G have taken a bit of a leaf out of T1's book on this one.
I don't really know, like, because Gen.G, I feel like even with the sub, is really cool. You know, it's another debut. It's really a day of debuts, if we can call it that. But Gen.G is still a very clear identity. I feel like their snowballing is the best in the league at the moment. I think they're not the best team. I think that still goes to Damwon Kia, especially if they're playing well, because like their clutch potential is insane. But I think Gen.G definitely looks super consistent and just really strong overall. If they don't get bodied by a certain Yone that we will not speak of because he's not in the game tonight. With DRX, the thing for me is I don't get DRX, and I don't really think DRX get DRX.
Neither do I.
Because it's a very confusing team. Because you see these stats, right? And these are really good. But then at the same time, like you see them go into drafts, you see them make mistakes, and like their goal at 15 on average is the worst in the league. And then the fact that then yes, they can flip it around, that's great, right? That's fine and dandy, but they've done that against teams that aren't Gen.G. And I feel like giving Gen.G an early lead is a really good way to lose.
Precisely. You can see they don't lose if they have a lead at 30 minutes. This is a roster that is very, very scary as far as closing games out. I think Ruler and Life have a lot to do with that. As you can see, Karis is going to be making his debut in the mid lane. BDD going to be sitting out for now. I've done a little bit of investigative stuff for Karis here, having a look through his OPGG and stuff like that. And he plays basically the same stuff as BDD. I'm not going to lie to you. He's been playing a lot of Azir and solo queue. So expect, you know, similar drafting out of Gen.G, but maybe we'll see a different play style here from Karis, who might be a little bit more aggressive than what BDD has been offering Gen.G.
I think the thing with BDD is something that I might also go for Kana, which is that I feel like he really needed a break, right? Like BDD has been a player who always has been in the running of like one of the strongest players, but never the strongest outside of the regular split. And I think that, you know, just getting the moment to breathe and kind of refine yourself can provide a really good opportunity. On the other hand, it's PYOSHIK and the boys, right? It's they've had really good games. They've had extremely questionable games on really weird drafts. They're a team that I don't really know. Like, I love them because PYOSHIK, of course, the one who premiered Udyr. At this point, Udyr is like not interesting anymore, right? We've gotten used to it. It's old news. But the rest of the team, it's been like up and down, like performance from everyone really. Although, as you can see here, Kingen has been super pivotal to DRX's performance and has been one of the few carry top laners. But then you're playing against Rascal, and Rascal's on form at the moment.
He's been doing some good things. Of course, you know, you go back to that Harmon Life Esports series and you're like, oh, it's a bit of a yikes. However, everything outside of that, Rascal has been absolutely fantastic. 11 solo kills, the most in the league for our top laners, playing very, very well. Kingen, on the other hand, certainly does have a lot of pressure in his lane. He's been, you can see that in the forward percentage statistics, sitting at 42%. He does more than a lot of our other players, you know, push forward in the lane, make sure that he can open space for PYOSHIK. And that's why PYOSHIK has been able to perform very, very well for DRX in the games that they do manage to win. However, like you say, like it's flipping a coin. This is like the most flippy team that we have in the LCK, and I find it very, very difficult to predict anything when DRX takes the stage. It bothers me. It does actually bother me a lot. DRX just, they can tilt you one day and you fall in love with them the next. And you just don't know what to expect. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they have for a new look Gen.G with Karis in the mid lane and Clid back in the jungle.
So I think the nice thing about DRX is like you say, it's so unpredictable, right? They draft like a Vayne Lulu composition, but then they draft the Lulu early, and then like they swap stuff around, and you're just like wondering what's going on? What am I looking at? What's happening? The problem is, I don't think Gen.G really falls for those kind of antics, because Gen.G has been a team that by all intents and purposes wins just by being really good. Not necessarily mechanically, because I think that Damwon, people like Showmaker, right, like they just, and Chovy for Hanwha Life, they push the limit just in terms of pure mechanics. And I think maybe outside of Rascal, that has not been the story for Gen.G for me. Gen.G has just been super decisive in how they play around the objectives. Their team fights have been absolutely stellar. Look at the deep champion pool of someone like Life, right? The consistency that is Ruler. Those are the ways that they win games. And I think that's a terrible match stylistically for a team like DRX, who are somewhat relying on their team making mistakes, right? Because we saw their average goal at 15 is the worst in the league. Like, it's worse than Fred Brion with a way worse record.
But they managed to pull rabbits out of hats. That's how they do it. So let's see whether they can pull a rabbit out of this one, because this could be really, really difficult. As Gen.G will start off with a Gnar ban. Kingen not going to get that one. Rel going to be taken off the board here as well as Kalista. I think that we might just see a bunch of marksman bans, although the Talia does need to be looked at.
That's the thing with playing against Ruler, right? If you don't do that, you're going to have a really bad time.
Yeah.
I really like the Seraphine ban here. Yeah, I think Seraphine's really, really strong. And if there is a team that will like just lock it first rotation, it's definitely DRX, right? Like they, as mentioned before, do not shy away from those type of shenanigans at all. And I feel like their draft as a whole throughout this split has been very erratic. Not necessarily super well thought out, but like so many curveballs that it's hard to keep track of what is really happening. As the Yone ban does come out here, so really wanted to make sure that Karis can't get like a super aggro matchup into Solka.
Yeah, I'm not allowing Clid to just freely go towards one of his, carry AP junglers as well. As Gen.G will do the standard thing on 11.2, which is insta-lock Kai'Sa if she's available, and Ruler, a sly smirk on his face, going to be very well equipped in this game. I hope the DRX have an answer. Bao at the moment is 100% win rate on the Aphelios, but they've decided to go for the textbook play, which is lock in Xayah, and I hope that that works, as Pyosik is going to show us all how Udyr is supposed to win, I guess. He's been losing a lot today. He's 0-3 so far. He's been the bane of everyone's existence, and Pyosik debuted it. Maybe he's going to be the one to show us exactly how it's supposed to work.
I think his current record is 2-1 if I remember correctly, but he is the one, he's one of the players that like obviously really gets the pick, was able to have a great impact with it in the games that they played it. But the more I see of Udyr, the more I feel like he's a strong jungler, but he does need certain circumstances to work well for you. Those circumstances are not playing into an Azir that can just always shuffle you away, right? And you can't really play the game. And a top lane that, unless you pick a counter matchup now, you're going to have such a hard time, like, because this is Rascal's Renekton. Like, this is a different beast. It's
very true.
You know how like normal Reactants are like kind of like a standard, you know, like a run-of-the-mill crocodile, and Rascal was like one of those primordial gators, right? Like the 6 meters long, like the absolutely terrifying. And I think for Udyr to do well, he needs to be able to accelerate the early game. He needs to be able to just farm camps, maybe invade, utilize the pressure of his laners, and I think now as Gen.G just ban out a couple of Renekton counters, get a good AP top lane or AP jungler for Clid, and we're looking good.
Well, they're going to start with that. The gangplank going to be taken away. Not going to allow Kingen to answer it with that one. Kingen does have a massive champion pool, actually, has demonstrated about 10 different picks so far in the LCK. You know, to varying success, of course, but his Gnar has been very good. His Gragas, fantastic. I'd expect a Gragas ban to come in here from Gen.G. I think it would be effective against these guys. So the Lilia and Nidalee are obvious, but the Thresh is actually going to be taken away, as Becca has had very good performances on that so far. So I can understand that one, but I imagine that Agragas should just be coming in here for DRX.
Yeah, I think you just lock the top lane matchup. Volibear traditionally has been a counter to the Renekton and like neutralizes it very well. But again, you're picking Udyr and Volibear into an Azir. I'm not a huge fan of this. Now the problem with the Kai'Sa, of course, that like it's not like she's amazing in fighting from range, but if you have a fed Azir in your team, that doesn't really matter, right? Like you can still play very effectively from range. This is a pick that, as we saw, can match the Udyr somewhat in terms of farm and early game. Of course, particularly in terms of early game pressure, the Olaf and his dueling potential is really, really good. Doesn't really have an enabler though, like we saw last time with the Orianna. So his power is somewhat muted, although, you know, Olaf Renekton early game is not fun to play against. Hope that King is going to stack some armor soon.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Need it. Oh, here we go. Life dropping flags yet again, claiming ground on the bottom side, and it seems like he doesn't really care about who he's with. Often, you know, the first time around, the genius was the Kalista and the Jarvan, and now it seems to be just let's pick Jarvan support because it's great. And Life just really likes having the extra form of engage. So this ain't bad. It's going to be Rakan that's locked in, so the Lovers duo for Bao and Becca on the bottom side. Becca has enjoyed playing the Rakan. He's 50-50 on it so far after a couple of games, but doesn't even necessarily need the Xayah to want to pick up this Rakan. And let's see how it is going to go. As you can imagine that, you know, Life's just going to be dropping flags and it's going to be annoying. But we'll see whether the duo's synergy is going to come out ahead here for DRX.
So it's actually interesting because traditionally, like the reason why Xayah is picked more and more against the Kai'Sa is Kai'Sa obviously excels with like backline diving, right? Like you can use her as a normal AD carry, but the real power of Kai'Sa is like her ability to instantly reposition when one of her teammates gets on top of an enemy AD carry or another squishy. And you do really neutralize that with the Xayah pick, which is also why it's had such a stellar win rate. Teddy's loss early today, notwithstanding.
Yep.
But the Jarvan, the Cataclysm is so good against so many of the champions, right? Because Kingen needs to ult, Udyr needs to flash, the Syndra needs to flash, Xayah can like kind of temporary stay there and be fine, but all in all, like I think Cataclysm has super high value against the entirety of the composition from DRX, and that allows Gen.G to really play incredibly far forward and incredibly aggressive, which normally I think is a big problem against Xayah-based compositions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I actually think that the Jarvan in a vacuum just against the composition does work very, very well. Whether it's going to have, you know, the lane presence early is also not really a question, right? Because like you say, it's Life. He just puts flags down, puts Ares on things, and he's just gonna be K. As here we are onto the Rift for game number one of this series, as we are immediately into a pause. That was very weird. Got a little bit confused there for a second, as it's going to be LCK stepping away for now. We'll have to get an update as to what actually happened. But Chronicler, you have definitely been the bringer of pauses thus far.
And this is actually something that in the Benelux I was also notorious for, so that is actually entirely my fault. I'm really sorry. I thought I'd left it behind in the Netherlands. Nope. But there's not really... I'm really sorry. You know, I'll try to be more professional from here on out. I really don't mean to. Yeah,
that's all right. I think LCK's getting some frame rate problems or something. There's some issues. It was a little bit more complicated than that. But you can see referees are trying to look into it right now. And we'll see whether, you know, it's going to be resolved quickly or whether we're just going to be chilling here for a little while once again. Excited for Karis to have his debut. This is going to be a cool one for Gen.G, as B2D gets to have, like you say, a week off, or, you know, at least just a day off as well. I don't think it's the last we're going to see of B2D. He's a fantastic player, but I think sometimes, you know, it's good to give your players a rest if they're not necessarily having the greatest of times. So I think it was a good point that you brought up when it came to, you know, B2D being able to sit back and just let somebody else hold onto the reins for a little while, step out of the spotlight and work on his own stuff.
It's not easy being a mid laner in the LCK, right? You have like,
yeah.
We've already talked plenty about Faker. Then you have people like Chovy who are just absurd, a literal world champion. It's just rough, you know? And like being the best behind those guys, I think was often where BDD was, and then like in the regular season, he would be slightly ahead of them. But then we talked about it so much, but right, but like come playoffs, it would never really come to fruition, and that you know that wears you down. Hopefully, Karis can either show us a really good performance, and otherwise, as you say, I'm sure we will see BDD back, because when push comes to shove, he is still he has what it takes. We've already seen that.
No, I agree. Looking forward to seeing what Karis can actually provide for us. I find it so interesting that he's just playing Azir, because BDD, great Azir player.
It is. Yeah.
So it's not the champion pool that they're bringing him in for. So we'll see whether it's going to be the play style and whether he's going to be able to put on the pressure. It is a pretty standard matchup here in the mid lane. The Azir versus Syndra isn't exactly something that we are not quite used to, but also is pretty neutralizing, as LCK has been known to be aggressive, and I've enjoyed a lot of what he's actually put forward.
Boy. The cheese, right from the get-go.
I like it, Bao. Copping the flag. A sign of things to come.
And the thing with these short trades with Jarvan is like it's super frustrating, because Mortal Cadence is passive. Deals like, especially in the early game, it does so much, right? And then he also pokes right okay top lane.
This is aggressive as Kingen. They're both down to about 100 as we're very even in this matchup. And as you can see, we are. As Kingen's going to flash, Rascal has his still available. So I guess Rascal wins the fight. Not entirely sure. But Kingen, he's getting his health back a little bit faster. And Rascal's going to need to queue this wave. And he does so. Damn, that was so close.
Wow. Yeah. Rascal, ice cold. I gotta say. Knowing the limits of his champions very well, of course, holding the cold and meek there, meaning that Kingen, like, even if he would walk in there, he knows that he's going to get taken down. That was slowly... The cooldown of that was ticking, and he knew if he get hit by that, especially in like a bout with the Fury, just immediately over. And that flash advantage is actually really annoying. Rascal does immediately teleport back to lane, so I don't think it will lead to as much of an advantage as you might otherwise think. But it does mean that Rascal has the possibilities to set up plays a little bit easier if Clid ever comes topside.
Yeah, exactly. I think the flash being down is big if Clid's going to pay some attention up there. As he's taken the Ghost on the Olaf this time around. He's got a friendly Cataclysm, so let's hope that life doesn't make his life miserable. As LCK taking a bit of damage. You saw Karis just wants to have good self-management and help out the rest of his team. So we'll see whether he does have that good performance that he's after. Pretty generic stuff, though. I hope we do get an interview with him or something like that so that we can get to know this guy.
Wow.
Yeah, he's extraordinarily low. Oh, God. Okay, Battle Dance going to help out.
That is Ruler in life, if I've ever seen them.
Oh, God. If that flag had a hit, I'm like, is the Aerie just going to kill him? No, it's not. Of course, because it's not quite in range yet, but still, scary times.
It's not a good place to be. Pyosik also showcasing himself, meaning that they can now, they've shoved the wave in, they can shove the next wave into the turret, still be fine. Pyosik should be able to clear this ward as well. She's going to take the bot side scuttle, and this is the crazy thing, right? Like, Life and Ruler don't even have to do anything. It's bow head to back. Like, they can just get a free bounce, and there's nothing that DRX can do. And that's a really awkward spot, because I feel like you're also going to be at the point where that early power of like the flag and drag combined with an isolated Caffeine Rain from Ruler is just going to ruin your day. Especially when preceded by Poke, that Life has been dishing out very enthusiastically.
Yes, indeed. His Jarvan never really disappoints. As Karis getting shoved in a little bit here by LCK, but he's doing very well, last hitting underneath his turret, despite the pressure. As Rascal is 15 CS in the lead. So after that very brutal trade early, it seems that having Flash available is pretty valuable here in this lane. This is not necessarily how it's supposed to go. Volibear does have a decent matchup into the Renekton, so shout out to Rascal just being good at Renekton.
Yeah, and Rascal also, as we've already pointed out, has like the highest level of solo kills in like the entire LCK with 11. So I think Kingen is like, okay, I don't have Flash. I cannot die here. That is my main, like, I cannot get solo killed because this is a counter matchup that I was given in the draft and I need to make use of it. And the problem with the Volibear is that he hasn't been as popular recently because, like, the preseason didn't really do a lot for him. As
oh god,
needs to be a little bit careful. And he's just kind of fallen out of the meta, right? Before that he was really popular, but he got nerf after nerf, then the preseason hit. It's just not been really that strong, that good. Although Kingen will be able to like kind of catch up in experience here, but we talked about Clid coming top, and there he is.
Yep, he's already set up for this one. Ghost is going to be popped here as Kingen could just get stunned up. He's going to throw down the storm, gets himself the shield right on the edge, but the flash forward, and Kingen's just dead. Already an Executioner's Calling picked up as well, so making it even worse for Kingen in that instance, but I don't think it really mattered. That was just a pretty cookie cutter gank, and First Blood going over to Rascal is a disaster for DRX.
Is really, really bad. Normally Kingen can feel kind of comfortable in like, if you go for the short trades, right? Because you have Grasp, so that's just naturally, it's going to feel very good for you, as we see POSHIK. Great capitalization, right? Your opponent makes a play on top side, gets the First Blood, gets some plates, then you are going to take a dragon. So that is at least very, very nice. But it's not a good place to be in, because like your trading options become less and less and less, which is something that the bot lane is also dealing with. And this is just the oppression of Gen.G that we've seen from them time and time again.
Yeah, this laning dominance is getting real rough for Bao and Becca there towards the bottom side. It's currently about 16 CS in the lead, but a wave is stacking up. But we're going to have a look at this gank once again. Pretty standard stuff, to be honest. This Kingen, despite getting the shield, he was never going to survive.
Yeah, there's no way. I think Rascal just wants to ensure that there's no like shenanigans, right? No reinforcements on the way. Just for certainty, don't give Volley the potential to possibly outplay. And worked out very well. But there was no outplay.
Yeah, not really much of a chance. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know whether the flash was entirely necessary, but you know, he got the kill. It's fine. It's First Blood. He still has a huge advantage. Kingen has his flash back available, so a return gank could be possible for POSHIK in this instance. But if Rascal just gets too big, then maybe he just double kills in that case anyway, as Bao's just, oh my god, these flags over and over again, right into his skull. And that Airy being frustrating. It's tough times.
Very tough times. It's also live, so you know that if you do step forward and try to like use an opportunity or a window, he just flag and drags and kind of kill you.
Yeah. Well, Ruler's looking for Bao over here as Life gets on in there, and the flash does come out. Battle Dance is there for Becca, but they are zoned completely away from this turret as Clid is going to crab rave a little bit in the river over here. Good stun on to Karis, who is seems to just be at low health all the time. Sulker actually made sure of that with an ultimate.
Yeah, unfortunately for Karis, oh, never mind, had 5 in the top lane.
Yeah, a bit of a battle as Kingen throws down the ulti. Rascal has his already running as in goes POSHIK. He flashes forward, and that's going to be the capitalization on Rascal not having his flash. You can see Clid trying to fight this one out as Kingen can't actually get in. Sulker turns up. Can they actually win the fight, though, as Clid's down extraordinarily low, tries to turn it on to Sulker. Good sidestep, but it's not going to be enough. Sulker grabs the kill in the end, and DRX come out on top.
And this is what we saw from Rascal last time. He was very, very happy to go in aggressively and trade. And POSHIK makes very good use of that tendency, right? Rascal thinks, I'm ahead in this lane, I need to try and bully, I need to really press my advantage. But without Clid being there immediately, he goes down before he's really able to get any help whatsoever. And then Clid goes in, picks up 1 return kill, but the fact that he misses the X there is actually really big. Because it means that if he is able to chain a subsequent axe on Kingen, that might look differently. Instead, it just looks kind of bad. And here we see Rascal can just leave it at this, right? But he's thinking, I'm at an advantage, I have a ward, but they know POSHIK's there, right? He's spotted, so I don't think Rascal should ever get taken down here. And then Kingen very, very much in control. As I said before, this axe really hurts because, of course, with Ola,
oh no.
You're very reliant on picking up your axes, right? Because it reduces the cooldown to be basically non-existent. And now you get kited out. I think if you do have your axe there, you can like throw him at King and try to make something work there. Utilize your passive, which, again, is going to get nerfed. And 11.3, enjoy Olaf while you still can.
That's true. Yeah, that axe was very disappointing.
Yeah.
But, you know, even the best make mistakes. Precisely. And I don't know whether it's necessarily the end of the world here for Rascal. He still has about a 20 CS advantage, and he should still be okay. Kingen going very tanky with his opening build. Has the Bramble Vest already, wanting to deny as much healing from everyone. As, yeah, Ruler and Life still well and truly in control of this bottom side. It's a 40 CS lead for Ruler.
That's getting close to insurmountable when you look at it in terms of item spikes. Ruler's going to have an absolutely horrific back here for DRX when he gets back to the lane.
Yeah.
Again, Rascal, you need to be mindful, but the lane is in an awkward position. Fortunately for him, King basically has no choice but to push it. That's one of the downsides of the Volibear, right? With your passive, you're always going to shove the lane. Not similar to, or kind of similar to what Tristana has to deal with. So PYOSHIK is there just to cover, making sure that King can shove out that wave, and they do have good vision, so he doesn't have to be too scared. But as you said, I don't think it really changes the matchup, right? Like, yes, it's a kill for Solka, it's a kill for PYOSHIK, but in of itself, those are not the absolute worst. And Gen.G is still able to pick up a Rift Herald that they can place for some maximum plate gold, as we have a possible kerfuffle here in the river.
Yeah, potentially. Life is level 6. But not going to go for anything. They're just going to give over control. Becca going to get rid of this ward. Cleared, still in position, like you were talking about. Rift Herald in hand. They could possibly use that trying to get a positional advantage around this Ocean Drake. Not going for anything right now. Is get that cannon. Yes, nailed it. Both of them going to be able to secure their cannons. And Atlas is not going to tilt off the planet.
Very, very fortunate. Ruler.
Oh, Killer Instinct all the way in here for Ruler. Wanted to get that Feather Storm. Doesn't actually get it, but he will be able to get a whole bunch of plates here as Clid will put down Shelly on the bottom side of the map. This is just getting worse and worse on the bottom side. They'll actually take the turret, and Ruler's going to be so rich. You know that back that you were talking about? It still hasn't happened. He's got like 3 items to purchase when he gets home.
Oh no. Yeah, it's like almost 1200 gold, like straight in the pocket. And I think the problem there is that as Bao and Baka, you know, like if you get into a position, as yet again, Karas eats a scat of the week. What Ruler does there, literally all you need to do is just bully them out of the lane, right? Like you have the Rift Herald, you don't even need to get the kill. I think Ruler knows there as well that probably just gonna force some things, but I'm not really at a risk. And just doing that creates the space that they need to not only walk up to the turret, take that final plate, and then make sure... Did he get it?
No.
So close.
Yeah, almost
So close.
flagging it. That would be proof that Life is the best Jarvan in the world.
Yeah.
But unable to grab it off that one, so we're not going to trust it just yet. Kraken Slayer Serrated Dirk completed here by Ruler when he went home. So bottom lane is really rough. And it's also a bit over because the inner turret almost died. Now Ruler's going to rotate towards the top side. Look to pressure this one down as well. We've got plates for another 30 seconds or so. Don't know whether Ruler's going to be able to get any more from this, as Bao and Becca are in position to catch this wave as it heads forward. Chem tanks all round here for PYOSHIK and Kingen. And that's going to mean a lot of engage towards the back line. The Bear and the Udyr moving very, very quickly.
My problem with this is, again, you're playing into an Azir, as here they go.
Yeah, they're trying to get on top of Ruler here, who gets knocked up. Is going to Killer Instinct, flashes to try and get out of the way. PYOSHIK should be able to get it underneath the turret, and does so. Very difficult to run away from an Udyr. So Ruler is finally punished, and that will allow that CS gap to shorten a little bit.
This feels like a classic caster curse, where I say, you know, it's really hard to get onto Ruler because he's an Azir. But Karas was nowhere near, so that was Ruler just being there. And you also see like the kind of security that you get with the flag and drag, which is really nice. But in this case, it's very much a fake sense of security because Life can get out of there. But Ruler walks there for, I think it's like a second, like half a second, still walks forward. Also, this heal was very unfortunate with the Ignite already on you, and also the Udyr dots ticking. Not going to go well.
Well, speaking of things not going well, Solka is dead in the mid lane. I think that was just a setup from Life. He was angry at his AD carry falling down, so he went to the mid lane and tried to give a kill over. Clid is going to collect that one. Currently 2-1 and 1. 100% kill contribution for the Olaf in the early game is good news, and has his Gore Drinker completed.
That's so much plate gold. Like that's...
Yeah.
Oh, that's really rough.
It's not a lot of plate gold going over to DRX either, as you can see.
I would even say
there.
it's no plate gold. Don't know if that's like, is that's fair to them, but
yeah, it's rough. As here we go. It's just the collection of Solka. Does invest his flash as well as life. Puts him in the baby cage, and that's not where you want to be.
The baby cage. I mean, it's true. Like, this is what we talked about at the beginning of the game, right? Syndra is, as strong as she is, a very immobile character. The combination of a Shurima shuffle in of itself is like kind of manageable. As you see there, goes for the flash. But the fact that life is then there as well. And now Solk has a really big problem, because every subsequent team fight, life can just say, I will ult on you. And then good luck, you know? Like, I don't know what's going to happen to you, but it's probably not going to be good, because you're going to be stuck there with an angry crocodile or a Viking or ruler. Which sounds like the least scary of those three by name, but then when the push comes to shove, is probably the scariest guy on Gen.G. So as a whole, like, they've been super, super aggressive, and this is what we expect from Gen.G, and I want to remind everyone of what we said coming into this game. If Gen.G get a lead, they're really broken. Like, they're really, really, really good.
And it's looking like a pretty classic Gen.G game right now. This is their comfort zone, well and truly. Oftentimes they look a little bit lost if they lose control, and unfortunately for DRX fans, they absolutely have not in this game. It's like, you know, there was an unfortunate kill onto Ruler, and you can see it's 3-3. So kill score wise, you're thinking, oh, DRX should be okay. But the rest of the map, everything has just been going Gen.G's way. As Pyosik moves up here towards the top side, but ooh, not quite able to actually grab the turret there. A little bit unfortunate. Shirley needed to put in a little more effort there.
Or
able to.
Is it a gift from Shirley, because this means that they can still pick up the plate gold? I think they would have been out of range otherwise.
Oh, there's no plates anymore though, mate.
Sorry, just the turret gold.
Oh, right, yeah, the local gold.
Yeah.
Pop up there and make sure that they get that little bit extra. So you're right, you know, this is min-maxing. They actually calculated it. I take it all back.
I think it was just a gift from Shirley. I think she was just feeling friendly, right? It's like, it's a birthday, it's a joyous day of debuts. Karaz has been playing the Azir here for the first time for Gen.G, so that's nice. You know, I'm gonna give them a little bit of an extra, as DRX just seemingly take this Drake uncontested, which I don't think is necessary, but sure.
Yeah, and it is going to be an Infernal Soul as well. That's another 50-50 that I've won today, by the way.
Yeah.
Nailed it. There was a possibility that we got yet another Cloud Soul, but not this time around. Atlas did not strike. As that's great.
Yeah,
and
DRX
got
really
that
happy.
local gold that you were talking about.
Very nice. Get extra money on your crocodile. That's a good way to win the game, as Karaz might be in trouble here.
Yep, Emperor's Divide, but the stun still comes in. The quickness is out, and Becca just walks towards the Azir, and he is just gonna die. Kyoshik gets that kill very comfortably. In a turret is the trade on the top side of the map, as Ruler and Bao trying to fight this one out. I think I know where my money's going to be going, but there is at least a turret there to help Bao out.
So in the end, that's a turret for a kill. I think that's a nice cross-map play, even though it's preemptive here from DRX, but I do invest 3 people into making that work on the bot side. We'll be able to trade a tower in the end, but do completely seize vision of the topside jungle, which might really aid Gen.G in setting up any subsequent plays. For DRX, Pyosik and Kingen, they're going to be very tanky, right? But simultaneously, they need to be respectful as life gets tagged.
Yep, he's going to have to flash to get himself out of this one, as Pyosik, I feel like he's a different breed of Udyr, as now Kingen and Rascal fighting this one out. Kingen just went and checked the solo kill stats again, and he's like, all right, I'm going to get out of here. And not a bad decision to make, as we've got another pause, of course. We're hoping to be here until 1 a.m., I think. And that's just making sure that we get our money's worth. As I'm not entirely sure what happened there, as I believe Solk are having some issues.
It looks like, based on the 2 guys standing beside him, I'd follow that, yeah. I think that's where, the reasonable take is. The problem is there. I think what we've seen so far, it's been a fairly classic Gen.G game. I think they do drop a couple of mistakes left and right, like Rascal getting picked on top side, giving up that Drake for free. But as a whole, Gen.G still takes most of the trades within this game very favorably, meaning that their composition is gonna be in a position where they're like comfortable enough, they have enough of their item spikes to really put the hurts on DRX. And I feel like DRX, it's kind of a weird composition, because like half of your team wants to like absolutely turbo sprinted into the opponent, right? Like you have two cam tanks, like you have Udyr and Volibear. It's an actual bear and a fake bear running at your opponents. But then it doesn't
scary.
work. Yeah, it's very scary. But it doesn't work as well, I think, with what Xayah wants to do, which is play team fights more like we saw Teddy do very well in the first series of the day, right? Which is more that like slower kiteback style, and then later in the game you can really pop off once you have your items. But I don't know if we're going to get there. And I think that's the real problem here for DRX.
We'll have to actually see how a 5v5 works. It's been a lot of sort of playing out these little skirmishes and taking what we can elsewhere while it's happening for each team. I actually think it's been a very interesting macro game, actually on both sides. You know, DRX haven't necessarily just fallen over on this one. We do have an update. It is a bit of a UI bug on LCK's client. So I'm not sure what we're going to do about it. I think maybe we'll just go for a reset and hope for the best. And hopefully it is going to work out. You can see pyosik just having a bit of a rest here, as it is starting to get late, about 9:30 right here. Is look, if you haven't eaten dinner yet, Chronicler, you're not going to be able to, because a lot of places do close much earlier these days.
That is actually a very good point that I had not thought about.
Yeah. It's a bit dicey. If this pause action continues happening, we might be out of luck.
But we do get to spend more time with each other and our audience, so that's you know, it's a trade-off, like this game has been.
Right. As we're having a look around Gen.G, these guys, nothing really been going on over there. It seems to be some DRX issues at this particular point. But hopefully we can get back in. You can see Sulker, he's champing at the bit, wanting to just jump back onto the Rift and make this Syndra work out. He actually has been playing very well into Karis. Unfortunately, Karis, not with the same kind of debut that we saw out of Zeus. Zeus was very, very powerful on his but Karis has just been sitting back. Did manage to get a decent GENㅅLCK play, but otherwise, not too much more.
I think the Aziz, like, it's not necessarily a super remarkable pick up until this point in the game. I'm more going to be looking like how does he space in team fights and how much consistent damage is he able to do there. Because I think that, like, while the flashy plays look really cool, in this team or in this situation, unless it's like a legitimate like 5-man shuffle, right? I think you're going to be looking more to enable Ruler and yourself just to auto attack, right? Just create space from these two aforementioned bears that are going to be sprinting at you, because if you don't do that, if you try to go for the big play and you don't blow them up, which they can, don't get me wrong, but if that fails, then you're in for a lot of trouble, because the extended skirmishing, or like the extended teamfight power of DRX with that beefier front line combined with what is at some point going to be Bao's considerable power, although he's very far away from that as of this point, should be a problem for Gen.G. That is, if they don't snowball the game from here on out.
Well, so far, it is just Ruler continuing to lay down the hurt, getting close to a 50 CS advantage now. And they're moving towards 3,000 gold in the lead. Fighting around this this river isn't exactly the most high value, because there's no Drake for the next little while, as pyosik should be able to grab this blue buff for himself, as Clid's thinking about trying to find his way in, but isn't able to win the smite fight. The rest of Gen.G just going to move on back.
pyosik, you know, dropping some laughs.
Yeah, as he does. And I feel like pyosik's Udyr is just faster than others.
Right?
He really is able to get around the map real quick, as he does have his Dead Man's Plate completed. And as you can see, in bear form, just looking like Tib is ready to come and give you a hug.
It looks
so
so
what
bad.
You want. I know, it's so good.
It's so low. And this is, you kind of joked about this earlier, right? Of like, I think pyosik's Udyr is built differently. I think he's faster. But I think genuinely pyosik really understands the champion at a level where a lot of other junglers, like they power farm, right? And then they don't have an impact, and then that's the game. But pyosik gives me the same energy as like a really good Singed player, where like half the time you're not sure if he's baiting you. Like this, right? Like, what is he doing? Is he actually wanting to commit or not? And that is something that I think that kind of chaos and the kind of posturing is, for us, you know, it's not that impressive because we can see the entire map. These players can't, right? You don't know if he has backup or not.
Well, he's able to move over, grabs a couple of little wolves, but does create enough space for them to try and get some work done here. Dominus actually popped right now as Rascal's very far forward. There's the Void Seeker as Ruler. Killer Instinct, but immediately has to flash to get himself out. Life goes golden. The quickness from Becker, but it looks like both supports will be hitting the ground. Rascal now off towards the backside. Pioshik just gets healed up, and he's going to be fine. And now maybe Karis overstepped, is able to shift some sands, gets himself out of the way. Ruler now going to be the next target as Kingen moving on over for him. But it's DRX actually winning out in that fight.
It feels like such an unnecessary fight to take there for Gen.G, because the objective isn't there yet. If you win this fight, like, if you don't win straight away, I don't even know if it gets you the Drake, because by the time the death times and the resets come through, there's still a possibility. You do force out the teleport, but Karis also has to use his teleport, and this feels like, look at what just happens just before this goes down. You literally see Karis go to the other side of the map. This was such a split call from Gen.G, and not really what I expected from them, where Life and Rascal are like, go, 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 and the rest of the team has to use everything just to keep up. And that's not a situation you can afford to, because as we mentioned previously, yes, DRX have been behind a little bit, but as long as Solka and Bao can auto-attack people, or rotation people, you're not winning fights.
Nope. And Bao had the heal ready to make sure that Pioshik was not going to die. I think his turtle stance was helping out quite a lot there also. And now he's 4-1-2. 100% kill contribution for the Udyr. Definitely a different breed, like we were mentioning. As we do have this 5v5 around the Drake now. It has been started up by DRX. Pioshik seems to be able to ignore the damage pretty effectively. Gen.G in position right now as Life standing off towards the backside. It's actually Bao that locks down the Drake somehow, as there's the grand entrance. Fantastic value, but Karis does go golden, and Ruler locks down the kill onto Becker. Karis actually making it out alive as Kingen's in a little bit of trouble. Goes back, picks up his shield. He will be all right, but DRX get to Soul Point.
And it's again a Zayat. It's a return of the Teddy game where the Fedders pick up the objective in the end. And we did see the pings go down initially. Gen.G thinking about the Baron, but in the end not going through with it, which I think is a good call. And I don't know, man. Like, DRX said it again and again. It's such an incredible team when they get to play their own game. And Pioshik's Udyr definitely seems to fit the bill there. And Gen.G yet again having a problem where they don't really seem like they're continuously on the same page with these engages, as Life forced the flash.
Yep, the flash from Pioshik is going to be there as well. A very dead Life. Pioshik just boops him, and in goes Kingen now. The bear drop up towards the top side as Pioshik turns up as well. Both of the bears are here, and Klid's underneath the turret, not really looking like he knows what to do. The Gore Drinker not quite enough to keep him alive. And Klid down. That is Jungler dead, and DRX now potentially with their sights on the Baron.
But I've actually liked Rascal to push it through. The fact that he backs tells me that, yeah, he's going to teleport in. He's going to try and contest here. This is not a Baron you can give up as Gen.G.
I do remember certain Kai'Sa and Azirs around Barons being quite scary. Becca off to the side, though. And they're not going to be able to contest this. Will be Pioshik able to lock that one down as DRX. I don't know how they do it, but they just seem to do it way more often than they should.
And when we zoom in on this, obviously the fact that happens is very unfortunate, but this engage from Becca kickstarts the fight, because while Karis is able to get away, he cannot meaningfully contribute to this fight. Again, look at the positioning from Bao here as well. The way that he kites back means that the rest of the Gen.G can't really engage on top of him. If you had a Shiruma shuffle, he'll be fine. Oh, Live gets caught as well, and this is feeling like an increasingly sloppy game from Gen.G, who get caught left and right, and this is what DRX shines.
Yeah, they shine in the chaos, and the chaos is actually being produced a lot of these situations by Gen.G. Ruler is still massively far ahead, like 70 CS now, but it's starting to matter less and less. Like, these two bears, dude, they just run at him, and he has to spend the entire time kiting. He can't do that big AoE damage that you expect, as, yeah, Pioshik has just found the Jarvan, and he just runs real fast.
He's 5 levels up. Yeah. He's so strong. I love this pickup from Ruler. He went for the Nashor's Tooth, which is the item if you want to make use of the extra like tank busting power that your passive gives you. Because as we've seen, as you said, he's not getting through Kingen and Pioshik. He needs this additional damage to actually be able to be meaningful. Because what you're going to see in these fights is Ruler, unless, again, you get on top of Bao and you like 100 to 0 him in one rotation, you don't give him the opportunity to do anything, he doesn't have cleanse, but, you know, you need to deny Featherstorm, and he needs to be massively out of position for that. If that happens, then Ruler can go aggressively. Otherwise, he's going to be reliant on hitting these two beefy boys in the front, the two bears, right? You can't deal with one bear, you need to deal with both.
Yeah, I think we can call this the play school, you know? It's Big Ted and Little Ted.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
I don't get that reference at all. I feel like this is a bit of a culture gap.
It might actually be an Australian kids TV show. I'm not entirely sure, but it works in my brain.
It could be
very effectively.
I mean, I'll take your word for it. Completely fine by me. So what were the name? Little and Big Ted?
Yeah, Big Ted and Little Ted. Little Ted's Pyosik, Big Ted's King.
But I think in terms of this game, Pyosik is Big Ted.
Yeah, I know. I was speaking like physically bigger.
Yeah.
Power-wise, Pyosik's Big Ted. Maybe they can share. Depends on
they
which
they can both be Ted. And here we see a classic case of the LPL Goldcroft now coming to an LCK near you, where we see incredible like the use of the mispositioning, and like it's such a I keep saying this, it's such a weird team comp to me, because running really fast at people has not worked for a lot of other teams. This Udyr pick has a pretty subpar win rate. Like when people use him well, they turn early tempo leads into early objectives and then snowball from there. But Pyosik just doesn't seem to play the same way, or doesn't seem to play the same champion. I feel like he's faster, he does more damage, he's just better at everything.
He just zones way more effectively. When Pyosik's playing the Udyr, he's just constantly running. Running and running and running and running. Always doing something. Look at this. He tests the waters.
The flank
the
again.
Entire time.
They don't have vision. Becca's at the bot side.
They can see that Becca isn't here, and they need to be very scared about this one. As Becca comes in, the Grand Entrance doesn't really get the work done, but Life is just dead in an instant. Ruler zoned out there by Pyosik as in goes the second bear. Ruler looking for the kill. They do manage to get the shutdown, as now Ruler needs to keep himself alive. Kingen looking to try and close the gap. He's so tanky. As Karis off on the backside, he still has the Emperor's Divide available. He's in vision. The Drake is going to reset. Remember, this is Infernal Soul Point. DRX need to try and get there, as they've got 2 teleports. They can get these health bars back, and look at these backs. They're being stopped left, right, and center. Rascal locks down Becca, and the Azir is able to lock down the kill, and now Gen.G should be able to get their first Infernal of the game.
Life is the sacrificial lamb here, and here comes the power from that bar from Ruler that we saw earlier, where he's actually able to finally get through Pyosik and in the extended fight Kingen. And Becca's flank here doesn't really work out at all, right? Like, he has to flash, then a Grand Entrance, and like, it takes way more time than it really should. But it is Rascal being able to stay alive that really saves this fight. Karis, just with the threat in the backline there, kind of draws attention to him. Rascal and Clid can then take care of Ruler. And if Ruler is taken care of, Gen.G does very, very well. And now you're in a situation where you don't have one of your Teds to run at the opponent. Karis can just free hit, and then it becomes really difficult to approach. You can't get through these choke points, and Gen.G take a much-needed win.
Yeah, that was very impressive. Now another 4 minutes until DRX's next shot at getting themselves towards an Infernal Soul. And Gen.G, they could possibly get Soul Point for themselves at the same time. It's 30 minutes into the game, and Gen.G looking to try and re-stabilize. They still have a lead, just from the incredible amount of CS that they have. We got, 50 up for Rascal, and we're getting towards that Flame Horizon for Ruler as well. But Pyosik's just so massive. Still 100% kill contribution at this stage, but I think the value of the Udyr is slowly but surely going down, right? Like, he doesn't do a lot of damage. He just gets in there and tries to boot people, tap him on the head, and see what he can get done there. And it's, we saw that just running at Ruler wasn't enough in that last fight.
And the real problem is, once Ruler finishes his Lord Dominic's, because then he has Armor Pen. And the Armor Pen plus Nashor's Tooth is a really big problem. And I think that what I've seen from Karis so far, this seems like the most stereotypical, like, first game that I've ever seen. He doesn't seem to want to go for the big plays, right? He plays super conservatively, plays more not to die than to win, if that makes sense, from what I've seen from him thus far. But honestly, in this game, I don't really care. That's completely fine. I think Rascal and Ruler, if you give them the space, if you draw some attention, and you allow them to play the game, they will put on the backpack, put you in, and you will be just fine. And that's what I'm going to be looking at, is to what extent DRX, if it's going to be Becca, if it's going to be a scat of the week, but they need to find a way to get the ruler, because ruler is the pivotal point for every Gen.G fight that's going to happen. He's the most fed member, he's the one who deals the real damage, and if you kill ruler, I think DRX can just take whatever they want, possibly even the game.
Well, we'll see whether that test is going to come up as we have a look at the total damage dealt. Ruler with a heck of a lot. But you can see Kingen has just been wailing on Rascal this whole game and actually has the most in the whole game on this volley bear. Yeah, he's been able to do a lot of work, as you can see. Pyoshik with 10k, not bad. But Klid's also been able to put in a lot of work also. It's just a lot of pretty high damage numbers outside of Karis, who is trailing behind what Sulk has been able to dish out. And like you say, it's been a subdued performance here for Karis in his debut game. Certainly you have to remember that there is a lot of pressure, but BDD is sitting behind him, right? Like we need to work out why Karis is being subbed in.
Whereas Zeus played with reckless abandon, in game 1 went very well, in game 2 not so much. Karis has taken the complete opposite approach. This is really risky from DRX, very far forward.
Yep, Life, remember, is extremely squishy. He's going to get himself all the way out of there as the Kaiser just gets collapsed on and destroyed. Rascal trying to get into the backline, but that's why this Xayah exists. It's so that she can Featherstorm and BK. And Pyoshik is taking care of 2 people by himself. We were talking about the fact that Gen.G had found team fights that they wanted. This is an example of absolutely not what they want. And there's the bear smack to the back of the head of the Jarvan.
Look at him go.
And now he's just walking around the base. Look at this. Look at this bear. He's terrifying. Oh, now he's a chicken. Now he's a turtle. It's Franklin. It's all sorts of things. And this is DRX taking down the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor's going to fall afterwards. There are only 3 dead, but are they just going to go for the win? They might. Oh god, Kingen's just gigantic. Yeah, that's a super dead Pigeon Man in the mid lane, and that should be the game. As Clip's trying to hold on to the minion wave. Do they actually have any minions here? No, they don't. The backdoor bonus is in, but they have 2 very, very tanky bears, remember. Ruler is now back alive, but he has no Nexus turrets to hide under, and Pyoshik is just a missile heading towards him. Gets onto the fountain, but that's it. That's the game. The Nexus will fall, and DRX will upset Gen.G.
I still don't understand DRX at all, Atlas, but I love what I'm seeing.
Neither do I.
It makes no sense. I don't know what kind of mind control they have, but the fact that Gen.G is so far up that river without vision in either the top or the bottom side is not something you can ever get away with. Like, you're not allowed to do that. That immediately gets punished. And I said it before, there's one person that you need to get. If you get him, you win the fight, you possibly win the game. They found Ruler, and he was dead, and that was the game.
Yep.
And then I don't know what else to say about it. Like, that's basically it. They found Ruler, and then it ends. I think Pyoshik, you know, I think this might be a little bit premature, but I don't think we've seen a better competitive Udyr player than him.
No, I mean, he's 3-0, right? And there's he was 0-3 in the last series, the Udyr, right? Like, Pyoshik is he's a different beast on this champion. He played extraordinarily well. I don't know. It's just very, very impressive that even though the pick isn't necessarily performing that well as a pick in general in the LCK, when it's picked by Pyoshik, it just looks different.
And this is the point where, like, I'm starting to think that we were, like, really focused on, you know, the battle of the front to back Xayah team fight potential. And I was starting to think DRX's call was just, we don't care about Bao. Like, just pick something that can self-heal. We're going to go deep. We're going to have some fun. And I'm pretty sure Pyoshik in this single game has done more damage than the other 3 Udyrs combined. Like, someone can... I'm not even joking.
I think you're right. I think you're right. We didn't see much over 3K.
But I think it was like 3K, 2K, and like 5 or 4K.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think he's done the equivalent of all 3 of them. As we check out this graph, and yeah, DRX doing their classic thing where they let their opponents roll over them and then just steal games. And
they can't keep getting away with it. Like, someone needs to put a stop. I thought it was going to be Gen.G, right? Because Gen.G had the best record for teams that do well and then snowball and win. But it turns out, like, the DRX curse of being behind but still winning a game somehow is stronger.
Yeah, I just don't know. They're an analyst's worst nightmare, you know? They just win games where theoretically they shouldn't. But I love it, right? Like Pyoshik, just watching him play the Udyr is just a joy. But ladies and gentlemen, they're going to have to do it again if they want to take the series. We'll have a short break. And when we get back, that game number 2.
이거 앞에서 라인 못 치우게.
헬퍼가 나대.
아지르 공격심. 아지르 공격심.
아지르 공 있고 나. 아지르 또 아지르.
이거 웨이브. 웨이브 없다. 웨이브
내가
없다.
못 뜰게 내가 못 뜰게 내가 못 뜰게.
네, 물었다.
칼사 나오긴 한다. 칼사 나오냐 괜찮아.
카이사 공이 있어.
나 풀로 물어줄 수 있고. 나
풀로 돌면은
Look for another. He's like, oh, I didn't get the penta last time. Coming for it this time. Look at the damage.
Yeah, he gets a lot of damage here as Ruler will get stunned up as USS. There's the Emperor's Divide you were looking for. Will Killer Instinct right into the backline, flashes over, and this is why he held on to it. They wanted to get it 2 versus 4.
On the front line, Kana desperately trying to get the follow-up engage, but won't be able to. Everyone's so low. Health bars here on the side of Liv Sandbox. They want to get that engage, but Teddy's still very healthy. Is that wall gonna knock up Leo here? He's gonna have to be the damage, but it is not enough. They're being kited down here in the little alcove, and that is gonna be the ace for T1. They play out that very precarious situation extremely well.
going to go in. A lot of damage there onto Rich towards the backside as Red Health Bar is going extraordinarily low. Bang! Once again tries to be a hero, but he's not going to be able to fly. He's going to pick up that mantle. Goes golden in exactly the right time as it's a triple kill for the Olaf somehow. Make it a quadra. He was first pick for a reason, Valdez. It was genius all along. That was fantastically played, but Brendan Foley's still going to do a fair bit of work as Beryl goes for the engage, but he gets completely interrupted. Life now trying to run out of this one. Four-man Naru to the wall as Rascal finds a four-man wallop afterwards, gets congratulated with that first blood.
Is just frontlining as Doran, not sure about that charge, but a lot of damage coming out from the Azir. The follow-up from Doran, not good enough as the Featherstorm finally does come out, but here comes Hybrid, finally has his moment to shine. And is there enough damage to take him out? I don't think so. This has been the problem. Yucal unbelievably low, but it just does not matter. He's got double stopwatch as he always does, and Hybrid is just too much of a threat. This is going to be a pentakill, no doubt, for the Kai'Sa, unless Rich gets the kill. Never mind.
Zeus got
he was trying so hard, and Zeus was like, yeah, you got this covered, right?
대상 발견. 사람 보냈고. 둘 처치 완료. 이제 셋이다. 네 명. 잡았다. 이제 다.
We're back after Gen.G versus DRX game number 1, and DRX once again was able to show their potential of turnaround. But we also want to point out that we had another debut coming out this time around. It was Karis on Gen.G. Well, Karis is well known for his performance throughout a couple of tournaments already, and Gen.G was really in need for that kind of new Swift coming in for their momentum, but still, I think a lot of players on the side of Gen.G was a little bit nervous, especially for Karis. This can be a very typical first game jitter from a professional player, and Azir versus Syndra matchup is not that hard for Azir, but it seemed like he was a little bit too nervous for his first competitive game on the LCK. And also, let's talk about the Udyr pick. Even though they saw Kai'Sa locked in, well, it was really impressive to see that Udyr was able to actually pop off in this game. Especially, we want to point out that I think POSIC is the best Udyr player in Korea, for sure. DRX was not pair up any other speed boosting champion for Udyr. They actually had Zaya and Rukon, which actually wants Udyr to help them. And we were not able to see a huge synergy coming out from the draft on the side of DRX, but they were able to make the best value with their in-game performance. And they were really good at annoying the opponents. They were making some pesky moves, and that actually was connected to this game victory because they were actually winning the mind game with these small but detailed moves. Yeah, indeed. POSIC's Udyr was playing something else compared to other ordinary Udyr player. POSIC is the only one with the 100% win rate here in the LCK for this Udyr pick. 6 wins and followed by 9 losses. For the people who just watched the match number 1 today, Udyr does not look like a viable pick here in the LCK, but POSIC's Udyr is something else for sure. So let's take a look how he was so good at annoying the opponents. This was not a calculated play for sure. So Azir rotates for the top lane, and then Rascal runs into Udyr, so they just engage for this fight. So Gen.G was a little bit hasty for this pick, so they got outnumbered very easily, so they were not able to win this fight at all. This was not a setup play at all. They just ran into Udyr, so they were making some emotional decisions to make a pick on him, but that didn't really work out well. Because Udyr has been annoying for this entire game, they got a little bit mad seeing this Udyr running around the map, so Rascal went right in order to find the stun onto Udyr, but actually at that point of the game he was just too fast to tag. Therefore also follow with the initiation that didn't get any value as well. It seemed like a good try because Udyr's flash was down, but they were not able to actually lock down the kill. Maybe Gen.G was not able to calculate the speed coming out from Udyr pick. And also, we have to keep in mind that Kari's Azir was also on the top lane, so he was really far away from his teammates. I guess Gen.G was too caught up with this presence of Udyr on the map. They were not able to make the perfect decision. And let's take a look at another replay. This time around, once again, they were also too caught up with this Udyr on the rift because they were too scared of this Udyr running around the map. They actually just ran into the face of Volibear, which doesn't really make sense. POSIC was so good at annoying the opponents, so Gen.G was so caught up with the fact that they wanted to get a kill and punish this pesky Udyr. This champion or a play is not definitely easy. So let's say you're playing Udyr in solo queue, you have to actually be aware of all the speed boosts coming out from Udyr. You have to know the limit of this champion, how far this champion can make, and also how you're gonna actually escape when the opponents are collapsing on you. And DRX, they are so good and they show a very high proficiency on this champion, and that is the reason why this team is the only team with 100% win rate with this Udyr pick in the jungle. And the player of the game will go over to POSIC on Udyr once again. A perfect score on this champion in the spring split. A man of Udyr's self, we can call him. This guy started off this Udyr boom all around the globe, but he is actually the only one popping off with this pick. It's really impressive to see one single player carrying the entire team with a very specific champion pick. That's the main point of this Udyr play. This champion is meant to annoy the opponents. This champion is supposed to chase down the opponents, tagging all the stuns and put massive AoE damage with the Phoenix form. LCK is really good at finding the setup based on the power of the champion, and undoubtedly POG going over to this LCK on the Rift. These two teams are tied up at 4-2 score, but the winner will jump up to the second place. So let's take a look at game number 2.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the interview translation. Not interview, it's analyst desk. One day I'll figure that out and get it right every time. It is not this day as we move into game number 2. Chronicler, have we ever seen an Udyr on this level? Ever?
I don't think so. You know, maybe in Trick 2G stream, like against like not good players, not against an actual world champion and like a team of really good players. And I think the Gen.G still have the capability to win that game if they don't get tilted. I legitimately think that just ban the Udyr, right? Like it's, you know, everyone always goes back to the greatest game of all time, Rocks Tigers versus SKT. And in the 5th game, just ban MF, right? Like, is it actually that strong? Doesn't matter. Like, you're getting tilted playing against it. It's so visible because where Gen.G was at that point, so far pushed up the river, without the entire team, with no vision, if that's not tilt, then I don't know what it is, because it's so far away from the generally pretty calm and collected team that they are. And earlier in the game, they were playing so well around enabling Ruler. So, yes, please, ban the Udyr. Or first pick it, but don't first pick Udyr, because I don't think Klid's going to do as well. Just take it out. Let it go.
Well, right now they're actually looking at Life's champion pool, probably hoping that he goes back towards... Oh, sorry, Life is looking at Becca's champion pool, as the Kalista taken away makes sense against Ruler. Also, they feel like they ban the Kalista and then they stop the Ruler and Life, you know, Jarvan Kalista combo. Right? But we saw the Jarvan come through anyway, as like you say, the Udyr will be banned. The Talia also, as DRX will just first pick the Kai'Sa as per usual. And we'll see where Gen.G are going to go with the next round. I'd like to see something different in the jungle. I don't know whether the Olaf is all that fantastic to be priority picked, but maybe now without the Udyr here, Klid's going to feel a little bit more enabled.
Yeah, if you pick Olaf or Orianna here, I'm 100% fine with that. I think Karras has shown in the first game that we don't know what the reason is, right? If it's the nerves or if it is that he's not really really ready to play at this level, right? Like, that's all possible. I don't really want to speculate on that, but I do want to say that it was clear that he was not pulling his weight, and that's fine. I don't think that requires, like, that really warrants much more than that, but it is important to note, and I think a champion like Orianna just makes it so easy. Now, with the Nidalee pickup, you can go completely different ways, right? I wouldn't even care if you throw it back to the set, you know, just steal the drafts from...
Yeah,
from
maybe.
NONGSHIM.
That's an opportunity. I'd like to see something like Kiana, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, that would be very dirty. Very, very dirty.
Pyoshik thinking about doing the thing that Klid did in game number 1, but no, it's going to be the Gnar lock-in for Kingen. Happy to take the Gnar into Renekton matchup. One that we saw work out very, very well in our first match. As Solka thinking about what he wants to do. I think a jungle makes some sense here. You don't want that pool to be too pinched. But Pyoshik does have a very extensive champion pool, so maybe they're going to lock in something else instead.
I think that I really like it's again, it's, you know, it's the big Gator, it's Rascal on Renekton, so I think that's fine. I think if there is a team that will utilize this early game power, it will be Gen.G, from what we've seen from them, even last game, right? Because early game was not the problem. They had favorable trades, they found their openings, they played to their win conditions well. It was just that they seemed to get tilted after a couple of fights, didn't go their way. And, you know, Solka just gonna be in there. And there we go, there is the Orianna. I think the Orianna does not synergize super well with the Nidalee, but it is a super comfortable pick, and it allows you to, even more so than with the Azir, augment Ruler and Rascal.
Yeah, that's right. It's also his most played in solo queue as well, so maybe just going back to a bit of comfort here for Karras in the mid lane. And I'm happy to see it. Now Gen.G probably going to focus out the jungle a little bit, as the Lilia will be banned away. Talia and Olaf already gone, so... Sorry, Tilia and the Udi are already gone. It might just be an Olaf ban to come through from Gen.G, and then they'll see exactly what PureShick wants to do after that. Jarvan taken away from life. I love it. Perfect. Give him the respect.
It's actually interesting because that means we're going to see like a full-on bot lane pick here from Gen.G, and I would love if they go for a support blind pick and give Ruler like the counter pick that he wants. I think as Gen.G, you can go that way, like try and enable Ruler. On the other hand, you have a top side that you want to play through, right? Like Nidalee wants to play through Renekton. That is an incredibly strong 2v2 that can dive, that can snowball, that can really put the hurt on Gnar. And you're going to need to do that as Nidalee as well, because I think, as we already established earlier tonight, that the Gnar in a vacuum does pretty well against the Renekton. It's when Renekton gets ahead that it becomes like not really manageable. So a solid blind pick would be fine here as well. This I would not be a huge fan of, because this would be a resource intensive pick and it would open you up to a fresh counter pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm really scared of here, is I think if they just lock Thresh, that makes way more sense. They're not going to do it. Maybe not respecting the fact that Becca can just pick it away, but I would 100% just go for a Thresh pick here on Becca's side. Even if it's not necessarily the greatest lane with Kai'Sa, right? There are a lot of other things that you might want to do instead, but denying it from the Aphelios is just so important. As PureShick, of course, pretty comfortable to go back to.
Yes.
Oh, we've got it! Okay! Finally, what Wolf has been talking about all week long. The Mundo comes in, PureShick's going to be playing it. Clid's been spamming it, actually, as there's the set. So Gen.G will get a free Thresh if they want it. But it looks like Life's going somewhere else with his brain. It's been a really long time since we've had Dr. Mundo. We were actually playing just last night, and our friend Brennan Valdez got extraordinarily gigantic on a Dr. Mundo. We lost the game, but it was not his fault. He was huge. As that's Leona, so this is going to be Ruler having to self-peel on the Aphelios. This could be really difficult for Gen.G.
I don't know how I feel about this draft from Gen.G, because it feels like you have a comp that on one hand really wants to dive in, right? Like the Renekton, the Nidalee, the Leona, they want to go in hard engage. Karis kind of enables that, but that does leave Ruler on his own. And I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. Now, Rascal can solo carry games on his Renekton. We've seen him do it, and it's definitely a possibility. But I feel like the Aphelios just seems so disjointed, right? Like Aphelios is a pick that in my mind makes the most sense if you are actually able to give him the space that he needs. When people engage on top of him, right, then you can peel a little bit, and then you basically get them through the meat grinder. That's what EXL said.
Yep.
And that's what
we are going to be remaking it. We had, unfortunately, a jungle Gnar, which was unintentional, as you guys could possibly have imagined. So we are going to jump back into the lobby and get everything sorted out. So, of course, we do have a little bit of a delay, Chronicler. This seems to be what you've brought to the LCK, is just more League of Paws, which I'm a big fan of. You know, we just get to sit back and have a podcast a little more often than we otherwise would.
I really appreciate the, you know, it makes me feel at home as well. As mentioned previously, I am in my home region, the Benelux. We also have had a pause or two, lasting hours at times. And I think it, you know, it brings us closer together. It brings the audience closer to us as well. All of you guys, gals, and whatever you may be, sitting at home, enjoying the cast, waiting for gameplay that is never coming, instead being forced to listen to the two casters making fun of each other
and complaining about not being able to order chicken.
Yeah,
you know,
that's actually, I was super excited about it. You know, I was like, we're going to be done with the games. I've done my first LCK cast. Gonna really, really spoil myself with some nice fried chicken.
And it may not be the case. There are places that are open extraordinarily late, so you will be fine. It's just, it's a lot easier if it's a little bit earlier, but that's okay. We'll put in the extra effort just so that we can actually, you know, celebrate your debut cast here, which I'm just so happy that you made it, because I've told this story many a time, but it took me until March, and we had a very, very tired Achilleos before I managed to get here. But you have made it, like, you were here before February even started, which was very, very impressive. So very excited to have you here, and it's been a good day so far. You know, everyone's got their Chronicler's money worth, you know? Like, we've had some longies, and look, there have been days that have been over 45 minutes ago.
Yes,
it is not today. Today we may still have 2 hours to go.
Yeah, we most definitely could. If Gen.G win here, which with this comp, we're gonna know pretty early, or we should know pretty early if they're gonna win or not.
Yeah, true.
Because if that topside snowballs, game is over. If it doesn't snowball, then
game's over.
I guess Aphelios can carry, but it's not a place that you really want to be in with like the comp that they have, because they want to play very aggressively, and Aphelios doesn't really mesh with that. So then it's probably not great. But you know, more hours is more fun for everyone involved.
Yeah, exactly.
Take those.
I think we're getting through this lobby pretty quickly. Hopefully we don't have any swap issues or anything like that, as we're just checking out Clid on your screen right now.
Please no.
Yeah. I'm like trying to have a look at like all of the screens in the background. It's like, oh, where are we up to? Where are we up to in the draft? I think we're mostly locked in. So this is good. Here we go. All right. No delays, no issues, but here is the Mundo in the jungle. Very excited to see what Pyoshik's going to be able to put together. Most likely going to be the, what is it, the Frostfire Gauntlet build that most people are going these days.
You get big
and of course, just as many tank items as possible.
So I think Mundo kind of, obviously he's not exactly the same as Udyr, but he has kind of the same niche where he will power clear the jungle thanks to his W in a pretty excessive speed. His early dueling is actually a lot stronger than a lot of people might expect.
Especially after the buffs to his Q.
Oh yeah.
Well.
It's not just your Q, it's like the combination of the Q in of itself is really strong. But the E, like the lower you are, it's kind of an Olaf effect, right? Like it's an auto reset, and the lower you are, the more AD you get. And it just, oh, that's a nice shout out.
This is my all-time favorite Mundo skin, the Gonk. The Gonk sound is so good. When you throw that trophy at people, oh my, the satisfaction. Oh god, it's just the best. I'm so proud of you, Pyoshik. That's
his skin choices. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually stellar, right? He always knocks it out of the park.
TPA Mundo, back in season 2. What a time to be alive.
Fleet footwork as well. So this is really nice because as Mundo, you don't really have a lot of great keystones. In the lane, you would obviously go for grass, but in the jungle, that is not it, because there is no one to proc grasp on. So fleet footwork gives you the precision chi, which in general is quite nice. But most importantly, it gives you access to extra sustain that Mundo can really use. Not sure if he's looking for like, I thought he was going to go for like a cheeky invade there, but decides the better of it.
And I've got a bit of a quiz for you. Whose skin was this? Do you remember?
I want to say Toys.
Oh, he's the mid laner.
I don't know.
He didn't play mid lane Mundo. I believe it was Stanley.
It could be.
I think it was. I think it might have been top. It might have also been. I don't know. It's so hard. I'm pretty sure it was.
Asking a quiz question and then not knowing the answer.
I didn't know the answer. I wanted you to tell me. You're the analyst, not me. I was watching the series live, but I just don't have much of a memory.
I was as well, but that's a really long time ago. I don't remember. Very sorry to disappoint you.
Well, I can throw it over to the chat. I'm going to bring it up now. We're getting a few Stanleys in there, but I think Lil Balls was the one. As man, it was such a long time ago. We're talking like 9 years since that one. As Kingen has hit Mega and done a fair bit of damage there to Rascal. But let's instead of just talking about which TPA player managed to get this this skin on lock for us, so that we could have the very satisfying gonk sound. The clear seems to be working out pretty well. We've got mirrored starts here for both of our junglers, as both Clid and Pyoshik at a similar click, I guess, but Pyoshik farming a little bit faster, as you'd want on the Mundo.
Yeah, I like the Mundo clear a lot. Like, it's really fun to min-max. It's the same as with Olaf, right? Where you kind of want to be in a sweet spot of you don't want to die, but you also want to get maximum extra AD from your E. And then managing that with the burn that you have, and that's unfortunately a missed cleaver, but getting those as well, making sure that you don't spend health on those. It's really, really nice. Now, of course, Mundo is generally the strongest into double AP compositions, what we've seen Engage here on live, but
Yeah, a bit of a
really
fight.
want to go in. They're fine.
Yeah, Becca gets a bunch of his health back. He's going to be absolutely fine.
Because his ultimate has the most value combined with the native magic resist that he gets against ability users, because an AD carry, like late game, Rule is still going to shred through him, right? Like, it's going to take a little bit once the items comes through. But Ruler should not have that big a problem. But Karis is not going to be able to. And Klid is going to do absolutely nothing. And the fact that Klid can't really throw spears makes me... Please go Moonstone, Klid. Please do it. Please don't go Night Harvester. We're all asked that you have a great AP source. And someone is going to tank literally all your spears and be happy about it.
In fact, towards the end of the game, Mondo should probably heal off taking a spear to the face.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
It's what it sort of feels like. Yeah, you're exactly right. We'll see whether it is going to be the build choice here from Klid. He has gone Moonstone before, but on Lilia. And didn't go the Moon Staff build, didn't go all the way. But is certainly an option here. We'll see whether he has done the research and worked it out. As you can see, Ruler actually poking Bow down quite nicely here on the bottom side of the map as he equips his Gravitum. And Klid just goes down, puts a little trap in the brush. And now they're going to move on up.
This is an exceptionally classic LCK game, I'd like to say. Really the game you're looking for, you know, when you've had 15 pauses. Yep. And this is the 5th game in.
And also, it's as far as the skins, by the way, there was a Nunu, so you might think that that was the jungle. The Nunu was support, and so it was Lil Balls. It wasn't Stanley. TPA Shen, of course, exists, and that is, of course, Stanley's skin. I want to say thank you to Achilleos for giving me that information. Thank you so much, Achilleos. As, yeah, just shout outs all around as Kingin. Just going aggressive onto Rascal. This is how the matchup works. And it shouldn't be a great time, but you can see Rascal is actually keeping up decently in this lane.
Yeah, like I said, I think that in a vacuum, this matchup is pretty good for now. You can counter the Renekton. It's just you don't have a lot of leeway for mistakes, right? Like if you get caught in mini, if Klid visits and like you're not ready, you don't have your Mega charged up, or you get caught in the stun lock, it's just, it goes really, really bad really quickly. But if you're just allowed to 3D also, proc Hyper, then you're going to do great. And that's what we're seeing here. Rascal, we know how good his Renekton is and still not able to really make it work. Whereas Sorka, he's looking comfortable, but who's looking even more comfortable is Karis, which I think is good after game number 1. I say...
oh, he might just get solo killed as the orb comes down. There's the shockwave. Solka taking a lot of damage. Karis eating through this potion as fast as he can. And he's going to say he got a lot of value from his Merc Treads on that one. That was real dicey. I think that's largely on Solka, though, to be perfectly honest. As Ruff
that
going
was
aggressive underneath his turret.
That was very close. I might have cursed him there. If you die there, that's really bad for the matchup. Like, really, really, really bad. Because if Syndra ever gets kill pressure on you as Orianna, you can't really play the game. Now, one of the problems that you do have with Mundo Jungle is, like, he's a clear beast, but so is Nidalee. Nidalee has more general utility, right? And mobility as well. And that is something that Mundo is just not going to have until you actually get to the teamfight stage. I think he's a great duelist, but he doesn't bring CC, right? He's basically Udyr, but instead of Bear Slap, he has like 15 health bars.
Yeah, and also a slow, you know?
Yeah.
A bit of a slow. Nice work. He's also going to be really frustrating because he doesn't die. And
maybe that was legitimately like the call from DRX is like they can't deal with super fast clearing, like in your face, speedy Gonzalez junglers. So we're just gonna pick another one.
Yeah. Let's just find Udyr 2.0. This was Pyoshik being annoyed that his Udyr was already banned. He just found another Udyr.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Although this one has good skins, but I'd say not as good as the one we just had the pleasure of witnessing. And I think it's the kind of game where until we actually start to see some fights and we start to see some action, I don't really know what to expect as Rascal goes in here.
Yeah, good little stun as the dice comes out as well. Kingin gonna have to try and kite this one as best he can. You can see Rascal holding onto the flash, knows that the trade flash should be there as old Kingin flashes into the brush. Klid is here though. Kingin still trying to hop out, gets it onto the last minion in the queue. And now Klid's still looking for it. Kingin knows that he needs to keep running As the spear is going to miss the flash forward, and that's going to do it. Clid locks down the first blood for Gen.G, and they knew exactly how important that was. Snowballing this top side is huge for this team.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see that kill on the Renekton. Obviously, it wasn't possible due to the circumstances, because as I said before, I think Clid should go Moonstone here. So this is not a situation like the Pina game we saw earlier today, where we were like ecstatic to see him get super fed and basically one-tap people. As
that step was really nice, but it may not be enough, as Becca is going to get the flash out. There's the two-man shockwave, but the face break is too good, and Solka will lock down the kill on the Orianna.
And Karis not having the debut that you dream of, whereas Ruler is saying, oh, thank you, I get a solo lane. That is very nice.
Yeah.
Good luck, have fun, Bao. And Bao says, no, I'm not having either good luck or fun. I would like to see Gen.G try and contest these objectives more. Like, obviously, with Karis dying, you can't go for the Rift Herald, but due to the pressure that Ruler has, I would like them to see them go and put some actual pressure on this Drake. Don't really seem to be doing that, though. Instead, they're going to go for a Hail Mary Steal. That would have been really cute, but didn't actually come to fruition.
It was very exciting. However, pyosik, he had the position, moves it out of range just slightly. We'd like to say calculated, but it probably wasn't. And now
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
All right, calculated 100%. Extraordinary play. As Kingen up here continues to shove, has himself a few plates in this one, and Mundo not going to be throwing him a bone or anything with Shelly being put down, as Kingen gets a Nara onto the wall, but the spear is going to connect. The wallop only onto one as Clid looking to chase him down, and you can see Rascal just backs away and says, yep, you can have it, Clid. 2-0 now for this Nidalee. Real scary. And it looks like we're not going to have our wish, by the way. Not going to be the Moonstaff. I think he's just going to go Night Harvester again.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And this is just a classic overextension, right? You already know that they're a top side. Because we saw them move up earlier. Ruler had already given the signal that Becca was most definitely somewhere on the map, not sure where, but he was going out, so you should not be allowed to catch. And this is the power of the Nidalee Renekton. We talked about this is what we wanted to see, and I'm really happy to see King gets consistently punished. I'm gonna say again though, I feel like okay, he goes for the Sonyas at first, so he can still save it. I feel like specifically against Mundo, you're just not going to get spear value. Like, I just don't see it. And I might be wrong, you know, maybe he'll be threading the needle and Bao will take a spear and be immediately out of any fight that we have, but it seems like a risk that you don't really need to take.
Oop, Shockwave gets a flash. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, this build, like you're talking about, is still flexible. So he could still get there, but it's going to be relatively delayed. As Kingen just farming things out. pyosik in position for a potential counter gank. As the map goes dark, and Rascal might actually get dove here. Shelly, she's going to pop down, and yeah, these gonks are starting to hurt. From pyosik as well, who has that ulti running. Gets underneath this turret. They do want this dive, but Clid's going to turn up now. The turret down extraordinarily low, and the teleport comes in from Gen.G. pyosik a little bit too far forward, and he will be taken down. The Nidalee gets another kill. Now 3-0-0.
And this is a problem that you do run into with the Mundo. As I said before, like, you can't really lock this Renekton down. Rascal starts off that play by clearing the wave, making sure that they can't dive him reliably, right? They need to like actually make an effort, get on top of him before it feels good, before it's convenient, and quickly taking care of it. Now the Rift Herald tanks it a little bit, but despite that, Kingen and pyosik, they just don't have the damage. Rascal is pretty resistant against like all the non-magic damage coming out from pyosik, and just the cleavers are not going to do enough. The combination of like the empowered kill the meek as well as the dominus is just a big problem, and eventually they would have killed him, but then Clid comes in, Karis is there, and it's a force that I don't think is really necessary.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. We'll see whether they can put it back together. As you can see, it didn't really hurt pyosik in the jungle as far as his farm is concerned. But Gen.G do just have an organic 1.5k gold lead, and a lot of that is on the Nidalee, which is the thing that's really rough about this one. Grabs himself a Rift Scuttler. Now Karis continuing to put pressure on Solka, having to play further and further back, just given the power level of this Nidalee here this game. Scout of the Week comes down. Clid sets up shop yet again. As another Shockwave. This one's going to go wide. Maybe not the greatest positioning there, but that's fine. you miss every shot you don't take. So I value the fact that he went for it, you know?
Also feel like there's no objective, right? Like, it looks awkward. And Karas has not had the greatest of debuts, but simultaneously, there's no objective. There shouldn't be any fight for like the next minute and a half, so you don't really get punished for this as long as you don't now get killed. We see Clid also going towards that bot side.
Ooh, there's the phase breaker. The showstopper comes down. Life in a lot of trouble as Pyosik. Can he land the cleaver? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Haymaker comes down. Pyosik actually grabs the kill in the end as Clid looking to come on in here. Moonshot does come in, but not actually able to do enough. And Ruler will just clear up this minion wave, not being able to actually answer with any sort of kill as they are setting up here. Becca on a ward. Now Pyosik not so much. Now they're looking to go home. As okay, another face breaker comes in. Ruler knew that he was there as the flash out from Bao, and that's what Ruler was expecting. He's just got too much damage. What the heck was that spear avoided from Bao there? And the flash forward from Clid, that's awkward. That's real uncomfortable. Zhonya's does come in, the flash, and Ruler grabs the kill, takes a couple of turret shots and survives. The cleaver goes wide. What the hell are we watching? There's Rascal fighting with Kingen on the top side. This is less interesting, but still cool. Oh my god, why? Ruler's too good at this game.
Ruler is so insane, Atlas. Like, the fact that like he knows the limits of his champion so well, because you see Becca Hexflax on top of him, and he knows this, right? Like, Ruler knows that is going to happen, but that you know,
he watched the channel.
That you know, like the fact that you know that just the sheer power of having those specific two weapons, right? The combination of the lifesteal with the chakrams, like we've seen so many of these meat grinder Aphelios highlights, but they've become rarer and rarer, specifically because Aphelios was like, it was tagged after tag after tag of nerf. And then to see Ruler know the limits so well, being able to catch that Void Seeker for his teammate, because it looked like it was straight up trolling there. I say, as Rascal getting real low. Pretty sure this is rough.
Yeah, Dominus underneath the turret. Taking a lot of hurt here from these cleavers in the form of trophies and the wallops, but he is able to make it under his limping turret and will make it back to safety. Becca putting down vision, and they will be able to lock this one up very comfortably. Let's have a look at the replay of these shenanigans on the bottom side.
So initially, they know Mundo was here, right? So this is entirely orchestrated by Gen.G. Like, they handshake this. And I think that their thought is as well, if they can just stall out long enough here, with how fat Clid is, as well as the power of Ruler on this Aphelios, you're actually able to turn this around. And here we go. The limits testing of Ruler here. He knows that this is going on. He knows he's there. And then being able to sidestep the Haymaker to put this much pressure out. Clid then almost ruins the play by getting really greedy for the kill. And at this point you think it's over, right? Like, it's not going to end well. And then Ruler flashing forward to not only get the kill, but also make sure. And then Pyosik not finding it because Clid is standing in front of his teammate. Oh.
Damn, he's so good. He is
so good.
And gets a big old Naisu at the end. I like it a lot. Karas will be able to get himself a blue buff. And it's, of course, you know, not the end of the world for DRX. However, if Ruler's going to continue playing like that, I am very scared. Still, doesn't have all of the peel in the universe, and Pyosik should be able to go where he pleases. He is, in fact, Mundo.
And we've seen this happen before, right? A fatty. Oh,
nailed it.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, that's not a high value Shirley.
No.
Shirley's like back in the void. She's like, what the heck are you using me for that for?
Why did you ask me here? This is so awkward. Like, you invite me to this party and then you don't show up.
Yeah.
It's rude.
It's embarrassing, really.
That's what it is.
Absolutely. I'm gonna make a formal complaint on behalf of Shirley.
I mean, I don't know if she can, right? I don't think she can ride with the void claws. She could probably do a phone call though.
Yeah, that's true. I think she can get someone to transcribe for her, I'm sure.
I think it should work. Do you think Rek'Sai and Shirley speak the same language because they're both like void creatures?
I think so. Or maybe Kassadin is just like, he's the void translator.
Oh, I would love that. But then, by extension, Kai'Sa should also speak void, right?
Oh, that's, I guess, theoretically, yeah. I like the idea of like Kassadin being like void G-Sun though.
Right.
Kind of cool. And everyone thanks Kassadin for the translation, you know?
I can see that. Oh, Pyosik walking into a trap here. Or not.
Or is he? He's level 11, you know, the ulti does a lot of work. But Gen.G are just going to back away. Of course, so not a lot to actually be here for, as the, I believe, red buff is going to be spawning relatively soon. Spear is going to connect, and it will be pretty immediately ignored by pyosik there.
That is kind of my problem, is that normally I'd be like, oh yeah, you're fine, pyosik. If you're playing as like a Senna, or, you know, a carry that is not a Aphelios, I think Kaiser's not great, but Azaya also would like take a lot longer. But Aphelios with Kraken Slayer, like, he just shreds through everything in front of him, on top of him, so quickly. And then the value of this Mondo is kind of reduced to being a person that is going to tank Clit Spears, who is indeed going for what we hoped he wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We sort of saw it coming, but still sad, as Clid's going to get tagged by a Void Seeker. Sulker here towards the bottom side, just trying to get some damage on this outer turret. As you can see, Gen.G, the lead is extending, but it's only 2,000 gold, and DRX, they win these because they like being behind in the mid game. That's their comfort zone.
Maybe, remember Nuggery, where like the joke was that if you went 0-2, you had lost the game?
The 0-2 power spike?
Yes, maybe DRX is just like a team made up entirely of 0-2 power spike people. Maybe that's why, like, the trick to win against DRX is to give them a lead early, and then they'll throw it.
Oh my goodness. Maybe that's the 5 hack. Maybe we've figured it out.
Maybe it's just as easy as that, right? Maybe people are trying to overcomplicate a very complicated thing.
Yeah.
They win when behind, so don't let them be behind.
Yeah, just you try and feed them in the early game. I wonder which team is going to be the best at being able to do that. As you can see, throwing down a little turret here on Ruler. And he's got a Runon's Hurricane as well. He's just so scary. I mean, we're talking about like team-wide 0-2 power spike, but if you go 0-2, all of you, then that's 10 kills for Ruler half the time. At this point, it is 2-0, but Clid's also very, very strong.
That's also another reason, right, why I feel like I would have liked the Clid. I'm not going to hop on it too much, because like we made the point, but again, I feel like this happens with Gen.G so much. Rascal didn't really snowball. Like, he's still going to carry his weight in team fights. I think Rascal is by far the strongest team fight Renekton that we have in the LCK. Like, I don't think anyone can really match how much he does in team fights, how much damage he's able to soak up and dish out. But the focal point of this composition, yet again, is going to be that Aphelios. I don't think Clid is really going to be able to chew through that front line of Becca, Kingen, and pyosik. And he should not be able to easily find backline access with scattered weeks like that.
That's real scary. Good poke damage out from DRX here, as the Cloud Drake is going to be spawning in 10 seconds. Another Cloud Soul, thanks Atlas.
Very welcome.
Sad times. But, I mean, it's just, we're playing to the script right now as Rascal moving on in. Kingen's here. So Gen.G set up with 4 people in position, and DRX a little bit sluggish on their rotation down. They should be able to get here for a potential 50-50 if they want this fight. But Becca not actually going to have time to get any sort of flank, and Rascal is in the perfect position. Clid locks down the Cloud Drake. That's Cloud Soul. You can see Rascal moving into the backside. I say Soul, I mean Soul Point, as there's a 2-man shockwave. Big Gnar into the back as Rascal hasn't been able to get in on this one at all. And look at Ruler. He cleanses the Ignite at exactly the right time, but it's not enough. He's still out of this one, and it's a double kill for the Mondo. Give him the triple DRX. He deserves it, as Rascal's trying to get out of there. He failed flashes, though, unfortunately, and they should be able to get him. The Void Seeker's going to connect, and there are the boomerangs. Becca not actually able to find the Haymaker, and Rascal's just a little bit too fast. And so I think he should be able to make it. 3,300 damage for Dr. Mondo, by the way. This guy's the carry.
I was about to ask you, who do you think did the most damage in that fight? That's not okay. How does Pioche, like, I'm gonna ask it again, how does he keep getting away with this? Like, Mundo has a lot of value, but you'd expect his value to be in the strength and speed with which he clears, in his dueling potential, and his ability to soak a lot of abilities and be like a really big nuisance on the front line. But the amount of damage coming out from this man, it's a Cloud Drake that is picked up by Gen.G, so even though this team fight looks bad, it's not as bad as you might initially think. But the main problem is here, despite like Clid finding a very nice flash away, that Ruler can't play the game, right? Like their front line is in the back line.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem. Like Rascal and Live, the ones that are supposed to peel for him, are not there. And if they're not there, then you are basically immediately in a heap of trouble. Rascal, we're not going to talk about that one. That is very unfortunate and not something you ever want to see happen. But
having a look at the inventories after that fight, Clid's like, well, Oblivion Orb might need to be purchased, and so immediately puts that one together.
He already had it in that fight.
Oh, did he?
He did,
Oh,
and he's
God.
still like, they still couldn't do anything to the Mundo, and this comes again down to, there's only one person who can deal with this guy. It's Ruler, and if Ruler can't play the game, Gen.G has an incredibly hard time winning. So Rascal needs to be in front. Live, he can engage, but then he needs to get back to Ruler and allow him to actually get somewhere, because Ruler, I think he will get blown up by Bao, right, if he's in an awkward position. Becca can just slam into the rest of the team. Na is self-explanatory. I think Pioshik is, funnily enough, the only one that Ruler can deal with, right? Because Pioshik's damage won't be enough to, like, deal with Drain Tank Aphelios.
Yeah.
I'm also starting to think that Pioshik is like SOFM, where he just plays, like, there's one build, and that's his build.
Yeah,
it's Chem Tank and Deadman's Blade, and if you let him play that, he will carry you to the heavens. Like, he will find a way to make you win. And it shouldn't work, but it always does.
He's like a Viking, you know? He's got his weapon of choice, and he's going to take that to Valhalla, okay?
Yeah.
That's
he's
how
committed.
it's going to... Yeah, and it's a Dead Man's Plate and it's a Chem Tank. So I guess to each their own, you know? Normally the Vikings have an axe and stuff. I've seen an Olaf before, but not this time around, as Rascal is able to take down that Siege Minion in the end. He was slicing a little bit early. But as we can see, Na goes back home. We're going to check out the money here, as Solka has a decent advantage over Karis. Being able to find a little bit more side lane farm by the looks of things. As Pioshik looking to try and get down here and ruin Rascal's day a little bit.
This is Operation Sneaky Crocodile, because if he gets found there, he's very dead. There is no one there to help him.
Wow, that was a little bit sneaky. But did have some support coming up. As I can't help but feel like Ruler's not going to be safe enough. Because his flash is still on cooldown. If a fight breaks out now, like, he has no way to reposition. He needs to be in perfect position at the beginning of the fight. And even then, like, okay, Bao, if you take spears, then the Killer Instinct not going to be quite as dangerous. But Bao does have all of the agency to get on top of that squishy backline carry. And then, if Ruler's dead, Mundo kills everyone. Because he can't be killed. It'll take him a while, but
he'll get it done.
There's no way that anyone can actually counter that.
So I think from that perspective, the Cloud Soul also helps because Ruler has more ability to kite back, and we all know how well Ruler can kite.
Yep.
Now, Aphelios is not necessarily like the champion you think of, like Ashe or Varus, where it's like it looks super smooth, but still gonna augment you. If you needed any more proof that King has one job in this game, and it's to kill Ruler, he went for the dive bomb build. He has a GA second. Like, he only has one goal. That's just get in the back line, find a target, and then if he dies, doesn't matter. He will take someone with him.
And also, like, I love the GA because what it is it's zoning even when you're dying the first time, right? Because you still need to respect where the Gnar is because he can pop up and potentially, you know, boomerang you and continue to do damage. So I really like putting that there, understanding that Kingen does have that one job like you're talking about. And this is another one of their jobs. They need to try and deny this Cloud Soul as much as they can, and they are going to be able to do so. Clid going to be a little bit late to the party, as you can see. In goes King, and Clid's immediately going to go golden as Life pushed against the wall. Clid might just be out of this fight immediately as teleport comes down from Gen.G. Ruler is free hitting though, and that GA that we were talking about is not going to quite find that value. Life standing on top of him as Rascal just slicing on him there. He's in the Thunderdome that this Dragon Pit has created, but Ruler had full control, and unfortunately DRX chose the wrong fight.
And yet again, it's Gen.G that are able to bait DRX into a fight that they are not particularly looking for. It starts off really well with, I like that DRX is going for the preemptive Drake take, Assad, the Soul. Generally, you just don't want to give it over. It's just never going to feel good, even though it's a Cloud Soul, thank you, Atlas, the least efficient of Souls. It is still something that provides an immense amount of value here for Gen.G. And if you can deny it to them, you will feel very happy about it. Also denies an inevitable Elder. But what we see here is, interestingly enough, it's like the opposite of what happened last fight, where, you know, Ruler was just zoned away. This time, Rascal is basically keeping 3 people occupied in the backline, right? Like, you look at this fight and you see Ruler kiting back and forth. Really nothing happening thanks to the really nice stopwatch from Clid earlier on. And Ruler just from the back line. Yoshi can get on top of him, he doesn't have the damage. But it's, to me, Rascal that just slows him down to the point where they can't really hard engage. And now Ruler has an Infinity Edge and another BF sword and a Baron as well. And he's ready to play some video games.
And he's going to have a really good time playing these video games as well, because he was, like you were saying, the answer to the inevitable Mundo. And it's starting to feel like this Aphelios is just getting far too big. As Life off to the side. He's had a bit of a quiet game so far, but when it's the Ruler show, often that's what happens. GEN:G still just trying to throw these gonks around, you can hear. You know, Clid's still taking a bit of damage from those, as they're just trading projectiles. Thumbs up from Teemo. As you can see, DRX, they're not deterred just yet. And with a 3,000 gold lead, it's not exactly the end of the world. And they haven't, you know, forfeited the soul just yet or anything like that. Ruler will be able to extend this gold lead by taking down this inner turret. We'll see how this siege is going to eventuate from Gen.G.
So Clid is now moving towards the mid lane, so if DRX look for a hard engage, there is actually a really big risk here. Would have loved for them to go in there, because this is a 5v4, right? Clid is shoving that mid wave in to really utilize the Baron as well as you can. That guy is looking for that flank.
And Bao's just taking so much free damage, though. He can't actually step forward whatsoever. Becker is pushed out, like you were talking about. Clid's still in that mid lane. He should be able to take this tower for free, and you're right, it's just not quite making your mind up on whether to take the play or not, as Rascal soaks a bit of damage there, but isn't too worried about it. DRX looking like they've lost their idea of how they want to take this game from this point on. 5,000 gold is now the lead for Gen.G. Ruler is just so scary. He's a level ahead of the top laner of DRX.
The thing with Ruler is, even though he doesn't have Guild Force, right, he went for like the full Tank Buster build, which against the opponents makes a lot of sense. He still has both summoners available, and DRX's engage is fairly telegraphed if you don't find a flank. Outside of that guy going for like a flash play, which he does have available, but if you respect that, there's not that much that they can do, right? Like GEN:G, he's soft engaged, like he can run at you and be annoying, but can't really force you into a fight that you don't want to take, and that is a problem that DRX are running into now, where you can try to hard engage, but if you don't do well and Ruler stays alive, you have a big problem.
Well, this is the gonk engage. That's what we're going for now. It's like throw as many trophies as possible into Gen.G. And Gen.G say no. They know all about trophies, and they're just not going to accept it. As Ruler moves back into the mid lane, he'll shove that one out, and now he's got about a bajillion items to go put together. We'll see what he collects next.
That's good. I felt like he was kind of weak this game, so I'm really happy that, you know, he's finally hitting the spikes.
Yeah. As we've got a couple of Void Staves. I'm just going to leave your attempted jokes. Just
no, I feel no, that's completely fine. You know, it's my first day. You got to give me a hard time. I understand. I know how it works. I get it.
Yeah, I'm just letting him sit. Just letting it sit.
It's making me feel bad about it, and then just pointing it out, and then leaving it still. Yeah, I like that. Appreciate that.
That's the plan. 13 seconds on this Cloud Drake. And this is one that DRX want to fight for by the looks of things, as Becca standing on a ward. This is not where you want to be as the set, but isn't going to get collapsed on or anything like that. Rascal in the front line. It's exactly where he needs to be. As Void Seeker's going wide, Boomerang's going wide, Trophy's going wide. And Rascal, he's going to stop Becca from being able to get in here, actually, as you can see.
I love the flank control here. This is something that they had a really big problem with in the first game. And it looks like they might have solved it here.
Yep, another gong comes in here as the Moonlight Vigil goes down. That's going to be the steal, actually, from the Kai'Sa, but I don't know whether it's going to matter as GEN:G goes down way too low. Bao gets over the wall, and it's looking like a whitewash. Into the backline goes Rascal and just obliterates DRX. Kingen looks for the ulti on Karis, but he just Zhonya's, then flashes, and then he's able to take down Bao as well. Over the wall goes Kingen. Ruler's still alive, by the way, and this means that the game is most likely over. Kingen trying to waste as much time as possible, but Rascal has a teleport, and they'll be able to grab this Guardian Angel and take down the Gnar pretty comfortably. That's the ace, and that should be the game. We're going to a game 3 once again, as we're not going to be having dinner, but we're going to eat League of Legends for dinner, as we've got as much of it as we can possibly have. Ruler should easily get rid of these. And Gen.G, they fight back in game number 2.
6 games on the first day. I'll take it. Incredible performance from Gen.G here after a really shaky game number 1. I'm very happy that they respect DRX enough in the second game to clear the vision, right? Like, you know these flanks are going to be coming, and they're ready for them this time. Rascal's standing guard, no one can get onto Rule, and by the time that we do see the slam come through, he's already done like 3 autos, and at that point in time, that's enough to, you know, blow up half the team. The Moonlight's Vigil doing so much damage in that little choke point there. And honestly, not a lot to do there. I think that all in all, just great second game from Gen.G because it really fixed the mistakes that they had in game number 1. And that was something that I was unhappy. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, sorry, I was dancing. I don't know why that was actually on.
Atlas.
Yeah, this is something that Wolf and I had prepared. We've both got dancing mode that we can put on when we want to, and I unfortunately did not turn it off. So you're welcome, guys. I was just having a dance, and yeah, it's just sometimes how it works. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable now. But yeah, Gen.G fighting back very, very nicely, and unfortunately, the Mundo debut not quite as good as the Udyr variety of Pyoshi.
No, I think that, you know, the Aphelios pick should have been where you go like, because if I remember correctly, it was off for Aphelios into off of B for Mundo. Once you see that Aphelios locked in, I think you just go like, nah, no, we don't want to pick Mundo here. That is not it.
Yeah,
because it's just like he's too good at getting through tanks, right? It's like picking it into a Vayne. If you pick it into something like an Amath, a Jhin, I think Xayah is, you know, she can be safe eventually, so get for you, but it's nothing compared to like these tank busters. You just don't add that much if you don't have any backline threat. And then the possible openings that DRX had that we saw in the first game. Yeah, thank you, Ruler. We were already talking you up. Thank you for backing me up with like 22.7k damage.
Bow's damage is certainly not looking the same as the drop off on this damage graph on DRX's side is certainly not what you want to see. No. Ruler was put in a position where he was able to choose his own destiny, I think. I think his later game positioning was just fantastic, but I think a lot of that onus needs to go over to DRX, not taking the fights that they could necessarily win, and that fight around the Drake just put Ruler way too far ahead. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it will be the analyst desk and then game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
was able to take game number 2, and we're going the distance for tonight. Heading over to game number 6, and Music is bringing another new meta. This time around, this was Jungle Mundo. It's been a long while since we saw it last played here in the LCK, and we are expecting this to happen as he was spamming this Jungle Mundo in the solo queue. However, we're not able to see a success game coming out from Mundo. Well, this game was not lost because of the Mundo pick, but still we saw some of the limits that this champion has basically. Gen.G was being emotional after they were tilted by this Udyr pick in the jungle, but this time around it was really interesting to see that DRX was actually getting emotional with this Gnar and Mundo pick, and they dived onto the opponents too deep. I also agree. DRX always comments on the very awkward kind of comp. Sometimes it doesn't really look super good, it doesn't look super bad, but still, those kind of picks are in the awkward kind of position here in the league, but sometimes they're able to pull off a win, but sometimes they fall apart. Even though when the Renekton and Italy are in a better spot at some point of the game, they go over eagerly and they kind of give away the victory over to the opponents. So we also want to criticize some of those plays coming out from the DRX player as a whole. So for example, when DRX actually has an extended fight, it kind of also buys time for Gen.G to re-engage, so they have to work on those mistakes. So let's take a look at this highlight where actually Ruler draw the gank from the opponent, was able to turn the fight around. Before Leona died, she was able to place a ward down on that rush. Leona was not even able to get this aftershock proc, but let's see how Gen.G turns this fight around. This fight wasn't a bad trade for DRX, but they looked for another engagement, but that was all read by the ward in the brush. Ruler actually walks forward in order to draw the opponents. Aphelios has some better weapons set up for this kind of skirmish, so we could see that Ruler was pretty much confident for this extended fight. And some of the fights, the trophy that was stolen away from Cloud Templar was really intimidating, but still, DRX was not able to close out the game with a win. And let's take a look at this fight where DRX managed to actually stop the soul away from Gen.G. This is a play where DRX players got a little bit too emotional because they were able to actually stop the Dragon Soul on the side of Gen.G, but they actually go in for a fight even after picking up the Drake. But we have to keep in mind that bottom duos had a lot of money in their pockets. So going in for that fight was not the ideal decision, because once the bottom duos can return and purchase the item and finish their core items, this could have been a lot better for them to win the fight. But as Kingen and Pyosik ran into the opponents, they got overextended looking for some engagement when their teammates were very behind and also very isolated with a lot of gold in their pockets. Also, we have to keep in mind that Mundo is way slower than Udyr, so Pyosik also has to keep that in mind in order to have a successful game on Mundo. And Ruler picks up the POG with this Aphelios game. Perfect mind game from Ruler over here, kind of forcing the opponents to come for an extended fight and turning it around 2v3. A perfect understanding of the Aphelios weapons as well. And based on this fight, Ruler was able to accelerate his lead. This is the fight where we criticize the emotional play coming out from the DRX players. Which means Gen.G was also able to tilt the opponents with the Zonia play, especially from the clean. with that bottom lane turret dive. When Gen.G banned out Udyr, we could tell that Gen.G is finding the grasp of the pick and bans up against DRX, and perfect score of POG vote going over to Ruler from this game to performance. A very outstanding performance coming up this World Champion AD carry, and we are now moving on to the decider game of the series, game number 3. So I will throw it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the analyst desk translation. And here we are, game number 3, or game number 6 of the night, where if we have a new commentator on the desk, we make sure we put him through his paces. We are getting our money's worth on Chronicler's first day.
I mean, you know what I really appreciate? Like, you guys give me, like, the teams and the guys, they give me 6 games. They give me plenty of pauses, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like even with 6 games, we could have also started the 6th game like half an hour ago, but we don't. And
half an hour ago? That's generous, dude. I feel like we could have been starting this actually an hour ago.
I mean, it might
not
have.
to be the case.
But, you know, that's okay. Yeah, everyone... I can get to meet everyone. Everyone gets to meet me. So it's a win-win. And I gotta say, I think we've had a really good mix of like high-quality League of Legends today. I think the play that we saw earlier in the replay with Ruler, right? Like the limit testing that he did as well. Just beautiful to watch. And also pure tomfoolery, which is like mostly PO-Shik. But like I think that the first series also had a little bit of that. It's been a really good day. It's been really fun games.
I agree. It's actually been a lot of fun. As the Gnar going to be banned away here as we are into the draft, of course. The Udyr has to be banned because, of course, PO-Shik demonstrated in game number 1 that he's just too silly when he's on the bear, tiger, turtle guy, chicken guy. Last ban to come through here from DRX, and let's see what it is going to be.
I did not like PO-Shik on Udyr for like anyone else besides PO-Shik and his team. Right, like it's just, you shouldn't do it. I think we've now established that it's just one of those things where like you ban Seraphine against Lahens, like you just never give it to him. It's just it's not allowed. And this is the same situation. I don't think there's anything wrong with that ban. You can go for the Kaiser lock in here for Ruler, which, you know, it's 11.2 and they're on B1, so that's what's gonna happen. And I'm wondering what DRX is going to do here, because I think that the Mundo angle clearly didn't work out. I think into Kaiser, you're going to have exactly the same issue. So I want to see what they're actually going to prioritize here, because they've kind of swapped up between drafts. We've already said that they are very inconsistent in draft. I would like to see them throw out like kind of a weird flex pick that can go to multiple lanes. Or, you know, just pick Aphelios fresh. I'd be okay with that as well.
Yeah, that could be fine. The problem then... Oh, God. Is he going to do it? This is the opportunity for Gen.G to do, you know, the pick away of the Thresh if they want to, but the problem with this, right, is that you give away Renekton Nidalee over to Gen.G. And now they have Kai'Sa in the bottom lane and Renekton Nidalee. And we've seen that can be very, very difficult to deal with. Gen.G still have to decide to do it, but we'll see whether they do, as this is an undefeated bottom lane, actually, for DRX. They've been very, very good on the Aphelios Thresh. And after watching what Ruler did, you could imagine that Bao's like, well, Aphelios is the best right now, so he could just lock that one away. No surprise on the Nidalee. We'll see whether the Renekton is going to be the follow-up, and of course it is.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, whoa, Atlas is a prophet. But no, that's just obviously what Gen.G are going to do, because they're Gen.G.
And, you know, if you see last game, you're like, yeah, that's completely fine. I gave Clint a lot of, you know, a lot of shade thrown his way for his build, but made it work. Still did a lot of damage in those team fights, more than I had honestly expected to, and it says a lot about his mastery of the champion. I don't mind the Volibear pick here. I think it works out well for them in terms of raw matchup. I also think Volibear gets really beefy really early, so it's kind of hard to dive in with just the Nidalee and the Renekton. Although in the early levels it is of course still a possibility. And do you feel like Rascal did way better in that matchup? We'll remember that level 1 trade.
Yeah.
It's just like
Stone cold Rascal. Up in the top lane is, yep, the Yone going to be banned away. I actually really like this, just because he does synergize so well with this Nidalee Renekton style of composition. You can just really get off to a phenomenal start with that one there. Lilia going to be banned away here from PO-Shik. See what the final ban is against this guy. Could be something like an Olaf, I guess. But it's still not entirely set in stone as to what PureShick is going to do this game. Maybe this is the game where he just wants to hard lock in the Mundo and chase after people all game. Could be an opportunity.
Yeah, I think you have the same problem where you lack actual hard engage and you run at your opponent very fast and then you run into a Gen.G that doesn't even like that. Gen.G doesn't have to team fight, right? Like they can just skirmish around you, and then if you don't have hard engage, forcing something that isn't a skirmish is way harder.
Yeah.
So I'd actually like to see.
Oh, I love it. Just ban the Mundo. If it's too annoying, just ban it. That's fine.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think it's. Oh yes, please do it. Please, PureShick. Please, because this is. You can see
this is another champion where you run at people.
No, but like I think if you go for like the Olaf Ori here, I think it's more stable. But I would have loved to see, because like you say, it's actual engage, right? Like Nunu is fairly reliable, and this is yes, please. So you get away.
Deny it.
Yeah, you denied Karas's performance. Was it amazing? Absolutely not. And this is a pick that Life has not been allowed to play for the longest time. And I gotta say, Atlas, I've been loving what DRX has brought us tonight, but I see this draft from Gen.G. This is the most Gen.G draft possible, and Life has not had the greatest evening, but if he plays set, it doesn't end well for the other team.
Not to mention, this is going to be the Kai'Sa set lane. Kai'Sa set is something that Gen.G have played a lot of, and it is feared for a reason. The Syndra are going to be locked in, Sulk are just going to handshake the mid lane. And look, DRX do have a lot of power. And I think that, you know, Olaf can be enabled a little bit by Thresh being able to go in a little bit more recklessly and then take a Lantern out, but it's nowhere near like having an enchanter there to help him out, right? So this Olaf could be on a little bit of an island in the later stages of the game. But we'll just have to see how DRX are going to be able to manage this one. I think there's just going to be so much on the shoulders of Bao and Becca. And PureShick, you can see he's still a happy man. And so maybe the Olaf could pop off in this game. But I think you're right. I think Gen.G have walked away with their absolutely ideal draft. Like, this is quintessential Gen.G with, you know, Rascals Renekton, Clids Nidalee, Rulers Kai'Sa, Life Set, and Karis. I mean, he won a game on the Orianna, and he's lost on everything else so far in the LCK.
I love the drama. Really appreciate it. I think we need that for our local viewers, you know. It's getting late. We're getting to the last game. You need that pick-me-up.
Please don't tell anyone that he's only played 2 games so far.
Okay, I will not. I mean, he's more than that, but like, we won't focus too much on that. I would have loved to see, like, I think Kindred and Galio, for example, would have been like a great pivot where Gen.G obviously want to dive you very aggressively, and then you have Kindred ult, and then you have Galio ult, and then Aphelios can just shred through absolutely everyone. But now you're kind of... but now you're kind of choosing to try and play the same game, but I think Gen.G's early game is going to be so much better because that is so much power in their hands yet again.
And it feels like they have power in every lane, right? The Orianna will probably, you know, go even. It can go one way or the other against the Syndra, but I don't think that anyone's going to get a notable lead in mid. But top lane should be all Rascal Clid, and then Ruler and Life are Ruler and Life on Kai'Sa and Set. So, do you win that? I don't know.
It's just so good. Like, it's you know, it's annoying because you keep coming back to it. It's the same with Chovy, right? But then you see plays like last game, and you're like, yes, this is why this guy has won a world championship. So,
okay, there's a bit of biffo, but we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, little scuffle in the river. I was gonna say scuffle in the ruffle, but that doesn't really work, unfortunately. Would have been nice.
I don't really know it. I don't.
It's like Rumble in the jungle, right? It was right there.
Yeah, but Rumble and jungle are both words.
Isn't scuffle a word?
Scuffle in the, what was it?
Like a fight, like a brawl. I
know
don't know.
scuffle's a word. What was the follow-up word?
Ruffle. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
But like I don't.
That's the one.
Sorry,
probably.
listen, Atlas. My English is not very good, and I think it's
oh,
really.
look at you!
It's
leaning,
really
leaning on
mean
your
of you.
Dutch crutch.
It's
is that what you're doing
really
right
mean
now?
of you to make fun of me for my English. I don't think you can do that.
All right, I'm never gonna do it again. I've been shown. I've been shown.
I really appreciate
Are we gonna
that.
do it again? Are we doing it again? This level 1 fight is happening once again. We'll see whether Rascal's actually gonna be able to win this one. As Kingan's gonna chase him towards his own turret. He tried to wait out the shield actually and get another. Oh, he did it! Waits for the Koldemeek and picks up the kill. Kingan, unfortunately, not able to get to the standoff this time around. As Rascal now at half health, actually still going to stand here. As Kingan's still level 1, and the level advantage is going to be what keeps Rascal safe.
Oh, King, and you're playing against the king of solo kills. Why would you do that? You
And
got
he still
away
has
with it last
flash.
time. Like, the thing is, if you hit your shield there, like the base damage of Kingan's E is so high in the early levels, right? You get so much value from the combination of hitting yourself, proccing shield dash, and then subsequently also dealing a crap load of like base AP damage to your opponent. But Rascal wasn't hit by the E. Like, he's just not going to win that all in, even with like, I think it was 4 caster or like 4 minions slamming away the Renexa, and he's just like, oh, that's nice. That is more stuff I can heal up with Koldemeek.
And utilized it very, very well. Got that Fury up quite nicely, and then just waits for the cooldown. It was just very, very well played by Rascal as Kingan. He's going to go for it again. Let's see whether he can actually get this kill. It's level 3s for both of them. Flashes available as well. There's the flash in, the flash out from Rascal though. And he's just going to go back, spend a bunch more money, and then come back to this lane feeling a lot better.
And now Rascal is going to be able to, although the wave will bounce, so that's kind of awkward with Pioshik on the top side as well. Might be able to put a lot of pressure on him here. I say as it looks like Kingan is just going to back, so that gives Rascal a free shot. But basically, Rascal is now going to be the one who has tempo in the lane, and he might be able to use that to maybe look for some deep vision, or try and enable Clid if Clid would be on the top side of the map, which he's not.
Well, let's have a look at this one more time. This is the level 1 fight. Break it down for me, Chronicler.
So, in the short trades, you're so strong, because like Grasp of the Undying gives you a lot more sustain, and it just, like, the early damage is really relevant. But instead what happens here is Rascal is able to get off multiple Koldemeeks. He procs his Conqueror, and like empowered Koldemeek is so insane. And I think it boils down to, I think as Kingan, you can try and all in him there regardless if you do hit your E. But the Thunder didn't strike, and that means you're dead. And that can be avoided by not trying to, you know, flip a lane on level 1. It's not really necessary.
And also, like, you know, getting the news early, right? Like, Kingan doesn't hit it, and therefore you just back away immediately.
Just run, right?
And I guess he sort of somewhat tried to, but it was sort of a bit of a half and half as far as that attempt. So
in that world, what happens is like Rascal still gets priority over the lane, but he doesn't get a kill. Right? Like he still gets control. You still have to back off. You're feeling bad. You're like, I'm a sad bear sitting here under my turret as the Renekton like pushes it in. Rascal yet again goes for the pickup of the Executioners here early, which I really like, because besides the early, like the high base damages that you have on your E, the continuous sustain that Volley gets from his repeated Ws that he procs on you is really annoying to play against. But that's just not going to be nearly as good now.
Ooh, that scatter was not what you wanted. As Karis is actually playing this lane very effectively right now. I've enjoyed the little plays there, actually moving forward in order to dodge orbs. Feels like he's in the mind of Solka right now.
He's finding himself, right? I think that after Zeus, which had frankly a great performance, as we get a 2v2 here, so hold that thought.
Yeah, let's see how this one's going to go as Kingan gets out the lightning claws. It's just going to be a back from Pioshik. As you can see, Clid lying in wait. He's not going to be needed. We're just going to bring some storms. And nothing too much is going to eventuate. First blood did go down, but the gold is actually very even.
Yeah.
As you can see, largely because Pioshik's been getting through the jungle a little bit faster.
Really nice synchronized backstab from DRX. I was thinking that maybe Kingan would want to put some pressure and they wanted to look for something around the dragon, but it is very early, so would have to sack a considerable part of his lane. Not sure if Solka got cancelled there, or if he was just decided not to, but that does mean that there will be free prio as you see the...
Yeah, great timing for a fight. Yeah, the double play is brilliant. Life gonna haymaker and then flash. Looks to try and get out of the way as Bow flashes forward. Picks up the kill ruler down to 100 as Clid gets underneath the turret as well, and just a little bit too late on the Nidalee rotation. And Ruler's gonna have to go back, and he will lose a bunch of this minion wave as well. Actually gets that back stopped because of Pyoshik's very aggressive positioning. Oh, he's just looking for it. The undertow comes down as Pyoshik's taking a bit of damage here, but like we were talking about, does have the lantern. Becker is so good at this thresh, pulls Clid in, and he's gonna have to flash to get himself out. There is one flash left, by the way, and it might have to be used right now as Kara's going down solo. The shockwave is flashed. Solka has to throw down an orb. The last auto's there, and DRX put him down. There are no flashes left, and also the kill comes through. Pyoshik might get punished here from Clid, though, as he dives forward. The lantern for the bait was just so good, and DRX 3-1.
Multiple things go really, really wrong there for Gen.G. So first of all, when you set up the play, the Olaf has so much offensive power, especially combined with, you know, Gravitum coming. I think it was Gravitum, not entirely sure, but even just the hook would be enough from Backup to set that up, and they can take down Life, who at this point in time is not really that beefy. Then what I think happened there was Karis wanted to go for the... I think it was an LCK game, I don't remember which one though, where you go for the shockwave and then during the shockwave activation you flash and like it activates, but it goes wrong. So in this replay, it's just a really successful gank, right? There's just not that much you can do. Life gets exhausted, tries to get away, but Bao goes in with a big flash. And I think this is really interesting because I feel like this is something that you can get away with, but it's not really necessary, which has kind of been a tendency for DRX. But it's high risk, high reward, and the reward's definitely paying off here. And here, look at this flash from Karas, because he puts the orb on himself, and I think his plan was to like flash after Solka and then hit him with the shockwave there.
Yeah, he thought he actually picked up the ball,
but he didn't.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I assume at least, because like there's no reason for him to flash that way otherwise.
Yeah, it was like the attempted follow flash, but didn't quite get the ball close enough.
And that's really sad, because that would have completely changed this matchup. And now, Karas and Gen.G in general are in a really rough spot.
Yeah. Well, Pyoshik moving up towards this top side. Let's see whether they can win this lane as well, that Rascal has already won for himself. And you can see he's actually pressing forward. Shield is going to be picked up. There's the ult in as Rascal immediately flashing. Dominus has been popped, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Clid looking to come through. Cull the Meek is fantastic, but Undertow is even better. Pyoshik just outranges the spear, and Clid says, well, I guess I can't do anything up here. That rhyme that's more your territory. I apologize. I'm not the poet.
I'll take it.
Thank you. Ulti comes through. Karis not going to take too much damage. The Scout of the Weeks haven't been fantastic out of Solka, but still, just sending a message here in the mid lane.
Pyoshik is straight up jungle diffing Clid, which I think is pretty insane considering Clid's like super solid performance on the Nidalee last game.
Yeah.
Pyoshik has been early to the place every single time, and I think at the beginning of this night, my question was like, what is the identity of DRX? Like, what would they want to do, right? And we've noticed a couple of constants, and that's running very fast at your opponent. That needs to be in the comp, right? I don't know where, but it needs to be like at least one champion that does that. And then all jokes aside, I think Pyoshik might be the most pivotal member. This is, of course, you know, you can look back at last year's DRX and be like, was Pyoshik not just carried towards, right? Like he was playing with Deft and Chovy, and
Rascal.
Yeah.
Right? Remember, this is his ex-teammate that he's facing on the top side.
Wait, but that was not last year's DRX, right?
Oh, that's true, yes.
Because last year was Doran, I think, and Carrion were playing, right? So that was a really strong team. And I think a lot of people didn't have a lot of expectations from Pyoshik, but to see him to be able to lead, when he gets fed, DRX just look alive. Like
I think you coined this already. It's Pyoshik and the boys.
Yeah.
This is DRX. That's the identity. And we said it when we were introducing the match, right? Like, it's Pyoshik and the boys, and if Pyoshik isn't popping off, then he's going to bring the rest of the boys down, but otherwise, he's going to hard carry them. And he does that on things like the Udyr, which in the hands of anybody else doesn't carry anything, but I think it might just be the Pyoshik personality that is just able to you know, emotionally carry these guys. I don't know. I feel like it's all a bit of speculation, but I don't know how this guy on a champion that has been so inconsequential for so many other players is just completely different. And I think it might just be the Pyosik and the boys.
I like you don't want to oversell, right? Like, and I don't actually like fully support this, but it's just like some people are larger than the game, right? And maybe Pyosik is that in like a very upbeat, weird way. Like, you've seen his post-game interviews, you've seen his like weird dances that he does, and maybe that's just what carries this team over the over the line every single time. Because now, look at this game. Have they won it? Absolutely not. This is still a game that can go to Gen.G, and we shouldn't overhype the DRX. But I think saying that like this is way better of an performance than we expected from them coming into tonight against Gen.G, who frankly have looked like one of the strongest teams in LCK, still worth celebrating.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this isn't necessarily saying that Pyosik is like the best player, but when he's playing well, he does so much for the team, right? Like that's sort of the point. And it's actually very different, as we do manage to get the crash on the bottom side. The tower still alive for a little while, as it does eventually go down. Moonlight Vigil is not going to be able to find enough, and Gen.G are able to successfully defend with the help of a Rascal TP.
How good are our observers, though? Because they showed us Rascal could have gone for a different choice, and that, to me, signifies that they were kind of reluctant to take that. I think if Rascal flanks there, like, they're kind of forced into a fight, right? Or they have to kind of funnel into the river, and then Rascal can still cut them off. But instead, Rascal teleports basically in the middle of the wave. And now they lose the next dragon, and the gold lead is growing. It's now 3k. Is DRX just gonna, like, go up 5-2 and beat Gen.G?
Are we just going to see the snowball actually eventuate? Is Red side going to win every single game in this matchup? When DRX had literally won, like, half the amount of games on Red side before this. They were, you know, the blue side wonders, but now it all seems turned on its head. And honestly, it's felt like a bit of a topsy-turvy day. So I wouldn't put that past them.
I think that this is something that I really appreciate about the LCK, like the new LCK. I think Damwon was kind of the herald that brought this style in, where just a lot more happens, right? Like, we've seen LCK, if you look at the historic kind of results of the region, obviously they were insanely dominant up until 2017. And then they just got, like, they got out-tempo, they got outpaced, they got kind of exposed, like, the weaknesses, they're reluctant to fight. And then after Damwon got smashed by G2 and basically became like the Korean Terminators, where they were just like, we have one goal in life, and that is to avenge Korea and definitely ourselves for getting smashed by G2. And they basically became like an LPL light team, right? Like, Damwon, especially when they were looking super hot last split, was so hot. Like, it was so aggressive.
Yeah, and they never relented on the aggression either. But you still keep the amount of macro play that the LCK was known for. That was the beauty of Damwon, is because they played aggressive, high-tempo, intelligent League of Legends.
They could do everything, right? Like, it was insane. And I think that chaos is still in the LCK. And I think it's beautiful to see this split, because it's really easy to deride it as, like, people are bad and doing stuff that is bad, right? But I don't think it's that easy. I think that the game just has been built to be like a little bit more volatile, and it creates a lot of entertainment.
Well, that's what happened when we removed Tracker's Knife, you know?
I know.
The direct nerf to the LCK. What a sad time. What a sad time. As Karis took another bevy of orbs, and Kingan's going to be spotted, so Karis is going to move even further back. But look at the positioning of DRX right now. Like, look at the minimap. None of them are in their own side of the map. One of them's in the river, and that's the closest you can get. And this is how much they're pushing forward this advantage. This is exactly what you were talking about playing aggressively. This is how you're supposed to do it. Deny the jungle and be aggressive. Ruler's still able to get some damage down, so you might need to continue respecting that.
Yeah, so there is still a problem, right? And the problem is Ruler.
Becca dying. That's
also
bad.
Yes.
Teleport immediately to come in here is cleared. Finds a couple of autos, a spear onto Kingan, and that teleport did absolutely nothing, but DRX will still be able to take this outer turret on the top side, so I guess you could say kill for turret, probably still in favor of that who takes the turret.
I don't know how much damage Rascal is going to be able to do on bot side. Might even out and be a favorable trade, because you get a kill, force a teleport, and get a bot side turret, but I don't know how quickly we're going to see Rascal take care of that. It's pretty full. I don't necessarily think we'll be able to, especially with King and pathing towards the top side, but we'll see. It's going to be close either way. Maybe he will make it. He is an angry crocodile after all. But what Gen.G needs to do is they kind of need to stifle this tempo, because I feel like in a late game scenario, the things that I said earlier are still applicable. Gen.G are going to have to play the role that we saw T1's opponents take, right? NONGSHIM, where they're like, it's find the flank with set, or like find life is also really good at just finding straight up engages. That shouldn't work, if that makes sense. Like just somehow find a flash in the middle of a team even though they know you're coming. But otherwise, get on the back line, get on Bao, take him down, and then the further you get into the game, the less worried you have to be about everyone else.
Well, let's see whether they can continue playing this one out. The thing that I find really worrying is the fact that the sun is set on the Nidalee Renekton combo, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's not going to be killing this this Volibear anytime soon. He has Brambleverse as well as his Turbo Chem Tank, and that's just not happening. So now where does that relevance actually come from? And it's going to be about Clid being able to find a way in, find some of these miracle spears and lock some people down, as this was a good pick, right? Like this is an example of that, kinda, but a bit of a misposition at the same time. But still, they need to find a lot of these picks and make it happen one time after the other, and then get Ruler into a position to hard carry.
Oh, that's so sad. This is kind of how the matchup is supposed to go, right? Like, Rascal uses his entire trading sequence, and it's just like, King is just like...
Yeah, and what?
Now what?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And that's a problem.
The answer is not much.
Exactly. And the thing is, DRX, they kind of have slowed this game down. They will be picking up the sword point here, though. And that's really big. The fact that Gen.G feel like we're not strong enough to actually contest this. And if DRX get a Mountain Soul, that will really change the equation. Because remember what I said earlier about finding backline access? Clid will lose his value if a Mountain Soul gets picked up. Rascal will not be able to do what he normally does. Still be like a big BB front line who dishes out rather than damage. Kingen is going to be unkillable by anyone besides Ruler, and that's not a position you want to be in. So I actually feel like DRX, they're in a really good spot this game, and looking at the draft, not what I expected at all. I'm so impressed with what these guys are showing here.
Yeah. They are. It's just the DRX effect, right? It's like whatever you expect to happen is probably not going to happen. As there's a shockwave, but Karis is going to take a bunch of damage. Good spear lands from Clid there, but Shirley's just going to come on in, Life looking for a position. Haymaker comes down first. That's going to block a lot of those orbs, but still, Solka makes it to safety thanks to Phase Rush and a flash. There's now Ruler trying to run away from Pyosik. Killer Instinct over the wall. That was actually really cute, and Ruler is going to be safe for the moment.
Doesn't even have to use a summoner. What a man.
The Ruler effect, I guess.
But that's not good, right? Like, this is something that I think Gen.G fans will be a little bit disappointed to see.
Oh god, this is a really, really big bear. The Crocodile will make it underneath the turret. Good stun comes down as the axe is not going to find the Croc. But Kingen's still just asserting his dominance on this lane right now. Yes, he might be behind in farm, but he has control at this point in time.
And again, I really appreciate the rhymes, you know, making me feel even more welcome, continuously dropping those. And
that one I didn't even notice.
Listen,
I apologize.
That's completely okay. Atlas. My earlier idea was if you DRX if they're behind, they win the game. But now they're ahead.
Yes. So this is the thing. No, you're trying to work out DRX, and as soon as you think you have, they're going to do it a different way.
It's
okay?
like
So we've just got to stop trying to understand them, and we just need to accept them. You know, we need to accept that DRX exist. Well, and like that's all we get to control.
Like the best, if you sketch like a hypothetical greatest KT fan, they would never be excited about KT.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it's the same with DRX. Like the moment you try to figure them out, like they'll do like something completely random, and you'll be like, no, that shouldn't work, and then it does. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But then
I'm just going to stop. I'm stopping trying to understand this team, and I'll just accept them and be happy about it. Teleport towards the top side. Solka in way too much trouble. This time he has no flash, as you'll see whether he can try and trade something back as the shockwave comes in. And yeah, Solka presses his R button, but not enough orbs for that one. And that is a dead Syndra.
Now Gen.G has a man advantage. That is a lot of poke damage also gone. The rest of the team is more of a hard commit or have a problem type of damage coming through here. But DRX has the short track to the mid lane here, and we've all seen what Aphidos does to turrets. They disappear fairly quickly, and he does that here as well.
And like he had the Severum Crescendum as well, of course, in perfect timing to just eviscerate that turret.
I mean, it gives you a little bit of a window, right? As Gen.G on the next fight, I don't know if Bao will actually be up. I mean, it doesn't matter if you use the remaining ammo to straight up take Baron, but they decide Baron, which I think is good. But this is legitimately, like, I'm wondering if Bao will still be able to have access, because, like, if you're stuck with, like, Calibrum, for example, right, it's just not as good in a team fight. You just don't, it doesn't really make you happy. So Rascal is saying hello, and then goodbye.
Yeah, this is the problem though, right? Normally, like, Rascal lying in wait in a brush is like, well, you're gonna face check him and then you'll die, but not in this case. That was the wrong guy to meet him, as this was much better, because Sulka not able to deal with Orianna and Ekton right now.
It's just overextended, right? Like, there's no vision on the top side. It's just really greedy. You're not really allowed to be there, and I'm glad that Gen.G punished it. Simultaneously, though, it doesn't really change the state of the game. Like, Sulka getting picked there, it's awkward, but it also gets them a turret, so you could even argue it was a net gain for the DRX. Which I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I think kills on Rascal at this point don't really change anything, as we see a fight here in the top lane.
Yeah, here's the ulti. Shield comes down from the big old bear, and look, this fight is taking a long time, but DRX, I mean, the boys are going to turn up, and Rascal is going the wrong direction. Lantern goes out. Becker is actually going to be able to utilize that one as Rascal goes golden to see his death, and I think the kill is going to be delivered. No, it's not. Kingan's going to take that one. But still, another overextension this time on Gen.G's side, but they might be able to capitalize with the turret in the mid lane. No, they will not, because pyosik gets here too fast.
And they still have Crescendum. They can shred through this Baron in a matter of seconds. We see the pings coming down now. Gen.G don't want to give this up, and they really shouldn't. But if they lose this fight, they might also open themselves up to a Mountain Soul. It's looking really rough here. But maybe for the steal here, and otherwise a big play from Ruler.
Yeah, we'll see whether Clid can get in. It's a 2-level advantage for pyosik, though, so his smite is way better than this Nidalee. Looks like Clid's still trying to look for an opportunity, but all 5 members of DRX, and they are so tanky. The 2-man shockwave comes in. The Baron is secured by DRX, and they take down Clid. And also, Mountain Soul is available. The rest of Gen.G are moving over there, but now, I mean, Rascal's respawned, yes, but he's still so far away, and Gen.G will not be able to burst through this. Oh man, it's just going from bad to worse for Gen.G.
Pretty sure that's a nail in the coffin. Like, I shouldn't say that because it's DRX, right? And they'll find a way to turn it around in a negative way. True. But this is just Gen.G looking so disorganized, right? Like the random picks that they find. It's looking like Gen.G in game number 1, because this all comes from Rascal being so far up top, has no reason to be there. Barely has any vision control, and even the vision control that he does have doesn't really do anything. There's no objective on the map, right? Because, listen, if this happens, and you lose Baron, kind of sad, but if you do this 20 seconds later, there will be a Drake. And you can take the Drake, and you feel a lot better about it. I do like the Gen.G, what you see Karis try is, like, combine his ultimate with Clid's smite to try and, like, get some additional burst, and then go and get it in. But it's not enough. Clid dies, no way you can contest. I think DRX is just going to run away with this game here, because now you have incredibly fat people with a Baron buff, full 1.5k gold lead. And again, it's so pivotal that they get this mountain, because it completely invalidates whatever Clid and Rascal we're going to try and do.
And pyosik and Kingan are just basically unkillable right now. Like, that's a juggernaut on the bottom side of the map. This Volibear is just so huge. And yeah, you know, Ruler has a Kraken Slayer, right? Like, he's trying to tank bust as best he can, but you're just not going to get through that. I mean, his Volibear's too big. Look at him. Look at this massive shields that he can put on himself.
Okay,
close to 4,000 health.
I found a win. So you Clid is proxying. Let no one back here. No one can. They're Baron and Baron Recalls. Never mind. Like, if you let no one back there, Clid can just, like, slowly kill the Nexus. But is there an accent, right? It's not the greatest split pusher.
Yep.
It was very optimistic. It did not work.
No, he's not going to quite get through it fast enough.
You got a turret though, so that's, you know.
Yeah, there's something.
It's a consolation prize.
4,000 gold is the lead, so it's not massive. But the problem is, it's like, I don't know, DRX have got themselves the Baron. They only have it for another 30 seconds, but the Mountain Soul is just the most value for this squad. as Pyosik was looking for someone who was going home, but didn't quite find it. The last 20 seconds of these Baron-empowered recalls probably going to be utilized. Beck is going to put down as many wards as he can. They're just trying to gather control here on the top side. DRX starting to eat through the Gen.G jungle, which will slowly but surely extend this lead ever further. Last remaining inner turret will be here on the top side of the map, and that is going to be the next port of call for DRX, who are certainly playing it a bit by the numbers right now. Karis has a lot of XP, but it's not exactly enough.
And that's the thing, right? I feel like Gen.G, they had to make this work early on. They did not, and that in of itself is not insurmountable, but then also giving up all the Drakes most definitely is, right? Like Karis, he has not had any mark on the series whatsoever. I feel like the idea behind this is probably to give BDD a break more so than expecting a lot from Karis here, because based on this performance, like, it might be really big stage fright, right? Like, we don't know how he played in scrims, we don't know how he performed in practice. I think one series, especially in a debut, might be a little bit early to really draw any real conclusions. Fact of the matter is, though, in this series, hasn't really performed.
No.
And
he's been
that
a bit forgettable, that's the problem.
Yes. And the problem with that is that, so your early game win condition is Rascal and Clid. Didn't work out. And then normally your late game win condition will be life finding a great engage with an Orianna ball on top of him, and then you like hunt to zero a bunch of people. And then of course you have Ruler, but I feel like I shouldn't have to explain Ruler as a win condition to any Gen.G fan or not fan. Like, we know how it works. He carries games. It's what he does. But now it's because of the fact that Karis hasn't really had an impact on this game, and like he's not really hit his big spikes. He has 2 items, but he's facing down a Mountain Soul. It's literally just Ruler. Ruler is level 14 and just like finished his 3rd item. It's not good.
No.
It's not good, Atlas.
It's not quite good enough is the problem, as he basically has, you know, a similar amount of items to Bao, but Bao has an Infinity Edge as one of his, and he has the luxury of purchasing it as well, as the extra utility from Ruler is going to put him behind in a straight-up battle.
Not the Night Harvester. Not in this game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you just got to do what you're comfortable with, I guess.
I can hear your reluctance, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah. Sometimes honestly, you don't want to kick them when they're down, you know?
That's the thing, right? Like, would it substantially change this game? I don't think it will, right? Like, itemization, like, it's nice to look at. I think there's very often room for improvement. It is an important part of the game. But does Clid having Moon Stuff here change the game for Gen.G with how everything else has gone? I highly doubt it.
Well, also with the fact that Karis isn't being able to get involved in too much, right? This Orianna hasn't really been doing too much damage, so if you're just relying on him to do the magic damage, then that's a bit of a disaster in unto itself. So I guess you can get behind Ruler because he does do a lot of mixed damage, but I think it's, you know, you're counting hairs a little bit. As Kingen on the bottom side of the map, DRX is going to start off this Baron once again. They have so much damage. Another Crescendum has been put into position here for Bao. Calibrum there as well if he wants to get some poke down.
All or
nothing. Moves himself out of the pick. And yeah, Gen.G are going to have to try and go for this. Trying to get towards a 50-50, but it's a 3-level advantage now for Pyosik, because there's the Moonlight Vigil. Life goes golden. That's decent to try and buy some time as Kingen, he gets into position on the Baron. And they are going to continue leashing it out here. Life down to below half health. And Gen.G just slowly but surely losing the war of attrition. There is a Blast Cone available. Life looking for some sort of flank or something. He still does have the showstopper, but I just don't know whether he's going to be able to actually do anything. It's Kingen in the back of the pit. DRX going to get in there as Pyosik is going to land that smite. 3 levels does mean that's probably going to happen. There's the ulti over the wall from Kingen. Just in case Clid was able to make it out of that pit. Now flashing onto Rascal. Randuin's Omen's good here from the Renekton. Feels like the damage may have been done as there's an Elder Drake, remember, and a dead jungler on the side of Gen.G. DRX, okay, 3-man Shockwave. That's not bad there from Karis, but that is only a disengage, and he does no damage.
That's the problem, right? Like, that's what we said before. He does nothing. That's the if that hits the squishies, it does a little bit more, but it's still not what you're looking for. And just the sheer power and like beefiness of this composition comes out so well. And this looks so doomed, but there's not really any way in here, right? You need to go for the 50. It's not even a 50-50, right?
It's not a 50.
levels down,
Yeah.
but you got to go for like the 20% chance that you steal it, and then the Elder is probably still gone, but then you can kind of hang on with your Baron minions, but it's just not there. I think the only way that you get out of that is like if Life finds a flash face breaker into like Orianna ultimate into Ruler dive. Like it's unrealistic, right? At this point.
Even then, I don't know whether they win because, like, yeah, sure, that's going to get through the Mountain Soul shield. But then what happens after that, right? The Shockwave just does precisely 0. And DRX, yeah, this is the Phalanx moving down, and I just don't know. Like, you see this as Gen.G, like, what are you supposed to do when these guys are walking towards you? Yes, that spear landed on Bao, but that got rid of, like we were talking about, the Mountain Drake shield. As Kingen, he's on these Nexus turrets. The next one going to go down here. One of them's going to be turned off as Kingen, yeah, loses, you know, a quarter of his health bar. That's it. And now they're looking to taxi this next minion wave in. I have a feeling that DRX are just going to win it right now, and there's just not a lot that Gen.G can actually do about it whatsoever. Ruler has to cleanse pretty much nothing as, oh my god, the Elder just destroys him. The Nexus is a bit of an afterthought as they're trying to take as many kills as they can, but DRX in game 3 managed to take down Gen.G.
I think we're going to have to accept that DRX is just straight up one of the best teams in the LCK right now, and look, this is what you want to see, right? Like, these guys are ecstatic. I don't think they expected this. I certainly didn't. I was fairly certain that it was just going to be Gen.G, right? Even after that lackluster first game, they bounced back so well. But
oh, look at Bao and Becca off their chairs. They're like, oh my, this is the most difficult laning experience that we've had. But, you know, they did decently well, you know? I think it was mainly one around them in a lot of those instances, but Bao did pretty well in that game, and their Aphelios Thresh remains undefeated.
And 2020 has been such a pivotal year of, like, you know, like past legends retiring or like moving away from League of Legends or moving into coaching and whatnot. And it's so amazing to see players that are not as well known, right? That are not as developed. Yes, someone like King, and of course he's played in the LPL. Pioshik had this last split. But I don't think anyone was expecting this here tonight, and it's beautiful to see. On the side of Gen.G, though, Kairos clearly couldn't get the job done, and that is something that a BDD is going to have to come back, because I feel like the lack of presence in mid lane was just insurmountable, and it's really unfortunate that that's the verdict in the debut game, right? But there were more problems than that, and that I think is something that as Gen.G fans you're not happy about.
No, and I think that if you had BDD, then maybe you have a more experienced voice in that mid lane, but I think it's all speculation, and I think a lot of the credit does just need to go to DRX. I think a lot of it to Pioshik, who's had a fantastic day today as well. Even his Mundo was fun to watch, even if it lost, but his Udyr in game 1 it set the stage for what was a series that felt like DRX had it under control, because bans needed to go over to the Udyr. There was a ban on the Mundo in game 3. And this was Solka just winning out this 1v1 as Karis, that unfortunate situation with the Shockwave not landing. We can speculate on that one as well, but yeah, Karis just didn't really feel like he was able to demonstrate why he was put in over BDD.
And it's just like the early game of this last game went so poorly, and then you're next in Italy, has no power, you're facing down an entire team of beefy boys, and it's just going from bad to worse really quickly. And if Ruler was fat, this might have been a different game, right? But kills that they found went like over to Rascal, who doesn't really utilize the gold, doesn't really do anything against such a beefy front line.
Yeah.
And Gen.G just unable to really make a mark or really impress, and it's a shocking overturn of like what I think many people expected to kind of the status quo of the LCK to return. Damwon, I feel like they've returned to form now, right? But T1 still had a rough time today. Gen.G, clearly not the powerhouse in the regular season that they used to be. And it makes for a really interesting LCK Atlas. This is a great first day. Yeah,
I thought that this week, on paper, the games didn't look super consequential, but already you have DRX stealing a game off of Gen.G, when I think most people were expecting Gen.G to be able to take this one, just with how inconsistent DRX have been. But they just showed that their inconsistency comes to their results as well. And you just can't predict what this squad's going to do. They might feed, they might just hard carry, and you just never know. So I'm just going to stop trying to predict anything that has to do with
I think
DRX
it's the
from
power
this
of
point on.
friendship, right? Like they're just all together, they're bundled up, and they get like a hidden passive that gives them extra stats.
Yeah, I like that. I like that theory.
Look at it. Look at the bonds between them. Look at how happy they are. You hear the joy? That's anime right there.
I mean, I can't quite hear it.
Oh, you hear it here.
We'll see the joy at this point. And the coaching staff coming in and collapsing after they managed to take down that game. Look at Kingan's damage. This volley bear was an absolute monster, and just shows that maybe these blind pick Renekton's don't necessarily work out every time, even if your name is Rascal.
But Atlas, he got solo killed level 1.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like sometimes the matchup just comes to bite you.
And then I also look at a 3.5k damage in Italy. It was not the game, and it's so unfortunate as well, because I feel like what we saw last game was so good from Clid, right? It was really dominant.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is just the feast or famine that can be in Italy, and and
yeah,
it's so funny that we talk about DRX as this coin flip team, and then Gen.G land on tails in this game number 3, and it's a very similar thing, right? Clid giveth, Clid taketh away. Can be the case, but still a really fun series, and I don't know where to put DRX as far as like a tier list of teams is concerned. I'm just going to leave them off to the side and have sort of a tier list sans DRX, because I think that's going to help my mental, because this team is just too hard to predict, because they win series they shouldn't, they lose series they shouldn't, and they draft things that they shouldn't, and then still win with things that they shouldn't be winning with. So I don't know, man. It's a very confusing situation, because at the start of that, I mean, you see that roster, you see that draft, and you're like, oh, Gen.G get everything that they wanted, and it just didn't work. It just wasn't enough to get over the top of what was this volley bear Olaf carry situation. It's crazy.
I'm gonna go back to power of friendship, right? Like, we can look at the games.
Yeah.
But it legitimately feels to me like DRX have a strong mental edge over any team, because even if they're behind,
yeah,
fine.
Even if they've got something to lose, they play like they've got nothing to lose. It is a joy to watch if you accept that it's going to be crazy. But let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation of the analyst desk and the interview.
DRX was able to lock down this victory up against Gen.G and got their 5th win of the split. Both Udyr and Mundo got banned out, so we had the very common comps coming out here in the LCK. So we had Olaf coming in from DRX, and they switched the AD carries, Kai'Sa and Aphelios, in game number 3. And we had another Aphelios Thresh having a huge success here in the LCK. And with the Renekton was doing a lot of work done on the top lane, Gen.G was not able to close out the game. Gen.G really wanted to exert their power around the top lane, so they banned out this Gnar. But it was really impressive to see that DRX answer back with Volibear pick, which is not really that common. It's really odd that Mundo got banned out in this game, because usually other LCK teams would just ban out Olaf instead of that Mundo. So I guess Pyosik has been doing some work in the Scream with that pick as well. Gen.G was supposed to play around the top lane, but DRX was able to kind of outplay the opponents down on the bottom lane, so DRX was able to snowball this lead throughout the game. Let's take a look at a very long team fight that broke out down on the bottom lane. They both knew the information about the enemy jungler, but because the hook went wide, I think Gen.G was feeling overconfident. So even though Bao had this gravitum on his hand, they just walked straight up to the face of the enemy AD carry, so they just got chunked by the damage from the DRX players. And then Clyde was also trying to finish this golem camp. And then re-engagement coming out from Becca. And they were able to force the flash out of Nidalee and Nar. We also want to point out that it was really smart that Pyosik was able to survive this engage coming out from Clyde, because Becca was able to actually keep his heads up and he was able to throw this lantern outside of the vision. And also, it's really impressive to see that Becca actually maxed lantern in the early game. So he took 3 lanterns at that point of the game, so that was also really critical to win that skirmish. It's really surprising that a lot of players used to just go with 3 takes on E and go really hard during the lane phase, but this time around, that 3 takes on W actually allowed DRX to survive that fight. Now let's take a look how DRX closed out the game. Pyosik was 3 levels ahead of Clyde, and they were able to easily get this Baron. We had a very extended fight as well, so concentration was also one of the issues here, but DRX players managed to stay focused up, and let's see this smite competition between Pyosik and Clyde. So the Baron HP goes down to 784, and at that level, Nidalee can do 720 smite damage, whereas Olaf can do 850. So it was a very safe Baron try for DRX. So DRX was really smart playing around that Baron in order to capitalize this kind of jungle level difference. Pyosik didn't make a mistake with the Baron try, and that also impacted some of their mentality, because Pyosik was having some fun with Udyr and Mundo, a very tilting champion, so maybe Clyde was too annoyed by the play coming out from Pyosik, so he was not able to win that smite fight. DRX was able to play really aggressively and proactively today, and ending up taking down the strong team Gen.G in the LCK, and Pyosik locks down that POG. 4th POG up to split already, this time around on Olaf's pick. He was getting all the things done. We can say this was a jungle carry performance coming out from Pyosik. DRX is indeed on the ramping situation, but at the same time, Gen.G is not an easy opponent. But Pyosik was able to actually outplay the opponent. Clean smite fight victory going over to Olaf once again. We just want to say Pyosik's gank path team fight was so clean, other than the Mundo game. Another unanimous POG going over to Pyosik. Then let's talk to the solo POG, Pyosik on the side of DRX. Hello, congratulations on your win. Thank you, thank you. After a 3-game series, you guys were able to take down Gen.G. How are you feeling? We had another 3-game series. I think our rookie players are able to farm up the XPs after having a very long game series. But now I don't want to play this much of a game. I think we need to get some 2-0 wins. Because after having this 3-game series played, we get so exhausted. So I hope we can wrap it up at the end of game 2 and make me get back to bed quickly. But still, a victory is a victory, and you look super happy after taking down Gen.G, who fielded Karis for his first LCK performance. How does the player react to their roster? Because he's a rookie player? And
조금 압박이 덜 심했던 것
I
같아요.
think he
이제
felt more
저희 팀
pressure
리드
than
수영이가,
BDD because
제가
Soka.
그냥 편히 하라고
I
상대도
told Soka
신이니까
to
너무 쫄지
play
마라.
with confidence
라고
because
했던
your
말이
opponent
생각나요.
is a rookie player.
그러니까요. 하는 말이 뭔가 막 5, 6년 된 베테랑 말투
It's
같아서.
really interesting to see POC giving those advice
좀
over
넘어가
to
보자면 우디르
DRX
얘기를
players.
안 할 수가 없거든요.
But let's
지금
go back to
선수
game
별명
number
제가 한번
one.
불러드릴게요. 레전드 우디르, 세채우, 우버지,
You went back
우야호
to this
이렇게 막
Udyr pick,
별명을
and
갖고
you
계신데
are one of the most
세계
successful
우디르는
Udyr
이런 게
player
다르다.
here in the
한마디로
league
정리해 주실 수
scenes.
있으실까요?
What makes your Udyr different?
잘 모르겠는.
I don't know.
저는 우디르를
I
플레이할
think
때
when you're playing Udyr,
되게
or
그
when I'm playing
동선
Udyr,
낭비? 잡몹이
I try not to kind of waste my path and my time when I'm going where I'm in an awkward spot where I should go, kind of have to go to the bottom gank. I just don't go for ganks. I just focus on my camp clears, and I try to play around the lane that has priority, and I always try not to die, and I always try to play on the limit.
네, 지금 우디르를 연구하고 있는 많은 팀들이 있을 텐데 오늘의
There are a lot of teams that are working on this Udyr pick, so this can be a huge tip over to them. In game number one, you are tilting the opponents really well.
멘탈 공격이 좀 완벽히 성공했나요? 좀
Do you think
의도하는 거죠, 그런 건?
was that your first intention on that Udyr pick?
이게 어떻게 보면은
I mean,
얘가 장난치나라고 생각할
like
수도
the
있는데
opponent might think that I'm just having fun on the rift,
저 나름의 이제
but
어떻게 보면은
that's
상대방
like
위치를
part of
보면서
my
이
plan
정도
and my
거리면은
setup,
내가 죽지 않을
because with all the information about the opponents,
사거리에서
I know where is the limit of how far I can extend. So I try to kind of make them kind of tilt by running around the map really fast and playing on the edge. Yeah, I mean, in game number one, you guys are fairly behind, but with the power of that Udyr, you guys are able to turn the game around. So any tips for turning the table around on that pick?
우디르가
In fact, Udyr
이제 게임이 살짝 불리할
is a
때
pick
역전의 방법은 사실 없어요.
that does not have any tool to turn the game around when you're very behind. You just have to wait until the opponent makes mistake. And you have to punish those mistakes. Keep tilting your opponents, right?
그럼 이제 아쉽게 패배는 했지만 결국 이제
Even though you lost game number 2, but we were able to see the Dr. Mundo jungle from POC.
패배는 하게 됐는데 뭐 정글링이
Regardless of the result of that game,
룬에 대해서 좀 더 물어보고
I'm curious
싶은데
about your rune choice.
김인환 발롤링 간 다음에
A lot of people take phase rush, and they actually go for inspiration for the secondary rune, but you actually went for domination, and also you were maxing Q in that Mundo game. So could you kind of elaborate your Mundo itemization and Mundo kind of build? I think you definitely have to take the Bloodsteel rune in order to get some more health back during your jungle clear. About the skill, actually, I took Q for 3 stacks, but I realized that maxing Q is really better because actually the W skill isn't really worth anything. So I realized that I just should skip the W skill and just should max Q. So I was trying some new build on this champion.
그리고 그래서 패배는 했지만
Even though you lost that game, you actually made the opponents bend that Mundo. How did you feel?
사실 문도
Well, to be honest,
이제 문도
I was
둘 중에
thinking between Mundo and Olaf, but I mean, I thought either Mundo or Olaf would be banned out, but actually Mundo got banned out, so I was really surprised.
그러니까요. 그런데 그러다 그러다 보니까 그것 통해서 이제 바텀에서 게임이 사실 엄청 터졌었잖아요.
And we had a huge fight that broke out on the bottom lane. And the way you guys juggled the aggro was really on point, but it was also interesting to see Becca maxing the lantern. Do you have any information about that?
일단 백화 선수 생각에 W 선마가 더 좋다고
Maybe Becca thought that's better.
찍는 것 같습니다.
너무 정확한 얘기
일단
감사합니다.
I guess.
이게 약간 좀 다른 얘기인데 백화 선수가
I mean, because
크랭크를 할 때 Q 선마
Becca actually,
W 선마를 하는데 이 선마를
when he's playing Blitz, he max Q and then max E.
그런 느낌으로 W
So I think
선마를 하지
he
않았나?
kind of always tries something new with the skill tree.
네네네 알겠습니다.
네.
자, 오늘 표식 선수가 완전 캐리를 하는
And
모습을
Pyusik, with
보여주셨단
that
말이에요.
hard carry
요즘에
performance,
완전히
DRX
물이
was able
오르는데
to
작년의 표식과
secure
올해
this
표식은 이런 게
victory. I think
다르다,
you
이런
are
게
keep
있을까요?
ramping up. So what's different from
일단
2020 Pyusik and
작년에
2021
저는
Pyusik?
그냥,
Well, last year
그냥
I was just
정글링만은
jungling.
그
You know, I was just clearing the camps in the jungle. I was a monkey that only cleared the camps in the jungle, but now I have some brains. So yeah, I kind of play with this intelligence now.
이 질문은 여기서 표익 선수가 답변을 해줘야지 팬분들이 안심을 할 것 같아요. 마지막 보이스 저희가 들어보니까.
And in the end of game number 3, you said the cursed sentence here in the Korean community. How did DRX become a strong team? This is a long-time curse that happened in the Korean baseball. So a lot of fans are really worried about that comment that you made. Are you sure you can lift up the curse?
다음 경기 저주 걸릴 것 같긴 한데
I think we'll get cursed until the next match, but we will do our best in order to lift it up.
속이 편한 경기로 보여주시면 될 것 같아요.
네, 그래서 이제 다음 경기
As you said, your next match will be up against Damwon Kia, and your opponent, especially in the jungle, will be Kenyan. How are you going to prepare for that?
이제 제가 제일 무서워하는 정글러가
Kenyan
케냐 선수인데
is team jungler that I'm afraid of the most.
이제 상대편 닉네임이 캐니언이라도
So even though the name tag on the opponent is Kenyan, I will try to focus on my own pace, and I will do my best in order to bring the best performance, and also do our best in order to bring some unexpected pick and bans. Something entertaining for our friends.
일단 연습은 하고 있어요.
I'm working on it. You'll find out. Once again, congratulations on your win, and this will be the end of the interview with Pyusik from DRX, and back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the interview and the analyst desk. And we are getting straight into things with the play of the day, Chronicler. This was the turnaround from NONGSHIM to win them that game against Teddy's T1, unfortunately.
Oh, look away. Look away. This is going to be something else entirely, because it's also very like what's the word? Very like emblematic of the entire series, because it's yet again another flank play, right? Like they keep finding them, they keep getting away with it. It's like DRX. Like, how do they do it every time?
It was actually just really cool drafting, and you know, Bay just getting in there exactly where he needed to on this set that looked a lot better than I think a lot of people were expecting, me included.
Me.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Really, really cool.
I really don't think that anyone, maybe people did, and I just overlooked the potential of that pick. But no, that's possible, right? Like, not always gonna get the perfect amount of assessment, but all in all, I think we had a stellar day. I think there were plenty of other plays that could have been play of the game, and that's always a sign of a good day.
I agree. I actually think it could have been a great many of different plays. As we have a look at the standings after all is said and done, second place outright for DRX.
Wow.
And Gen.G moved to 4th under Harmwell Life Esports.
If Rika can actually overtake Gen.G.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, they can't, because they can't catch up to the game score.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, maybe they can 3-0 in a best of 3.
Yeah. Win a tiebreaker game in a game that can't have a tiebreaker.
exactly.
Perfect. And they're going to have to do it against Hummer Life Esports as well, who have the ability to move towards second place if they're able to take down Afrika tomorrow. That'll be a very interesting one. And then following that will be Fred at Brion taking on KT Rolster. And that should be a one-sided game. But Chronicler, if I've learned anything about this week of the LCK, there is no such thing as anything that you can predict. So,
no,
there we go.
Predictions are a myth. Power rankings are a lie. When it comes down to it, all you want is just Pioshik zooming around on Udyr, slapping people, and winning the game somehow. Now, I think that the matches throughout this week, as you already pointed out as well, if you look on paper, you might kind of think like, you know, is it really going to be great? But then you've games like this with DRX, just they band together and they get it done, and that's beautiful. And I think that's like the most fun games, right? Where you don't expect any action and then you get fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that's a sign of things to come this week, then bring on this week's games. That's going to do it for us for tonight. We're going to try and get some sleep before we do this all again tomorrow. We'll see you then for more LCK. Good night.
I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.